what's so phony about you? You know what's so phony about you?
What's phony about me?
I'll tell you. You spend too much money on military. This your whole career, you hate all the money in the military. And then you come on today and get the military such sloppy top that your mouth is now dry and you need extra Gatorade to get some moisture back into it. You're so phony. Yes, are you a Trump supporter again or not this time?
No. It's the Chinese technology. Iran is using. Iran is using Chinese. You know what? Look, I can station. I think we spend way too much money on the military. $960 billion is too much money. But at the same time, within a 4-month period, you can extract a leader in Venezuela and then kill one of the greatest leaders, not greatest, but one of the toughest leaders in modern times in the Ayatollah, and you can do that in 4 months.
What made him tough? They never left.
Iran is not tough.
Yes, what made him tough? You say one of the toughest leaders. What made him tough? He was closer. What made him tough? Break that down. We never saw him in public. He was closer like a motherfucker. What made him tough?
What makes Iran tough?
No, I didn't ask you what makes Iran tough. You said toughest leaders. I said what makes him tough.
The fact that they have stood up to the United States for quite some time. So that's what Hezbollah and Hamas and how they fought. I thought this is not a country that has recoiled. That they fought a long war. I mean, this is before Khomeini, but they fought a long war basically against the United States in Iraq. In the 1980s.
The Iraq. So the United States was part and parcel of the Iran. The United States was involved.
We were helping Saddam Hussein. We were giving Saddam Hussein funds and
fighting against the U.S. You're just getting supplies.
No, he wasn't.
May I ask a follow-up question?
I don't know about funding both sides. We funded Saddam Hussein.
May I ask a follow-up question? For clarification, please. Was there something in the 80s called the Iran-Contra controversy fair scandal?
Yes.
What was the Iran-Contra? Yeah, thank you. No further questions.
Yeah. So this is what I'm trying to say. It's like, so I don't think the United States or any major power has struggled assassinating people. I mean, the United States has done that quite well. It's always the after, like they dispatched the Taliban, post-8. It's always the after. You drop some bunker busters on a guy's compound and you killed him, and they had other people in there too, and that's the single most impressive military feat in history.
I don't have anything to compare to you in a single day.
I didn't claim.
No, I'm asking you, do you have in a 12-hour period, the elimination of the top hierarchy of a country? Do you have anything to compare it to? I'll listen.
I mean, why would that be the military? Why would that be the standard? It has to be the killing of the king or the head of state. I don't even understand that point.
The ultimate
competition. I don't understand it. So you went from military feat in history to 12 hours. How much military history do you know to make that claim about a 12-hour period?
Military history. I mean, we can put Little Boy up there. I mean, it's a terrible thing that happened in Nagasaki. Or Hiroshima, Hiroshima.
Why would that be a great military feat?
When we talk about military feats and ending wars, that strike is considered one of the because it ended the war. I'm not calling it great.
But what makes it great? You said it was great.
Because it prevented the United States from having just in order to invade Japan, which the estimates of that will be between 200,000 to 500 soldiers, and it prevented that.
Who was going to invade Japan? The United States?
Japan.
Who was going to invade Japan? The United States?
Yeah, because they wouldn't surrender. Yes.
Who told
It's not about just using the bomb, it's the entire circumstance and situation around it. You don't know and you're fucking guessing. You give a brother what he wants. You're pissing me off because I know he loves this shit.
Anyway, so RJ, you're a historian. What in a single day, in a 12-hour period, when has a country with the totality of the military of Iran been eliminated like this in so quickly? Can you give me a...
Iran's military is not destroyed. Yes, you killed some of the leadership in strike. The Israelis have intelligence in that country, which we do not. And they dropped 30 bunker busters on Earth's compound and killed them. Okay. You haven't overthrown the country talking about people dancing in the north like this in 2000 and bring you back to another point. In 1991, the Desert Storm. George H.W. Bush, they told the people in South Iraq, go forth and overthrow Saddam Hussein. They went forward, the U.S. stayed away, those people got slaughtered. This is what you're advocating for. You don't know a damn thing about what you're talking about. Now, this is some... No, I mean, if I'm going to talk, I'm going to talk, man. Don't drink some Thunderbird in the ground bag.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, now that I'm going, shit, let me go. So... You are talking about a potential overthrow of a country which is not feasible with bombs just dropping bombs in the country. I told you this 2 weeks ago or a month ago last time I got on the stage. It's the same thing now. The IRGC is still running. Even after they killed Soleimani, they didn't miss a step. You think just taking a couple of these people out is going to wrap this whole thing up? You think they don't have their own continuity of government plans? Someone else steps into place, the VP already said he was coming in. So now what? No, go ahead, answer. After that, I really want to hear how killing one leader is the same as the dawn of the atomic age and what that meant geopolitically for 50 years, if not to the present day. I want to hear that one because I need to learn more.
All right. I think you're also the same person that said that there was no way that the world could be taken out of power without ground forces.
What does that have to do? This is
Hold on, let me finish.
What does that have to do?
Let me flex. No, I'm not deflecting. Well, let me finish.
It's a literal deflection.
Okay.
When you fix something that was wrong doesn't mean this is wrong. I mean, you told me the Raiders were going to make the playoffs.
You're wrong about that.
They picked first in the draft. So I was hold on, but so I did Google because I wanted to make sure I knew what I was talking about. You think what they did today was more impressive than D-Day?
No, D-Day probably the most greatest. The D-Day and the Battle of the Bulge are probably the two greatest. I actually think it was greater than Stalin.
D-Day was about 12 hours, 51 minutes. You just said there was no single greatest feat in one day. 10 minutes later, I said, what about D-Day? Now you're saying, no, D-Day was great.
To put it in context, I'd say D-Day, if we're talking, even though it didn't kill the leadership of the Nazis, D-Day as a battle is the single greatest battle in the history of the world. I'll agree with that.
In the history of the world? How do you know that?
I mean, we can go way back in history, but I mean, we can go to the Battle of Constantine. It's probably the most consequential battle of my Constantine is probably the most consequential battle, but I don't think anybody wants to go to 300 AD. So,
you did. You said in the history of the world. You can claim the history of the world, and then when I ask you something from ancient history or
yeah, I mean, you're ruining, Professor, you're ruining the conversation. Go ahead.
Car salesman, you ruin every conversation. That's why you went into car sales, is for dummies. So anyway, let me continue. So, because you like to, I was trying to be nice, but now you want to try to text back like what people do. You don't know what my job is. We know what your job is. You sell cars. Why you went in cars? It's for dumb people, especially dumb black men. Let me continue. So, you said in history, and now we can't bring up stuff from history?
What about Gettysburg? long battle. I'm talking about a single strike. And RJ, you're intelligent. I'd love to hear it. I can't think of anything else in a single strike, in a single day, that took out the entire leadership of the country. I mean, the entire leadership did not.
I'll give you an example if you want. How about this, man? After World War II, Eisenhower becomes president at 52 years later. He didn't want to send the army in because he was fearful of bombs. He started using the CIA as a weapon. They used propaganda, specifically a radio station, a bunch of propaganda and a couple of officers that they paid off and overthrew an entire country. The country's name is Guatemala. That's how they got our bins out. How about that?
I'm somewhat familiar with what you're talking about, but Guatemala in comparison to Iran, I mean, you want to talk about, in that case, I'm like, yeah, we're talking about the number one military versus the number 100. You know what I mean? It's just so different. Though that wasn't excellent use of military intelligence, I'll give you that, but I'm talking about an actual strike using the military. I can't think of one that took out a leader as high-ranking as the Ayatollah, and that's consequential. I think that can you.
Well, there were people who took out our chief Lance Ferdinand with one shot, started World War. How about that?
You know, that's just a harsh dude. I mean, yeah, I mean.
One second. So the terms of the debate are now it also has to be head of state.
It's real different than the top. Well, anyway, look, yes, the head of state is like obviously the top and most secure person. And RJ, what I'm saying is,
That's not necessarily true.
Okay, well, not very long ago, people were talking about how incredible the kidnapping of Maduro was in Venezuela, and talking about whatever we used, the discombobulator, or whatever Trump called it, in order to get Maduro, and how incredible that was. To me, this is well past Maduro, or anything I can think of in modern history. We weren't able to do this with Saddam. We looked for him for 9 months. I had to send an entire military, over there in ground troops. So this was done with a couple of aircraft and some flights. And it was done. I'm not advocating for it, RJ. I think that's what you're thinking. I'm just saying this is quite amazing.
And Trump, did you really have
dropping some bombs on because how is that amazing?
I don't get it. That's what I'm trying to understand.
It's not like they did anything. They just dropped some bombs.
They knew where it was. They have incredible intelligence in Iraq, that the Israelis did. This is Israeli intelligence. They didn't have this kind of intelligence in Iraq. It was a completely different operation. I was about to say, I gotta compare the two.
So, easy. Why doesn't Putin drop bombs on? You know what I mean?
As a Putin drop bombs on who?
Why doesn't Putin eliminate? I don't think these things are as easy as we make them sound. I think
He doesn't drop them on Zelensky because he doesn't want Moscow to go Patawi. It's a different calculus. It's not even is that a real question? That wasn't an actual question.
It's real, but I get that. No, I'm not gonna say it's not the exact. It is not the exact same thing. But I think we have to do a step back, and in all seriousness, go with RJ. And I'm being real serious. We do have to step back and look at the immense power and the fear that it's got to drop into some other people around the world that the United States witnessed through. And it was Israel that did this, by the way.
What about the ire that is come? Like,
what'd you say,
what about that? Like, what about the ire? You're like, oh, they're gonna be scared of us. What if they're not scared of us? They're just like, we're gonna fuck y'all up now.
No,
And I'm not talking about Iran, but other countries that are like, oh, look what these motherfuckers are doing. They trying to take everybody out. Let's go take them out first.
I don't foresee that happening. I think it does. I said earlier. I think it does.
I don't know why you blow it off so quickly though. It's just as much of an issue or a threat as you thinking, oh gosh, so everybody's gonna be scared now. They're gonna do whatever we say. They're not.
Okay, well, I'll just say this. I do think this possibly may greenlight China on Taiwan because they have some, they could make some justification.
Okay.
But I think,
What does this have to
well, she asked like about other countries. Let me finish. I don't think, even in my wildest bets, I wasn't betting that a single strike in a single day in broad was going to take out the leader.
We don't know that it really did anything though. That's up to be seen. Like the regime may still be in place. Like it may have changed nothing except for that particular person isn't in charge.
Yeah, who's in charge, Trent? Since you're the expert, who's now in charge?
The Vice President Favre or whatever his name is, I don't know anything about him.
So is he calling for elections? What's the
I think, and this is just speculation based upon what Trump said, they may have already been in contact with him, which is maybe why he was scared from this. These guys plan to the end. I have to give it to Mossad. They are fucking top notch.
When did the black man's brain become infected with this propaganda?
Here's what I'm saying. Well, I have enough power that we are able to convey in such a short period of time. I don't think anybody had first minute elimination of the Ayatollah. That was pretty amazing. That's all I'm gonna say.
Why?
Is it more impressive that the victory of Hannibal ambushing the Roman army in 200 BC?
Waterloo.
It's more like Spartacus. Yeah. Trent, do you think Iran has ever heard of the concept of chain of command?
Sure didn't work in this fucking case.
Wait, how did it not work?
Because they eliminated the defense minister and the Hitler off.
I'm just asking.
They eliminated, it's not just them, they've eliminated way more than that. Those are just the two tops. It's like eliminating the head of the Joint Chiefs, the president, and the defense secretary. And, that's pretty fucking amazing to me. I don't know what they are.
Can you define chain of command?
Can I define chain? No, I can't. I don't know what hierarchy is. Come on, let's be real. Look, I'm not advocating. I don't know if this is you support. I'm one of the people that says it is stupid for you to vote and put all your money into a military because then you can get somebody like this leadership and they will use your military however they want, and that is what is happening. So I think both Democrats and Republicans are to blame for what has happened by making such a massive force over the years. And now, because, you get in the wrong hands and this is what happens. But at the same time, as an American, and as somebody that does not like Khamenei, I agree with the other speakers, who was a terrible person, as somebody who does not like the Ayatollah, and thinks, the killing of the 20,000 to 30,000 protesters was absolutely horrific and the other shit that they've done for years.
Personally, I don't like him.
No, I personally don't like him. No, and so what I'm saying is to see him eliminated in such a way. I am proud of. I am happy today. It was a good thing, whether Biden had done it or Trump had done it or Obama had done it. I think it is a good day for all.
So having a power vacuum with 90 million people, you already have crazy terror networks according to your own people. It makes it a good day just because they got rid of it. So even if, and there's a good chance that what comes after is much worse, today is still a good day. So it really was just about the singular person.
If we continue, I didn't like him, man. So there's that. You didn't personally like the Ayatollah.
Ice Cube apologizing.
Chair, you act like you got his phone number or some shit.
I think he stole his girl at one point. I think God told him to stole his girl. He said when he first came in the room, this is a good day for him. He's a Negro in America. So this is a good day for you. Well,
I don't know if you, I don't know if you guys have seen the killings and the executions of these, and it's not just happened recently, it's been going on for years. I've heard, I'm not a big fan of theocracies. We don't become one. We put our commandments in the schools. But I think it was far past time that somebody put this regime, this man out of this misery. I know it can happen. I know it can happen out of this. But my bet right now is very similar to Venezuela. I think this is going to work out just on the better.
If I apply to Saudi Arabia and stop Mohammed bin Salman, will that make you happy? Is that your love language? I'm just asking. There are executions in Saudi Arabia.
how is Venezuela working better than before? I don't even understand that. Venezuela is working. So they seized oil, 500 million. You mocked me. And you said the U.S. was keeping that money and all this. You've been gone for a while. I kind of let this go. And you said we already took the first shipment, $500 million. I don't think it was that much money. You mocked me and said it was a ton of money, and it was all going to the U.S. Trent, you know where that money went?
Venezuela, from what I understand.
So you were wrong. So
No, that's not what I said. I said that we had, no, sir. You're twisting the look. I said that we taken the oil, and we're dispersing it through our immediate areas back to Venezuela, as we should. It's their oil, but it's something that is in the United States control. You disputed whether or not that could be in the United States control, and I also, okay, well, maybe you didn't. I'm sorry.
you said that the money was going to the United States. You said we've taken oil and we've taken your money.
It goes through the United States.
It didn't go through the United States.
It goes through the United States back to Venezuela.
It didn't go through the United States.
Does it?
Where was the money coming?
Then I was thinking Venezuela will help the people of Venezuela.
Where was the bank?
The United States leads the Venezuelan oil rather than.
Where was the bank account, Trent?
I think the biggest account, from my understanding, is Venezuela, isn't it?
Where was when they took the money? Where was it?
I thought, I don't know if it went through the Department of Treasury or out.
Of course it didn't go through the Department of Treasury. It couldn't touch an American bank.
Did it go through? It went through a.
Just say you don't know. Damn.
No, it went through a Middle East.
Yeah, he's written the check. It's Qatar. Do you know what Trump's executive order said about it?
I don't know. What?
Of course you don't. But you said that it was about the oil and all this money was coming to the United States.
It was about the oil. It's still about the oil.
It's not. Because we haven't got anything from it.
Yeah,
What have we gotten?
okay. You'll see. The oil companies sitting at the White House wasn't about the oil. But you'll see. We'll give it a little bit of time.
Wait a minute. You mean the oil companies who were invited by the president, and when you're invited by the president, you always go, and then say they didn't have any interest and it was uninvestable?
Yeah. Okay, bro. Look, you were right about. You want to be right about Venezuela, the one that you said couldn't be removed. You were wrong about Venezuela.
Be removed? No, you just lied.
Look.
I've heard American history, unlike you heard American history. I think the United States is capable of removing anybody.
Honestly,
I never said the United States could not.
Fucking honestly.
I know, that's why it's not impressive to me. They've been doing it since World War I. So it's not impressive to me. So your point was, this money, this $500 million that they took, it was coming to America. That's what you said. You were making claims about
Offloading it in. I said they were offloading it in America. They were offloading the military.
No, I'm talking
That's
about
what
the
they
money.
told me.
I'm talking about the money.
I didn't. So first of all, let me say this. I didn't say the money.
Because I said it wasn't a lot of money. You laughed and said, well, if you don't throw $500 million, it's a lot of money.
I didn't say that.
Alcoholic, I remember. You're the alcoholic, you're not that member. And so you said the $500 million was coming to the U.S., this, that, and the third, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what you said. They put the money in the bank. Donald Trump, and not the Treasury Department, because then companies that are owed will be able to file suit because they're owed from Venezuela. Then Donald Trump signs an executive order banning that money and other monies coming from Venezuela being touched by American companies. You haven't read the executive order? Of course you have. So your idea that all this money was coming to these Americans.
No, that's not what. If I can just say that. Look.
What's funny? Here's what I said.
Okay, here's what I said. I said what they told me is that they were unloading the oil.
I remember that.
In Gaza. That's what I said. And then I said that there was going to be a regime change strike, which many people in here, I'm not going to call you and say it was you. Many people in here said I was crazy and didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. I was going to say, okay, well, nobody in there said that. Then I said for Iran, I said that they are going for regime change in Iran.
No, stop. There's a third. You're missing the piece I'm talking about. I'm talking about after that. They seized some sanctioned oil. And you said that money Trump was going to bring to the United States, and it might go to the Treasury or it could go to companies that are owed. That's what you said.
That is what I've read. That they were gonna give it to companies.
And that's wrong. It already has gone. It's gone.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'm wrong about that.
And so my point is, you're saying it's about the oil, it's about this, that, and the third. What advantage has the United States got? That's all. Oh, you're saying it's not?
The advantages of the regime change in Venezuela to the oil markets, now that the American oil companies, I do believe, will be in there. I didn't say it was benefit you, the United States tax-paying citizen, but it's going to benefit American corporations 100%.
How? By flooding the market with more oil and lowering the price?
I don't think it's that. And then again, I didn't say that they were going. I didn't say that they were going to flip market. They have control of the market. They have no control of the oil.
So American companies got control of Venezuelan oil?
They're going to pump it, so you can control how much you decide to pump. Yeah.
Who told you that? Not if it's nationalized. They don't control that.
Well, I don't think it's going to be nationalized.
Oh, so when they're going to denationalize it? You got a bunch of Marxist-Leninists. These people are farther to the left than Maduro. When are they going to not nationalize it?
I think they're going to hold elections and deeper. I think of one or two things. One or two things that are going to happen. Either they're going to hold elections and privatize the oil companies, or Dulcie's going to do it herself and privatize them. But I think she's already made statements pretty friendly toward working with American corporations on oil. So that's going to play a part.
And you'll see it privatizing it now?
And you'll see it. Yeah, and you'll see it sometime by April. I never her public statements and what happens are going to be two different things. But we'll see.
How do you know she's friendly? Wait a minute. So you're allowed to cite her public statements to claim that she's friendly with the U.S., but I'm not allowed to cite her public statements. That's not fair.
Okay, go ahead.
No. You're saying if I bring her public statements in, she's being duplicitous. But you just spoke about her public statements.
Her public statements initially were, I didn't believe them. You know what I mean? I just didn't believe them. And I think
in Spanish, did you listen to it in Spanish? You're not fluent in Spanish, you can barely speak English.
Sí, señora, correcto.
Hey, man, you know you got her text, though, you're going to be secret texting at night in the bed.
Oh, that's true. He's an advisor.
Hey, Trent, what was that big ass container that Trump was in front of at Corpus Christi yesterday?
I think he was in Portland. I can ask. So there's one more thing before I go. I was with James Celerico yesterday.
this oil came directly from Venezuela, and so he was trying to show his all the oil coming in from Venezuela yesterday.
Yeah, the Valero plant.
You know that, right? Like, what's
The
the
Valero. Yeah, he's not lying. The Valero plant, the Sicko plant are there. That's where they refine. That's where they refine. That's where they refine that type of oil, and that's why, like I told you, when I was at A&M, that's why they like that. They're gonna get more oil to refine. But whatever. None of this is gonna happen, and Euro still in power. And
Don't do that. No one said you're still in power. I don't know.
Okay, I gotta go. It's good talking to you.
Go get drunk. Yeah, go get drunk. Go take a couple shots.
He's
Oh my God, yo, I'll put this in the chat. It's not that he's stupid. It's the arrogance. That's actually the problem.
Wait, but he's not smart, though. To be
Well, I would say, well, no, he went into cars. Come on, I mean, everybody knows that. I mean, everybody knows who goes into cars, especially at this generation. If you don't look at his cars in this generation, that was what for you to get a job where you could wear a blazer and not commit crime. Everybody knows that. Okay, to all black men of his age, no, that's what you did. You didn't have any other option. You didn't want to sling rock. You didn't want to flip burgers.
Especially after we dropped out of college.
That's 100%. That's 100% the fact. So you buy anybody, what are you buying, man? Like, it will sell. I mean, it's sales, oftentimes sales generally, but definitely cars. That's why Trent is a car.
Okay. So
Doesn't seem right.
back to the Iran thing, though. Does anybody have any additional scholarship? Neil, the book, you came in during the conversation. Did you have anything?
I don't know if any of you spoke to this, but the Iranian news confirmed that Ali Khamenei's supreme leader is dead.
Okay, so they admitted it.
I don't know, it's almost like he was 80. And he could have died like 2 weeks ago.
Right.
The person's going to be.
Right.
No, I'm not saying. No. I'm with you. No. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's not like, oh my God, what are you gonna do? He's 80 and dead. Like, I'm sure they got a lot of stuff. I'm pretty sure they aimed out this scenario the whole time.
Right.
No. People don't. So it doesn't work like that. I don't know if y'all saw him dance right now. Very basic.
Right. That was funny.
Yeah.
I love it. Now that's your best deal. You always want to come.
Every once in a while, I have a good question. Not including broken example.
But Mel,
Here on the news, it said there would be a violation of international law and maybe a violation for Congress because this did not have the act of Congress. Hello, there may be somebody may have to answer some questions. I don't know, but that's bad if this violated, international laws of some sort. But Donald Trump's, he's way above the law, at least he seems to be. But in this case, it looks pretty bad because they're saying that this was a violation of some kind of laws over there or laws internationally.
No, I don't want, far be it from me to be messy with a lie. But does anyone find this peculiar, considering that former President Bill Clinton testified privately on Friday about Epstein and were bombing Iran on Saturday?
They told the gang on Tuesday, though.
Amari, change your PTR.
Oh, I'm happy that I'm seeing these far-right losers crying today, so I'm in a good mood.
You keep saying far right as if the far right only is isolationist.
I get it.
We talked about that, and I provided the information.
The spirits of speed. gotta allow him the language that's going to
Okay, that's fair.
actually the Republican
I'm
Party.
different. You know you're happy. I'm a different one. That one is disgusting.
Okay, that's fine, definitely. I'll just go back to that one. Thank you, son.
Thank you. So, wait, so he did have Congress permission or no?
It looked like it. Nobody. So that may be a violation. I'm saying it is a violation of international law, and no permission was given by Congress. So this is done in what the hell fashion? This doesn't look good because those countries that have been launched upon could consider that an act of war, at least Iran or what have you. But it just is not a good deal.
No, they just Marco Rubio break the Gang of Eight on Tuesday, according to the reports.
Plus, I thought Donald Trump was supposed to be the guy to keep us out of wars. Now we're in them pretty bad.
This is the first death of a head of state or assassination of a head of state by another country since 1981. The previous one was when the Soviets killed the Afghan leader.
So, all the people that are coming in here are giving like the U.S. credit, I'll say, but I haven't heard anybody talk about Israel. Is that just because we're American and they're coming to American room or whatever? But do they see it, they being the Iranians, do they see it as Israel and the U.S. or more of the U.S.?
They're trolls.
But those of you who are reading, which I'll admit I have not done, is it written like this was an operation of the U.S. and Israel? It seems like led by Israel, but with our support. Am I wrong on that?
No, I mean it was a joint operations. Israel's the one that killed, the supreme leader. It wasn't America. Wait, we didn't even kill him?
Right, that's what I thought, and that's what.
Didn't you?
From the little paragraph I read in the New York Times, like that was what I took from it. So I'm like, everybody's in here like, oh, American, I mean, not that we don't have any fault in it, but it was really an Israeli operation that we supported.
Hey, hold on. This man has spent the better part of the day talking about how amazing this operation was and crediting this administration. And we didn't even lead. We were following someone else. Yeah, I mean, you played the video. It was Israel that took that shot, right? These guys want to throw the towel in.
They were missiles, so it's a coordinated effort. I don't know if it was attributed to one person or another. I can go back to ABC News if we want.
Yeah, I mean, from what I heard, it was the Israelis that took out. It was their shot that took out the missiles. But let's confirm that. Let's just make sure.
Logistically, we also have missiles in that area to protect not only our allies in the Middle East, but to protect our allies in Europe. So, I mean, I don't remember that, so I can't confirm that.
Meanwhile, the IRGC has announced that what it calls the most devastating offensive operation in the history of armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will begin in moments in retaliation of Israeli assassination of Supreme Leader.
Right.
Can you
repeat that? So Neil, look, Iranians are saying they're going to hold Israel responsible?
It's not true. It's not true.
They're all wrong.
Right, I respect. I mean, Anthony talking about freaking different other name. Well, if it doesn't here, and why were you in here swearing?
You have to come.
I'm sure it was coordinated.
Getting Trump is like stupid.
But this is insane. Especially
All right, I'll go after you, T.
all you, Anthony.
The scholarship, come on.
Nah, all I was gonna say is, what difference does it make if it was Israel that took them out in a joint mission, or the United States that took them out in a joint mission? We worked together to accomplish a goal. We've been building up forces there quite some time, and this is where we're at. You know, like, he's taking credit, and we weren't the leaders in the attack. Huh? Hey, this is grasping at straws now. It's laughable.
What is somebody grasping at? You're an idiot.
Okay, you want to put a spot. You want to put a spot to the dialogue. This is your fault.
What?
I'm not.
To all of you, I'm born in Iran, and I just want to say what's going on in my heart.
Welcome back from Victor Gonzalez.
Thank you. I just want to say what's going on in our people's heart. The leader who killed many people, who wasn't, come to the street and say we are not happy about this, about that. Iran was second country become same North Korea, but North Korea already have atomic bomb. Iran didn't have, but North Korea and they say we want to take this country, we hate this country. They just keep inside, just one crazy place inside themselves, and the people are already silent. They can't hear it out because the media they don't have many things they don't have come out of the country. But Iran was a country which many people of the Iran say we lived out of the Iran because it wasn't okay. My father and my mother, they are originally from Israel. As we say, from ages, we come to Iran to the safe place because we wasn't safe there. And now, again, we go out because the Muslim leader come inside. So we just go out. But every time, every moment, our eyes was when we can go back to our home. Still we have our home there. But many people say we need to go back. It wasn't leadership, respect, every religion, every country, and continue to their own life or make all the best for the people. No, from the start, they start saying, from the time they come take the American embassy, and they say, no, we want to remove beat America, and they put the flag, the people vote, even in the school. And that time, there wasn't social media. People understand what's going on. They think, okay, what they say, but we go in front. But after they come social media, people understand what's going on. Why we do this? Why we need to walk in the flag from, let's say, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. People understand that.
That's what I be talking about right here. What the fuck is happening right now? What's happening?
I'm feeling deja vu a little bit.
I'm sorry, did somebody say that North Korea didn't make belligerent statements like Iran?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay. Complete destruction of South Korea, unhesitating nuclear attack.
You're not factoring that it comes from a different dimension.
Oh,
That North Korea. That's the
Yeah.
public
that the United States will face consequences beyond imagination. Anyway, yeah.
Have you
There's a lot of
guys
positions.
read about, so I'm reading this thing, did you guys read about how the Iranians messed up? They actually weren't hiding out. Did you guys read about this?
No, go ahead. I was just trying to.
A bunch of them were actually together in a meeting discussing a bunch of topics, and they weren't like deep underground. There was a miscalculation with Khomeini and many of his, and many of his senior leaders. And Israel had the intelligence, and that's why they did this right.
Yes.
That's kind of crazy. That's wild. That's insane.
But remember, the oldest country in the world is Iran. The oldest country, oldest culture is Iran. Many things we have in Iran, let's say, who build up the alcohol. Which country understand what is alcohol? To make the wines, we have all this. But the people understand inside the wine, they have alcohol. The Iranian from many years ago don't understand. This can be hell for your many things. But that time they didn't only know as a wine. Many culture that have Iran. But after many things happen, change. We had our king. The problem come from that time. One of the American leaders so put that because already I can say there was a mistake because our Iranian leader Shah Pahlavi, they start showing people.
So, Victor, I know you're new here, and I hate to interrupt, but I just want to double check because we can go to the breaking news. Sometimes we play clips in this room. Does everybody want me to play a clip?
Yes, please. That's not
Okay.
It says, the difference between the oldest country and the oldest ethnicity.
He was all of it. Iran is everything, child. But
Okay. Let me grab the clip for y'all.
Thank you, Chief. Continuing coverage of the U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran. As we come on the air tonight, Israeli Defense Forces say they have launched another wave of strikes against Iran. It comes out of Iranian state media now confirms the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, is dead. Just hours ago, the president announced the news to the American people. The latest round of strikes coming after the U.S. and Israel launched a wide-scale assault with airstrikes targeting Tehran, including the supreme leader's compound and a number of other sites. The president told me earlier today by phone that much of their important areas, militarily and otherwise, have been absolutely destroyed. President Trump also posting on social media that the Ayatollah, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. He says this is not only justice for the people of Iran, for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world. Early this morning, U.S. Central Command releasing a video now called Operation Epic Fury, saying the U.S. and partner forces struck several Iranian military targets. The IDF saying that the U.S. and Israeli forces launched hundreds of strikes. Iran has been retaliating across the Middle East, air raid sirens blaring in Tel Aviv all day. A U.S. official saying American forces have intercepted multiple Iranian missiles targeting bases and U.S. allies in the region. The president today also said a lot of the Iranian leadership is largely gone, telling me, quote, much of their important areas militarily and otherwise yet have been absolutely destroyed. So we do begin this hour with our chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pell, joining us in the region, and he's back to lead us off.
Tonight, the stunning announcement from President Trump. Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei is dead, believed to be killed in a massive U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran today. President Trump posting late today, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs.
satellite imagery showing extensive damage to the Supreme Leader's compound, buildings level, smoke billowing from the scene. Video posted online showing celebrations in Iran after news Khamenei had been killed. The 86-year-old cleric had served as Iran's Supreme Leader since 1989. President Trump telling our Rachel Scott he believes many of Iran's top leaders were also killed. Israel saying just hours ago that it will continue to target the regime until it's been eliminated. In the early morning hours today, President Trump releasing this 8-minute pre-recorded message laying out his case for war.
A short time ago, the United States began major combat operations in Iran. Imminent threat in regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people.
Waves of explosions had rocking Tehran for hours. Screams of horror in the street, cars and buildings in flames. The White House releasing images of the president monitoring the strikes in real time. The fourth television news, the joint US-Israeli strike was meticulously planned for months and is expected to last days. The brazen daylight assault done Operation Epic Fury beginning at 9:45 a.m. local time. US and Israeli fighter jets involved. As Navy warships fired Tomahawk cruise missiles. At least 9 cities in Iran targeted. The Pentagon launching new US one-way drones for the first time in combat. Striking command and control facilities of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, defense systems, missile launchers, and naval bases. Iran's retaliation swift and sweeping. Israeli air defense intercepting a barrage of Iranian missiles over Tel Aviv. Some still getting through. We were preparing to go on air when another attack came in.
The air raid siren is off once again. It's been going all day. Already we're seeing the signs of what looks like air defense going up into the sky to try and intercept incoming Iranian missiles all day long. They haven't stopped coming.
Iran also targeted at least 4 US bases in the region. Verified video circulated online showing those strikes from Jordan to this US naval base in Bahrain, where 3,200 Americans are stationed. Not far from there, a drone blasted this residential building in Bahrain. Harrowing video showed the moment that drone came crashing in. People inside taking cover. Iran targeting Dubai too, this luxury hotel in flames. And in Qatar, people running for their lives. Marcus Hall in Doha. You can see the air defense interceptors going into the air in those white seized this moment and toppled the regime.
To the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered, don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be
Here in West Palm Beach with his stuff. And it is from this place where the president made one of the most consequential and risky decisions potentially of his presidency. Now that the
Let me pause it for a minute. Did anybody have any comments?
I'm afraid to still ass in your home. I'm happy because I'm from Alpha is an Alpha influence, right? I'm happy. People breathe now.
Are you an AI? Like, real question, are you an AI, Victor Gonzalez?
I don't know.
Maybe it's Victoria, but Victor.
Yes. I'm originally from Iran. Well, from my childish, I come here to Washington. And I'm happy with that and all my life.
it's not just no hello, how are you? I hope in this language just because of when before they sent the army to get to know about language to understand how they talk.
Okay, thank you. Do you guys want me to switch to the NBC thread? ABC kind of glitched out.
Oh yeah, that sounds great, TC. I'd like to say something. Is it cool? Just quickly. Yeah, I want to say, like, I'm definitely not, absolutely, I'm not Persian, but I know a lot of people from Iran. And I'm, like, I don't like chocolate on bit. Also, I don't like Netanyahu one bit either, but, you know, sometimes, what's that expression, my enemy's enemy is not my enemy or whatnot, whatever. The government of Iran is absolutely in my atmosphere that is virtually so
that this war has already spread to other countries throughout the region. But this new development that Iranian state television now confirming is certain to ripple across the world very quickly. Now, right now, Tom, the president is Mar-a-Lago stage. He's expected to return here to Washington tomorrow. Politically here in Washington, Democrats are vowing to force a vote to restrict his war powers next week. But really, Tom, with Republicans so far largely in lockstep with the president today, the votes aren't likely to go very far or do much other than to give lawmakers a chance to get their opposition on the record. But here, that's what's happening in Washington across the world. This means that the Ayatollah is confirmed dead, raises a lot of questions about how long this conflict drags on for, how long and how much American troops get dragged into this war. I was certainly will be looking for any White House reaction in the next couple of hours. But again, the president has said it earlier today. Now we're getting that official confirmation from the Iranians. Hugely significant.
Okay, Kate Gutierrez, stand by for us still at the White House. I do want to bring in Michael Froman. He's the president of the Council on Foreign Relations. Michael, thanks for joining our special broadcast. As you just heard us report here, Iranian state media now confirming the Ayatollah has been killed. Talk to us about who you think is in charge right now in Iran. Is it the president Pezeshkian? Is he now the leader and cannot be checked by anyone else? Or is there some kind of theocratic leader? Is there another cleric that will take over? Well, first of all, Tom, there's just a lot of uncertainty right now exactly what's happening on the ground. You mentioned the president who is alive and is still there. There's also Larijani, who's national security head, and who has really been the power behind the throne and the Ayatollah's number two for some time. And so whether he's a transitional figure until something further happens, remains to be seen. He's not a cleric, so he can't be really a successor in the form of an Ayatollah. But we have to wait to see how that plays out. And the answer to the question is what happens now? Now that senior leaders have been killed, will people rise up? How will the various dynamics within Iran, including the role of ethnic minorities there, the Azeris, the Kurds, Arabs, and others, how will that play out? And ultimately, what does that mean for the future leadership of Iran? The UN has already discussed this. Countries like China have come out and condemned the attack by the US and by Israel on Iran. What do you think the role of both the UN is and other major nations abroad? And the chaos, it's unclear. I mean, this is all still fresh. We'll see what happens. But a regional war is underway, or at least a conflict right now. Well, on one hand, I think with the exception of China, Russia, maybe North Korea, very few countries are going to cry tears for the loss of this regime. It's been an evil regime that has wreaked havoc across the region and sponsored terrorism and challenged U.S. interests and interests of Western countries and Gulf countries for some time. On the other hand, there is clearly some discomfort with the fact that the U.S. did unilaterally with Israel, and the other countries are sort of wrestling with that. There's a lot of cynicism, frankly, particularly in the region, with countries in the region perhaps saying they're uncomfortable with it, but cleverly being quite gratified that there will potentially be an opportunity for a new Iran. This leadership had been in place effectively for 47 years, and I have to believe that it was unclear. It was uncertain that there would ever be a real change in Iran's fundamental strategy towards the region, towards Israel, towards U.S. interests, until there was a change. Michael, explain that to our viewers, right? Because people watching this right now may wonder, Iran, how how has Iran attacked the United States? And in many ways they have, right? Through terrorism, through building drones that wanted to kill U.S. soldiers, through funneling money to Hamas that ended up killing Israelis as well and committing terrorism all across the world. Iran's fingerprints are all of that evil. Yeah, so for decades, of course, and when there's been efforts to kill Iranian troops stationed in the region, successful efforts they've killed several hundred American troops over the years with their IEDs that they've designed. As you said, they provided drone technology now to Russia to attack Ukraine and our interests there. They targeted Americans and they have assassination orders out for various former American officials. So this is not a regime that anybody wants to call or see in place for a long time. It's been in place for effectively since the revolution, since 1979. And the question is, would it have ever changed on its own accord with a strong domestic security system that has effectively put down any opposition and put down previous protests? It was unclear it was going to change under its own regard. Having said that, the U.S. taking action by itself without congressional authorization, with allies in conflict, it could be a debate for the next several weeks. Michael Froman from the...
Yes.
I hate to make an executive decision, but who was that? I got a little boring after a little while. Sorry.
It's okay.
I like your PTR there, Liberal.
Thank you. This is emergence of the Bush-MAGA coalition, like a one-word word, the Bush-MAGA.
We got it.
Was that the neo-conservative?
Oh, no. Our good dear brother Anthony told us that's not what conservatives did. I'm confused. I can't get into it. It's stunning to me that it's stunning, man. And conservatives, they might be able to run Marco Rubio because they're into this interventionist stuff. So I don't know. It's crazy. Maybe the Bushes will come back. He doesn't really critique Trump, so maybe they'll bring it back at the RNC in 2028 and say we missed you. And he say, oh, you took our foreign policy.
I think Liz Cheney should run for president.
Yeah, she should. Maybe on the Democratic side, fuck it. I'm just a point of clarification. So the number 2 in command and the president are still both alive. That's my understanding. Okay. But I haven't confirmed anything on them yet. That's my understanding. Yeah. But they got the hall monitor, and the sheriff. They got somebody, guys. They got the defense, some of the defense chiefs. So they got one of the defense chiefs. Somebody else. Studio was pretty good.
Ali Larijani, but we haven't heard from him. Neither we have heard from the President Masoud Pezeshkian, so there is questions. Meanwhile, the Vice President Reza Arez said that, or at least there are reports that he is taking control.
Yeah, the New York Times has a good chart on it. So the head of the National Defense Council, who you were saying, were you saying Ali Shankani, anyway, says was killed according to Israel. That was the highest next to Khomeini.
did it. Just because Obama did something doesn't mean we agreed with it. See, that's the difference between us and you guys. Well, to be fair to Anthony, on some things he can critique Trump, but usually when he wants to draw him on the lips on here, he won't. I don't know why you would be pointing out Obama. He should have gotten authorization to attack Syria. I believe it was in 2013 over the chemical weapons. There was some attack in Qatar or whatever it's called. That's the difference between me and you. Obama should have done it as well. Obama's foreign policy was ass. It's the difference. It was ass. But you and Anthony, two people who would never in real life have any interest or at all hang out or be friends. You guys continue communing over owning random people in chats on a free social media app. Why don't y'all just have a conversation with us instead of doing the chat thing? It's so weird. Well, Matt, do you know what a neocon is? Why don't you come and explain what neoconservatism is? Attacking from the chemical weapons would not be neoconservatism. If you listen to Donald Trump's speech, did you hear Donald Trump's speech when he said, go out and take your government back? Or did you okay, you did hear the speech. Gotcha. Fantastic. That's the difference between y'all and us. We don't fall in line. Well, maybe some of these people do. I surely don't fall in line with everything Obama does. That's such a weird one about ism. So if Obama, I thought you didn't want to be like Obama. That's what's so weird about the MAGAs. They look at something that was done before by people they don't like and want the president to be like, and they use that as an excuse for their president to do it. It's the worst one about whataboutism I've ever heard. But I don't hear you talk about no more wars and all that. And then Anthony said that all the United States did was pick up Maduro and his wife and bounce. I mean, clearly you're not following any news in Venezuela. Like none. Just like nothing. Zero. Nada. But to be fair, you should not expect it to.
You know, the other reason I can speculate is that these people don't care that bombing is everywhere because it also doesn't impact us, you know, the continental U.S. Because they haven't looked at a map recently, but, you know, Iraq and Jordan are right in front of Israel. So if they don't hit Israel, which would be the intended target, because they actually care about human beings in Israel or Jordan or Iraq or anything like that, where the missiles could end up landing by accident, they don't really give a shit. So they're fine with more bombing, and they don't care that Iran said, hey, we're going to release the most furious attack that's ever been seen. They don't care because they're not there. And they don't care about the people if it hits. That's why they don't care about the children in the schools. That's really sad. They're inside.
Is that a coincidence that the least articulate, most unintelligent people all agree? Look what the Tories put. These men were not alive when inflation was 9.7% a few years ago. How could they remember what Obama did? I literally just went through what Obama did while watching the basketball game. Like, what? They never like Trap, Notorious, Matt Cool, any number of IGB denizens. You gotta like look around and be like sometimes I hear the Democrats speak. People vote about something like, damn, these are the people I vote with. I have to think about it. I don't know, you guys are like listen to y'all, I don't know, I have to vote with. But then I hear y'all side speak. Mr. Wilson, Notorious, Trap earlier, Lil Trump. I'm like, man, my side is like a 2 out of 10. That side like a -8. Like sometimes you just think like I don't know, y'all ever had that feeling? Where it's like, oh man, like I hear Scotty's an inch, or Spears is an inch. And I'm like, I voted this guy. I've been unhinged. You know, and then I'm like, oh, and then the attorney says, these men were not alive when inflation was 9.7% a few years ago. I don't know what Obama did. Literally, while I'm saying what Obama did and what the serious strikes was, I gave the year, I gave the reason, I gave the site of the chemical attack. I talked about the joint resolution or lack thereof that never passed. But he's saying, I can't remember what Obama did. You never look at me and sound like, damn. The other side is dumb, but my side is retarded. You ever think of that? That never hits people. Like, Lil Trump comes in and you're like, wow, Lil Trump, I agree with that guy. Monica starts speaking. You're like, I'm on the same side as Monica. Like, who's our version of Monica? When they start speaking, it's like, I agree with that person.
No, that's that question.
I don't know. Okay. Who would it be?
No, I'm just trying to stop us from, let's see who's on stage.
No, Ashton. Well, I think Ashton. That's what I didn't say that. No, Anthony put in the chat. I mean, the Ashton thing is use Ashton. And I thought you knew why, especially as a medical professional, but that's kind of fucked up. Brooklyn was fine, but why it's kind of fucked up. Okay. I thought there was some ethics and shit. That's nasty. That was like unnecessarily mean, bro. That was crazy. Y'all look nasty. That is so nasty. I'm gonna be honest with you, that might be the nastiest thing I've heard of that. That's really nasty. That's crazy. But motherfuckers don't care. I mean, this the law was so it was crazy. Y'all is that. Oh Lord. I can't believe old dude was 86 though. Like, wow.
So I have a question. I kind of been in and out, so I might have missed it. Did we figure out how long it was going to take Trump to settle the war between Pakistan and Afghanistan? Or we've been wrapped up with Iran?
Yeah, Anthony, did he settle Pakistan, Afghanistan?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. What's the question?
But how long did it take Trump to settle Pakistan-Afghanistan war?
I don't know what you're referring to. I'm happy to go look it up, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Anthony doesn't know that Afghanistan and Pakistan are currently engaged.
Yo, listen. Honestly, I've been disconnected today. As it relates, the big news on my timeline has been this Iran stuff, Afghanistan and Pakistan engagement. I haven't heard anything about it, and I'm confident that it'll be resolved in short order. It might be a little more difficult because of the Supreme Court's decision, but they're ruling on the tariffs. But I'm sure Trump will figure something out.
Okay, do you think tariffs is a leverage against Afghanistan?
It doesn't necessarily have to be a leverage against Afghanistan. Maybe just, getting with Pakistan on the tariffs would have been enough to resolve the issue. I don't think that that tariffs would be a hell of a leverage on Afghanistan at all.
What do we import from Pakistan besides terrorists?
Let's see. Work on the strong
And barely keep the laugh from cutting me out on my.
No, he's still enjoying that action thing. That was nasty. That was nasty. I mean,
that guy's a terrible, terrible human being. Yes, he is. Listen, I don't know what I said more. That's the best way. I have no idea what you're trying to say.
no, I don't face. You know exactly what you said. Yeah, that's right.
Wow, this is crazy. I'm dead ass serious here. But it's all good. I understand. Like, whatever. Anyway, so as it relates to
Brooklyn, you think Brooklyn is as ill-informed and ridiculous as Monica?
Okay. I want you to listen. And all jokes aside, you guys might not believe this. I actually like Brooklyn. I like her. I like her feistiness. I like her fighting spirit. She's not a person that's going to lay down and just, go for bullshit. So I like Brooklyn. I respect her. We don't agree on shit. But, so as to your question, I think she's more woefully uninformed than Monica ever could be. Ever could be. Today she was in this room asking about, are we sure that the Iranians approve of what's going on, and how do we know the Iranians, support what's going on as far as the United States and Israel, what they're doing in their country? Like really, 81%, 81%.
I didn't get off my day.
81% what?
Because I was
Support this shit.
just so I had my
You have a poll up.
This is the number that I heard today.
81%.
81%.
Outfit is going around Iran asking questions and open about whether or not they want the regime to topple. What's the methodology on that?
I honestly don't know. Patrick Bet-David. No, I'll explain it to you where I got it from. Patrick Bet-David, who's Iranian himself. Listen, maybe his numbers are American.
And they said she did nothing about America. So just because you're from completely know something.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that means that he knows. I'm telling you what my source was for the 81%. He could be wrong. He absolutely could be wrong. This is the number that he was pushing, 81%. I don't know where he got it from. If we want to go and try to figure this thing out,
What I got to do with me?
No, you said you were saying that how do we know how the Iranian people feel? But it's odd because your quote data is a number that a podcaster who's been known to lie said. But he's an Iranian. 81% is an insane number.
So Patrick Bet-David's been known to lie.
Oh, for sure.
Well, off the top of your head, you just make the statement. What has he lied about?
So say
He's been known to lie.
I'm sorry. So I've seen him talk about Social Security, like with I think with Sam Seeger and others. Yeah, he just makes stuff up and lies all the time. So he's a classic bullshit. Especially when
He lies all the time. That's what I just heard you say. He makes stuff up and lies all the time. Patrick Bet-David.
and bullshit.
Okay, no problem. All right, cool, no problem.
So where's the poll from?
Told you, I am
am just regurgitating what I heard from them.
So Muslim was the number, but you
Listen, yo, go. Listen, go. You want me to say, right, that I don't have good data on this. I can't say that I have good data. Oh, so man, and I'm happy to admit it. I'm happy to admit 1%. Because I trusted and I continue to trust Patrick and David. You say he lies all the time. He's not a reliable source.
or in the Iran diaspora?
I'm guessing. You know what? That's a good question. Let me not guess. How about I don't know the answer to that question?
I know you don't.
So I'm not even going to
I know
guess.
where the number comes from.
Where are you talking about? The diaspora?
It's the diaspora, it's the exiles.
Okay.
That's where 81% comes from.
All right. So how do you feel about that number? How do you feel about that number? You said, are you going to feel, well, it's kind of skewed because they're out of Iran and that's just
Well, yes, how every diaspora population is there.
all right, cool. And that would be a fair statement. There's nothing wrong with you saying that, and it would make sense. But also at the same time, we do have the protests. We do have all of those bodies that got lined up in the street. Like liberal media, conservative media, consistently I hear over and over again how much the average Iranian person is unhappy. They don't like the regime. I've consistently heard this, but you can take that with a grain of salt. There is no reliable data to say what percentage does or doesn't. So
Maybe there's a third way. Maybe there are people who don't like the regime in its oppressive ways, but also are intelligent enough to know that freedom doesn't come by bombing from the outside, especially Israel. That's what's so odd about this. How American, Trump. Israel is involved. You know how messy that makes it for the region?
Okay, Patrick, Israel's involved, right? Where are those other nations in the region, like, coming to Iran's support? Where are they,
That's not a serious question, is it? It's not a serious question. Oh, God. Wait a minute, you know anything about Islam?
Please, educate me.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not trolling. Please, educate me. I don't know.
You
Please.
know about the Shia-Sunni divide?
Yes, I know. I'm aware of that. So you're saying that it's complicated because it's Israel doing it, but the divide is such that we're not going to hear any other nations, speaking out about it. This is your assertion. Israel.
No, that's not my assertion.
No, I'm asking. It's a question. I'm trying to conceptually understand what your criticism is.
No, you asked the question. You said, where are the other nations coming to their defense? That's what you asked. And I'm speaking out because actually
In the region, the other nations in the region.
Yeah, and some of them did speak out, but they would not. Iran has gone to war with some.
Okay. Which nations have spoken out?
Let me find the list.
Turkey.
There's one.
Nation.
Maybe the most powerful military. Let me second.
Okay, so did Turkey come to their aid? Did Turkey, send any support? What's Turkey done? Because Israel makes it especially messy. The fact that Israel's involved makes it especially messy. I'm looking for the other Muslim nations that are throwing their support behind Iran.
Again, they didn't throw their support around because they are adversaries with Iran. So why would they put their support behind Iran?
Same thing. Iran is 80 to 90% Shia. Shia is like 25 to 27. Nothing to do with my point. It has nothing to do with it. It does not. It does not. Do you think that the Shias and the Sunnis that they would go to war against each other?
Yes.
And you saying that Brooklyn is uninformed? Brooklyn's uninformed, man. Devon, you think Brooklyn's uninformed? Okay, why, Devon? You said that all No, I didn't know. Okay. So racism is a term that's used for classifications of different groups. All right? According to skin color. It's all good. We can agree to disagree. You can feel however you want to. We can get right back to that. I'm happy to sit down and go through that race conversation. All right? But which more do you want to find right now?
I'm trying to respond to what you said. So you said that why didn't they come to their aid? They didn't come to their aid for a couple of reasons. One, many of them are allied with the United States. So it was a U.S.
You were talking about how messy Israel makes
from the perspective of the domestic politics in Iran. So what I'm saying is while they might not have liked the regime, we're talking about people in Iran. We're not talking about people in Doha or Qatar or Oman or Saudi in Riyadh. We were talking about people in Iran. You don't even know the region. That's why it's very hard to have. I'm almost done.
You didn't give any qualifying when you made the statement.
We were talking about all other people.
Oh my God. You did not give a qualifying. Now you're giving a qualifying. Now you're giving some context.
Hello? The whole conversation was about people in Iran.
Okay.
That was the context.
Here's where it gets weird. I'm going to show you where it gets weird. No, time out.
I remember what you said. Your accent comes out more.
No, time. Okay, cool. All of that's great. What I'm saying to you is when I said, where are the other nations that support Iran? Your response I wasn't talking about that. I was just talking about domestically in Iran. You were going to try to prove who supported Iran. That was not your response. This is why you're bullshitting. This is why you're lying. This is why you're lying. I can show how you're lying.
When I made the point about the third space, there are some people who don't like the regime, but they also don't like it being bombed from outside, bombed from freedom. And when Israel is involved, it's messy. The context of that conversation was about people in Iran because we were talking about the polling and the distinction between the diaspora and those in Iran. We were never talking about non-Iranians. So when I said the point about it being messy from Israel, which is true, while a lot of people don't like the regime in Iran, they also don't like Israel.
So my response to your assertion about Israel making it messy was, where are the other countries in the region that support it? So no, stop. One mic. So when I asked you that, the correct response would have been, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking just about the people in Iran. See, now what you do is you try to shift gears. You try to literally shift gears. You're full of shit. I say, you're always lying. This is how you live.
Listen to you, comment.
This is how we move. You got caught with your hand in the cookie jar.
You're really stupid. So you asked me.
Now you're going to say I'm really stupid. You're a liar. I'm a liar. I'm stupid. All right? Because you said that you were just talking about the people that
you cut me off in your room, I'll cut you off. Just like you cut me off, I'll cut you off. I was really fucked up. Just what you want to do with me. When you said, where are the other countries? I was responding to your question, which had nothing to do with what we were talking about. So,
what do you mean? This is direct response to what you said. You're a liar.
It's not.
It was directly a response. Everybody saw it.
Well, I'm
you
not.
are a liar.
Let me be generous. The messiness is from the perspective of the people in Iran. So when I said there's a third space, you can't bomb from the outside, and Israel being involved makes it really messy. I was still talking about the people in Iran, because that's what we were talking about, the 81%. Because you were talking about
where is the other countries in your region that support them?
Let me finish. Let me finish. And so you were saying Brooklyn was dumb, and then your data point was 81%. And then we found out, you guys were a podcaster. You don't know if he was talking about the diaspora people in Iran. You don't know what the methodology was. You don't know exactly what the numbers were saying. Because if it were 81%, that would mean that some 80 million people in Iran are against the regime. This is about 9 million people, a little bit more than that. How much that between 70% and over 80% oppose the current Islamic Republic regime. That's just a quick Google search. Very simple Google search. 70 and over 80%.
Where's it come from?
Yo, listen, you can do the research.
Where's it come from?
Okay, Ben, I am not your toy. You don't tell me what to do. To support my point, I did a quick Google search.
Google search to do. That's insane. This is a man of science. A scholar. Got 21 doors, 25 doors. We're talking about the people in Iran. This is why the other countries come to their defense. He's so uninformed about the region and about the history of the region and what's going on that he thinks I should about other countries. And we're talking about the people interior to the country.
Well, it would make sense that you would get an accurate survey of people living in Iran.
How would anybody believe that?
But it would make sense, right? You would get an accurate read of the citizens of Iran openly saying that they would want the regime to be toppled, yet they are killed for protesting
Right.
openly in the street.
Got it. Yep. I mean, how they conduct the surveys, Mr. Man of Science?
Well, most people in the diaspora have relatives in Iran, so a lot of the surveys that are done, and I'm not sure I believe the numbers that come out, but a lot of them are done that way. It's people in the diaspora that are speaking for people in Iran.
I know. And I'm not saying the number isn't. My point is, it's not as simple as saying they want it and therefore, many of them are afraid of what comes next. By the way, I just Googled it. Anyone know where Anthony got from?
In podcasting.
I just Googled it, since he wanted me to Google it.
Times of Israel.
I just got it. Yeah, got it. And he can't even watch this album out back up. He can't even tell me what the lie is, Russell. It's from some group called the Garment Institute. What is of course he can't come back up. Maybe the original thinker can get it. What is the Garment Institute? He just Googled it.
The CIA can do surveys also. They're everywhere. Yes. So everybody is a survey methodologist. It's all easy because you can Google it. Got it. Okay.
Who funds the Garment Institute, Anthony? Imagine being a thinking person. First of all, he admitted he got a number from Patrick Bet David. He didn't know if it was interior, exterior. He didn't know who conducted it, what it meant. He didn't even know if it was people in the country or the diaspora. And he was using that as evidence to call Brooklyn dumb. And then he didn't know. And then I Googled it, since he said I'll pull my computer up and Googled it. The number comes from something called Garment, which is a U.S.
I'm not taking it from this dude.
I got you. But you just take the fucking all away. You can take whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. Go talk about like some young woman not being married at 27. Right? Go do that. Maybe you find the original thinker. They use online polling, right? With all kinds of sampling bias. It's a U.S. government-funded nonprofit in the Netherlands that openly advocates for regime change. This is a man of science.
That doesn't sound biased at all.
This is a man who just thinks you can just Google it and get an answer because it's on fucking Google. And if it shows up on Google, then it must be true. And then when you go to Google, and you look at like the links from the AI overview, which is what he was reading, comes from the conversation at Reddit.
So my point is, again, you can be against a regime, an oppressive regime, but you don't agree that freedom comes from bombing from the outside, especially with Israel involved. His question was, well, where are the other countries? Well, if you know any basic Islamic history, let alone recent history in the Middle East, you wouldn't ask a dumb question like that. How about those cookie jars? High school diploma cookie jars. You ask the original thinker about Linnaeus. This dude Googles and comes with Linnaeus. He Googles and Grandpa doesn't even know what he's Googling. It's a man of science. Were you here the other day when he said, who's the original thinker of race? And then he Googled it and he mentioned Linnaeus, the Swedish botanist who came up with binomial classification. He didn't know who Linnaeus was. Oh, what a blessing. Stop. It's a man of science. An original thinker. You can tell us where it's at. It's incredible. Linnaeus. That's a good one. It's the confidence. Here's one from Reddit. It's again reciting God. I'm just trying to think, and this is just a, as a thinking person. How do you get that information? Like, how do you conduct that survey? You get it.
You can get the information from me, from Iran. If you have any questions, just put Suruit.
I have a question here. I have a question. How do outside Western groups use VPN and push polls to get scientifically sound polling data?
Okay, for the especially
outside of major cities, none of which Anthony could name.
Okay, that is not their only source. If you continue to pursue the chain of data during the last couple of years, the trend of immigration has been changed, and they are seeing us and monitoring us continuously. I think that you don't have the full picture of the situation because it is natural. You are living in the real time.
That's not how they get the surveys. That's just how they get the surveys. I don't have any picture.
I can give you the authentic information that you cannot find any problem in that, and it can stand the test of time. But you can question the credibility because that is your expertise. Okay, but I can give you some authentic ideas that you can see it during the time pattern. When it is not true during, for example, 1 year from now, I don't give any political opinion anymore because I am giving my political opinions in the last years in the clubhouse. You can see how we reacted during those times. Okay, we are not some people who are placed on the ground. We were living here before we have background before that. We can explain about that. Maybe a lot of those can make it some clarification that you cannot even believe.
What I said, Anthony, is that in medieval England, they were treated as a racial group. The term that we would use for a racial group, because race, before the modern era, simply meant a sort of people that could be sorted together as such. And so when they were expelled in the 13th century, for instance, they were treated as what we call a race. That's what I said. This is basic stuff. It's like high school stuff.
Until Anthony finds out that people could be racialized in ways that don't involve race.
It's not even.
May I share one experience that
was the most shocking one during learning English. I was watching Breaking Bad, which was a very unique and good series for me to learn English and practice that. One of the points that was very wondering for me was about one party that was being held by the student of that chemistry teacher. And they were using the rock and they were thinking that we want to kill them just because they are Americans. I think that is some kind of deep misunderstanding that even the directors of these big series are not aware of the details in that situation. I got really sorry for myself that we could have not introduced ourselves during our lifetime, so you could have made a better picture out of us. Because these new laws have made
Really trying to it's like Breaking Bad have to do with anything.
What is that that she said?
I learned that from Breaking Bad.
So he said,
What?
I mean, as wild as that may be, there's a lot of things people did from television. But it's not just that. For example, there is another series. There's a lot of things that Chicago PD based on television, American media is forecast all over the place. I mean, just wait to find out what they think of black people because of television. It's a little upset.
I was gonna be paying out dollars attention to Blowfish had asked niggas said my name, and then this man talking about Breaking Bad. What is happening? Y'all all over the place.
Wait, who's Blowfish? Brooklyn, who's Blowfish and athlete? I just need to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to put a name on it? He started.
No, because
I was minding my business.
You said the name. That's all. Brother, like season 2, this is when people, season 2, maybe season 3, this is when I or somebody else might give like some sources for people to look up, but it's not even worth it. It's not. Imagine thinking that conceptions of group classification and sorting, whether it's nation, whether it's religion, which what we now call race, only started with an original thinker, with the contact with black people. So-called black people. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. And imagine being Anthony, a man of science, acting like you know anything about medieval England or medieval Europe, child. But it's the confidence from me. It is the confidence, the speed at which someone can Google something and then just read it off and think that they understand the thing that they swear that they now know. He's asking now how many racial categories are there. It depends on the thinker. That's exactly what it depends on the thinker, it depends on the century, depends on the period, it depends on the region.
No.
So contemporaneous
Always a
universal law. That's right. Universal law. That's right. I mean, there were contemporaneous thinkers in Germany who writing back to each other who had a different number.
May I ask you a question?
Like he said, no, you cannot. Just like he knows who Blumenbach is. Like, what's that? I was at Bible service about the wood hanging out the other day, and I had to leave, so I go read Blumenbach. That's why. Let's say anything I love listening to Anthony, Lord's poetical, and it's the late German Enlightenment. It's the late German Enlightenment. Lord, early it's time. Don't get started. I knew the Germans were coming. And the Germans are here. question about Shia and Sunni either. I don't believe that.
Well, where did that question come from? What was the original thinker?
If he's not part of the issue right now,
Yeah.
I'd love to see any of these dudes on neutral ground. It is neutral ground. Just say what you need to say. Well, I don't have a group. I mean, yeah, why don't you and brother? You and brother go back and forth in the history of racialization in the West.
Let's go on neutral ground. Let's go in the room. No green beans. I'm happy to sit down and talk to you about any subject, man. I really want to cook you. All right? I'd love to be in a room. Me and you. No green beans. No green beans. Me and you, man. Let's go ahead and do this. You don't have to do that.
Because you be yelling.
Okay, Ben, how about we take turns being on the stage by ourselves? Nobody yelling at no one. You have X amount of time, I have X amount of time.
You were in the audience. He just finished after shoot the film already.
Politically correct?
He said,
Politically correct?
he said that Anthony is fair.
Nobody interrupts is fair.
Yo, I said nobody, listen, not the super friends. We got the super friends that, that are martyred up.
It's only me and liberal. It's only me and liberal. So
yeah, the super friends. The super friends. Exactly.
in the audience. Oh, my.
Alright, there you go. Alright, there you go. So we'll do racialization, Jews, and medieval England. We'll start there. How about that?
Okay. This is not neutral ground. I'm not doing this in this room. I'm good. If you want to go with this,
You know I'm a fair person. I really do take that. I take that as disrespect. Because you know I'm fair.
Sandra, you can take it however you want to. I've never disrespected you. You can take it however you want to. I take it as disrespect if you say I'm disrespecting you. That's why.
But this is the thing. You know I'm fair. I actually knew you before I knew him.
That doesn't mean anything. You monitor him every single day. This room is called politically correct. We have random mods jumping in here right now.
So, JD, I gotta drop you for a second.
Dropping JD. You don't have to drop JD. This is not going to happen in this forum. There's no need to drop JD. It's not happening in this forum. Listen.
No.
I've never run. Never will. We've been there. We've been there.
All right, well, who in here do you trust to mod? Just pick some random person.
I don't trust anybody in here. I want a room that has no affiliation with me or you. That's what I want.
Well, why not just wait, what does the name of the club have to do with whether or not it'll be fair? I'll be at the bottom.
All right, like I said, we have random people popping in here that are modded. We have people that you mod with every single day. I'm in a hostile environment.
What makes it hostile?
Hey, dude, you've already moved me to the goo. You threatened to kick me out of the room.
So,
You already did that, bro.
That doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you can cook.
What do you mean that doesn't have anything? That has everything to do with it.
It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you can cook me in the debate.
Go.
It's based off your
You
knowledge.
already moved me to the goo and threatened to kick me out the room. You let some troll on for 20 minutes. Uninterrupted. What you do with me?
What's it have to do
You
with the
called
debate?
me.
What's it have to do with the debate?
Yo, it has to do with this room. I'm not fucking with it. I'm happy to meet you. If you don't understand this, I can't explain it to you.
You open up just a regular public room, all go in there. You open it.
I'm not opening the room. I'm not opening not true either.
Anthony, do you want me to open up new approved Democratic Party? You used to mind in there? I'm not going there.
I don't understand how if I'm at the bottom and only he's speaking and you're not speaking, what the hell of the room has to do with anything. I don't get it.
Tiandra, go ahead and open the room.
There you go. And remember, the first topic is Jews in medieval England.
You're not calling the shots on what the fuck we talking about, nigga. You're definitely not calling the shots. What I said, I made an assertion. The assertion I made was that on an all-black planet, you don't have racism. On an all-white planet, you don't have racism.
Okay.
That was my assertion, motherfucker. Tiandra, go ahead and make up a roll. I'm happy to come and meet this motherfucker anywhere. And we can do this, motherfucker.
You were like 300
Bitch ass nigga for real. Let's do it. Bitch ass nigga. Let's do
like
it.
a 300-pound 55-year-old.
Yeah. That's what you think, nigga. That's what you think. Motherfucker. You don't know shit about me, motherfucker.
Listen to me.
I'm happy to cook you in a room. I'm happy, motherfucker. Bitch ass motherfucking nigga.
Listen to him. This is his life.
Yes.
He's so excited.
Yes. Okay, you go ahead and do this. Go ahead and do this, motherfucker.
1 second. Before we do the room, let's do the rules, though. Okay? So let's agree on some rules. No ad hominem attacks. No personal attacks. None of what you just did. You got it.
You didn't just have any personal attacks. You don't constantly personally attack people. You're full of shit.
In the next room.
You're full of shit. You're full of shit. Yo, we're in the fucking terror dome. We just go, you say what the fuck you say, I say what the fuck I say.
You know that your fat ass about to have a heart attack. You better calm down.
Yeah, it's all good, yeah. Like I said, let it be the terror dome.
I hope you
Let it be that. Let it be that. We need rules. We need rules. We need rules. Faggot.
Anthony, you need to calm down.
It's fat ass.
I'm good, Tiandra. I'm good. Yo, really and truthfully, this motherfucker does bullshit all the fucking time. He does it, and I'm happy to go into a room with him. He's not going to do his bullshit in that fucking room.
Listen to him.
He ain't.
Listen to him.
I'm not ad hominem attacks as the ad hominem attacks.
I'm talking about the
bitch ass nigga for real.
I'm fine with ad hominem attacks. I'm talking for the debate.
Okay, then be fine with it. So why you trying to get the fucking room, bitch?
That's what I'm saying. For the debate. Your old fat ass about to die.
Oh my God, yo, listen. I'm happy to cook you on any topic. Let's go. I'm not dealing with your ground rules. I'm not marching to your fucking drum. Fuck you.
I got it.
Fuck you. It's all the above. It's all the above. It's whatever it is.
Listen to him.
But
It's whatever it is. It's all the above. Don't count no fucking please.
But Anthony, to be fair, even duels have rules. So like we need
Tiandra, this is what I'm talking about. All right? We don't mean it's the terror dome. It's the terror dome. We're banging. We're debating. We're banging. We're letting it all hang out. That's what the fuck we're doing.
I'm not doing
All right?
I'm debating.
Do what the fuck you want to do then.
All right, we can go in the room.
If you don't want to ad hominem attack, then don't ad hominem attack. But you do it all day in this fucking room.
I know, but we're not debating.
You throw rocks and you try to hide your hands like a faggot you are.
Okay. You done eating the rocks, fat boy?
Yo, a cool story. Guess what's you couldn't survive outside. You would be food.
What does that mean?
You can only exist in a certain sphere. You can't go anywhere. You can't walk on the blocks.
What blocks?
They would let you go. Niggas would cook you. You fucking fool.
Who cares?
You're not an adaptable nigga.
So what?
You're the nigga that would get slapped.
So what?
That's who the fuck you are. You're a fucking cornball.
So are you.
Fuck you. You're a whole bitch ass nigga for real.
I got
And
you.
you get cooked.
Gotcha.
You don't fit in, though.
I don't fit in where?
You don't fit in. Besides your little high society group of people, you talking about, where have you been to a Martha's Vineyard? Nigga, I piss on you.
Listen to me.
Fuck.
You haven't seen
You
me.
don't fit in where? You're a fucking faggot. You're a metrosexual ass nigga.
Metrosexual. Okay, keep going.
Yes.
And you know,
What does it
Patty's here, you gonna run and cry like a bitch when Patty's here like you always do?
Yo, I do not interact. I do not interact.
Like a bitch when Patty's
I
here?
don't cry like a bitch. I don't interact.
You know with Patty, y'all still meet up? You still meet up with Patty?
I have no problem meeting up with Patty.
You still
I
meet
don't
up?
interact. I've never disrespected Patty.
Let me guess. You met up to get food.
What are you talking about, bro? Yeah, Patty paid for my food. Yeah, sure.
Patty was $300 for your fat ass.
Yeah, she sure did. She sure did. Patty paid for my food. She sure did.
How fat was he really, Patty?
Yeah.
280.
So let me give Patty some clarity. So the reason why Jan wasn't modded.
Hold on, TG. Hold on,
Okay.
Keep yelling and calling me faggot and stuff. Keep going, bro. Do you think? So you wanted to debate on the existence of race and racism in an all-black or all-white, we would not call all-black or all-white society. But instead he just wants to bang and crash out. Everybody hear that? This man is...
You're more than welcome to go and create the room, and if you want to do this, we can do it. If you don't want to do it, if you're selling wolf tickets, then you're selling wolf tickets. If you want that life, we can do this, go. It's up to you.
Wait a minute.
If you really want to do this, I'm happy. Tiandria, you're welcome. I got enough respect and trust for you that I will go into your space that you create, and me and Dope can go back and forth on it. Alright? That's it. All that other shit is noise.
Got you. So now the Patty's here, he's behaved. So you're worried about...
That faggot nigga. It ain't got shit to do with Patty being here. Fuck you, big ass faggot nigga.
Patty's here, I'm gonna speak. Patty's here, I can't speak. But he hangs out on the block. His big old fat ass is on the block. Imagine being the guy who makes fun of
you. Can't walk on the block. You can't, go. You are food, man. Listen, man. You are food. You are food.
But dogs?
Food.
What are you saying?
For the niggas on the block. You a nigga refuse food? Go. You don't matter. You know what's crazy? Do you disrespect black men? The way you talk shit about black men?
Yeah,
You're faggot.
underachieving. They underachieving. Do you disagree?
Well, I wasn't saying anything because Patty was here.
See,
I wasn't saying nothing because Patty was here.
Excuse me. Don't insult everybody. I'm in the mood.
Look, I'll put a battery in this back now. So, let me just say this. Being able to survive on the block at our big age is not like something to aspire to. I don't want to live on the block. And what's funny is that usually Anthony's the one making fun of the community. Anthony's the one talking about the degenerate antisocial behavior. Now he's saying being amongst and surviving amongst them. What are you doing? Why are you interrupting? Shut up. Shut up
on me.
Shut up. You always make fun of the community because you use the term community when you do it.
You use the term community. I say the so-called black community. That's what I say. I say the so-called black community.
You say community.
Me use the word community. I don't.
You just lie. Now you're lying. Now you're lying.
Constantly say it all the time. Black community.
You say it all the time. You say that you know the
black
community.
The so-called black community.
Anyway. So now it's a virtue being able to be among thugs and criminals. Like, I don't know why you think I would be insulted by you saying I wouldn't want to. I'm old, not as old as you, or as fat. And so,
nice to post your picture. How tall are you, Go?
6'3", almost 6'4".
Why don't you post your picture, Go?
Because I don't want to. I'm not trying to pick up anybody in that.
Alright, it's all good. Listen, you know exactly what I'm going to do. It's all.
You know what you're going to do?
You know exactly what I'm going to do.
Wait, is this a threat? Are you threatening? Do you have to call the
I don't threaten nobody. I don't threaten anybody. I never
Look, I'm not. I'm watching the game. I'm chilling.
What game you watching, man? Anthony, none of that matters. Have a debate. You already got all the banging out.
Yeah, I want to have the debate.
Let's have a debate, bro. None of that. You got it, bro. What game you watching, man? What game you watching?
Whatever. But I'm not playing by no rules that he sets. And it's what I said. Can they set the rules? Can they set the rules?
Just no banging because you know it's a craft job. We're not gonna be able to. You know the debate's not gonna happen.
What is the debate on? What is the debate on?
Hold up.
We can always be one of us on the stage at a time. That's all.
Hey, there you go. Hey, that's that. Anybody want to bet? Anybody want to bet some money? Hey, hold up, bro. No, that's actually.
There was a topic as well.
Replay or no replay?
Replay. What do you need a replay for, man? Like, you're gonna listen to it later? You gonna listen to it later?
Yeah, I do. I want to know.
I'm just asking.
Let us run the show, Monica.
Oh, well, you don't got it bad.
No, I just said that. Come on, y'all. And this shit was moving, and y'all just calm.
Tatiana, you're on the
Monica,
I'm assisting.
yeah, assist that.
I got what Monica got.
She's assisting you. She assist that. Hey, so straight up, no banging, straight up.
What topic?
To Anthony's point, one person on the stage, top it up. That might be a little bit of weird debate because the back and forth might go.
What's the topic, JD? What's the topic, though?
I don't even know anything about the topic.
He came up with a topic.
I think between Dan and Anthony, it's two contrasts of styles. So it may make a good fight. But I'll tell you what, I got my money on them. I'll tell you them all. Now, I'll put my money on Dan.
We talking about money.
We talking about money. We ain't talking about the art shit.
I'll say this.
I love Anthony, but I think if we get to certain topics, Dan's gonna grind and chew him up, man. I'm telling you.
That's fun.
Don't insult me. I do have a topic that might be worth the discussion. The four main issues facing the Black community today.
There is some breaking news, and as much as I agree with Anthony, it is breaking through. And as much as I agree with Anthony, Goat is one of the best.
What's the news?
The news is Aleph is not in charge. The vice president is being displaced. There is now already a power vacuum, and they are now wrestling for control inside Iran because they don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, that's not breaking. I think everybody predicted that.
It's breaking. It just happened. There are 40 officials. There are 40 officials dead. Now the leaders of the intel, and there is suspected that there is a general that did not attend the meeting. The Wall Street Journal. You should read it, man. It's amazing. They were not supposed to strike during the day. That was not planned. There was a meeting that came together, 3 different intelligence meetings that came together, and they decided that to take it because it was a target of opportunity. So that's why they struck during the day. There was
we talked about it an hour ago after you.
Okay, I'm sorry. There was one general. I can't say his name correctly. Kawani, who was supposed to be, who suddenly did not show. They believe that meeting in the Thought region inside that tipped all this off. But it is an absolutely incredible strike when you take all the people that have been eliminated here. All the best. Right away.
Thank you.
Yo, Trent, appreciate the information. Listen, man, I don't think that anybody from the regime that just got decimated really wants to jump in that hot seat. I really don't think they want that smoke, but God, they do.
I'll say this, Andy. I heard this won't last more than a week.
What is this? What is this?
The fight in Iran. This is they're this has been an unbelievable display of firepower from Israel and the U.S. And I don't see how this goes on past Wednesday at best.
Okay. So Tom Cotton, who I believe chairs intelligence and is a U.S. senator, he's different than you, but you got better information than him. So
I was just listening to the security analyst on CNN.
you listen to a security analyst on CNN.
Yes. I was just listening to a security analyst on CNN or something like that, and he was essentially saying this was an epic strike. And Patty, shout out to your work in the military. I mean, this was a I didn't know. Shout out to the people who serve in the military, though. Do you know what the military is?
No, I don't. What is the military?
You don't know what the military is? Okay.
Break it down.
It's what just took out Maduro and took out Khomeini, and the world's a safer place. You know?
You think so? You think the world is safer now than it was 24 hours ago?
Yeah, I think the world's safer now. But I don't know. Maybe
Dubai definitely is not safer than it was.
Wait a minute. Hold on. There are people and targets being. You know what? You got it.
I know.
You got it. It's definitely safer. It's definitely safer. The hotels and the airports being blown up. Definitely safer. Go ahead and run. Go sit down and get a drink.
Go sit down. Hey, it's like they're
Go get a drink. Go ahead, go get a drink.
No.
Yeah, go get a drink. Go get a drink. Oh, you're stay. You're not going to talk.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. There is a time when we need to take a step back and say that as much as I disagree with President Trump and the way he goes about things, had any other president done something of this magnitude without one loss of life of an American life that I know that this.
How do you know that?
Because there has not been a reported casualty of American or isn't really servicemen, but we do have a death in Israel. And sad for the other side and the innocent civilians that have died, because hundreds of them.
Fuck them. You don't care about them.
No, I do care about them.
You do.
But to sit here and not say that what has just happened in the past 12 hours is not astounding and something that we should be proud of as Americans, I think it's I go basically say it's shameful to not give the people the credit for planning this out and who got rid of a very terrible person.
So if I disagree and I believe that it was an illegal action, if I disagree and it creates a power vacuum of a country of some 90 million people, if I disagree because I know that I've been told by the people who care about me that they have terror networks all over the Lakers just ran the Golden State Network. They've got terror networks all over the world. If I look at what's happening in Saudi, in Doha, Qatar, in UAE, Dubai, etc., it's shameful for me not to be proud of that.
And I think it's shameful not to be.
One second, sir. And then you also said that the world is safer. Now, I can agree with you. In the long run, the world could be safer. But anybody right now, you got evacuations all over. Are you following the news? You're already on Twitter. No, I have evacuations all over. Airports are being evacuated. Embassies are being shot at. There's bombing in Tel Aviv. A lady died. But you're saying, there's many people in bomb shelters. But you're saying the world is safer now?
I think the world's a safer place, and I think the people of our are safer. And again,
So right now, the world is safer, or you think in the long run it could be safer?
in the long run,
I think we should be a little bit more nuanced, Trent. I think it can go either way. I think it can go either way. You know, God forbid, you know. All right, cool. What I'm saying is, from my perspective, I don't think we can tell yet that this is safer, better, you know, the best thing since sliced bread. I do commend Trump for his audacity. I do commend them for executing, you know, like a brilliant strike. You know, the possibilities that we have now didn't exist, you know, X amount of time ago. So there's possibilities now. Does it mean it's going to go a certain way? You just never know. It's too early to tell. But, you know, I know that demon is out of power. It is what it is.
So if the idea is that they were the world's #1 state funder of terror, getting rid of, quote, that demon, what does that do to the terror cells? Are they now all of a sudden inactive?
well, the fact that Hezbollah and Hamas and Houthis haven't been active is very telling.
I think yes, because it's a bomb. Yes, because Iran is carrying out the bombing. Why would Hamas be involved? Hamas is pretty much
The
done.
Iraqis are not getting involved likely because I think there's been deals made. But when I didn't recognize that 40 officials, including the defenseman, I knew the defense minister was there, Mohammed Parko, the commander of the IGRC ground forces, is there. Al-Shaqani, the Secretary and Supreme National Security Council, is dead. Zahad, the military coordinator with Hamas, is dead. And 40 other officials. This is incredible. I mean, again, I'm going to say it again. For a first strike in any military,
They were all meeting in the same place, Trent.
well, stupid fucking thing.
I know, they actually made a mistake. I mean, you didn't know that until recently. We talked about it. They actually made a mistake.
Yeah,
They made a huge mistake, so it wasn't this thing that you were saying. They actually made a big mistake.
There wasn't one place. They were meeting in 3 different places.
Yeah, they made a mistake. I know. I read about it. We know, Trent. You're repeating stuff we know.
And so to not step back for a second and say, this was fucking incredible.
What is incredible?
The fact that you took out 40 officials of a top military in the world.
They're not a top military in the world.
Oh my God. Okay, whatever.
But I do think it was incredible. I mean, at the level of intelligence gathering and all that stuff, yeah, I thought it was good. It doesn't make me proud as an American. I think a president bombing a place in the name of democracy, I don't support that. And because I'm not a neoconservative, and I've learned the lessons from the neoconservative. That's what Donald Trump said in his speech. Right? So once again, I'm not proud of that. But in terms of like the military side and all that, the United States is always very good at that stuff. Yeah, that was fantastic. I
don't think we knew where this was. I think if you told Biden,
they weren't below ground. They just bombed them.
Okay. If you told Biden that you could take out the Ayatollah and all these folks and not lose any American lives, so far, I don't know who doesn't take them
I
out.
don't think any president does, because I think other presidents learned from the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan. That's the difference. Iran is different. Hold on, Jay Fresh. I know it's worse. They're more powerful than Iraq and Afghanistan and have way more people. I mean, the thing that's going to happen, the thing that could happen, which you're not interested in, I guess we will. There could be a crazy refugee crisis in a year's time, like a crazy refugee crisis. Have you thought about what that would do? All these Shia running into these Sunni countries, what would that do? But you know what's Russia's doing right now? Russia just hold on a second, Trent. Trent, you thought about the possibility of a refugee crisis? You just
civil war.
They didn't have a massive civil war in Venezuela. They have a refugee crisis. What's going on?
I do know that they have that.
Right. So you don't need to have a massive civil war to have a refugee crisis. What are you saying?
I don't anticipate that this will be a refugee crisis. That's just my take right now. I'm not saying that it couldn't, and I agree with you, Anthony. It's early. We should pull back.
Can I say something? Just a second, please.
Hang on, Jay Clutch. I agree with it's early, but I think Kamala Harris's statement was misplaced.
What did she say? I think I saw it, but what did she say? She said she was against regime change.
She was against regime change and these sort of things. And I
thought we were all against regime change up until now. I thought we were all against regime change. But we had a movement. Hold on. Should I play the clip of a bunch of Trump officials who were against regime change, including Trump? Should I play the clips of Donald Trump saying the reason why Barack Obama's bombing is because he's a bad negotiator? Or will bomb, rather?
Trump speaks out both sides of his mouth. We know we both agree with that.
It wasn't just Trump. Tulsi Gabbard said it. J.D. Vance said it. They
all speak out both sides of their mouth.
So why would Kamala Harris saying she's against regime change? If they all say it, be wrong.
I'm saying her statement, and I can't go verbatim in totality, but I think she jumped the gun. Because right now, when I look
at
gun? She jumped the gun on what is taking place. And so, to Anthony's point, yes, it's early. But as I learn more about how much of this leadership has been taken out and how much the Iranian forces have been degraded so quickly and so fast, I would not recommend any politician jumping out and saying that this wasn't good, because at this very moment, this is going very, very well. Obviously, things can change in a heartbeat. I'll say this.
So less than a day in. Let me read what she wrote. Let me be clear. I'm opposed to.
He wants to talk about China also. You understand? They're providing everything.
Let me be clear.
It's bigger than you think.
Let me be clear. I'm opposed to a regime change war in Iran, and our troops are being put in harm's way for the sake of Trump's war of choice. This is a dangerous and unnecessary gamble with American lives that also jeopardizes stability in the region and our standing in the world. What we are witnessing is not strength, it is recklessness dressed up as resolve. That was shameful. She put her foot in her mouth. What was wrong with that statement? Sounds like what Trump's people would have said.
That's not the totality of it.
I'm just reading it off X.
I mean, it's a lot more than that. I mean, that's
Hold on.
Yeah, good.
She said she's well aware of the threat that Iran poses and agrees they must never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, but this is not the way to dismantle that threat. She said Trump was a liar from the presidential campaign, saying that he would end wars rather than start them. And she also called him out for saying he obliterated Iran's nuclear program last year. Yeah, that's another lie. And let's be clear-eyed about what comes next. The president has already said this conflict may produce American casualties. Our troops serve a commander-in-chief who approaches decisions on matters of war and peace with the same steadiness and resolve. Our troops show every day under the Constitution of the United States, the president must receive authorization from Congress to enter a war. Yeah, 6 pages. I'm not going to read it all. Okay, so which part were you especially offended at?
I agree with her on getting the authorization.
Which part of it were you against?
The totality of the statement, and when she says that essentially the president should take action in this case. And I would tell any politician, I would hold my fire. Right now, especially when things are rolling like they are, I would hold my fire before I set out with criticism in what right now at this moment in knowledge, it ain't even the first quarter ain't even over. But at this point, the U.S. is up 21-0. And
What intelligence do you have that the former vice president doesn't have? Just break it down for me.
the fact that 40 of their top officials are dead.
You don't know that she knows. That's what you have, and she knows that.
Actually, I don't know if she knew that at that time. But if she wrote that earlier, and I'll know that that all this had come out.
We knew that about 8 hours ago.
It's 100% guaranteed, like their top official are dead.
So you know what she knows that we don't? Can you name one regime change that has been successful in history as an outcome of aerial bombardment? Name one. One successful regime change that was solely
The expectation is that the Iranian people are going to be enacting their own regime change, and what we have done is simply decapitated the head of the snake. No one expects the United States from the air to do regime change. That's just a facetious argument. I'm sorry.
What do you mean?
So hold on,
What do you mean regime change? What do you mean? It's already done. Facetious. 1 second. What do you mean?
What I mean,
We've already done regime change. They don't know what they mean by regime change yet. They mean ending the theocracy.
okay, well, I thought what you meant by regime change is both step one, ending the theocracy, and step two, installing someone else. And those two things don't necessarily have to be done from the air. However, it looks like the first step was successfully done from the air.
So
What was
regime
what?
change accomplished?
No, no, I didn't say that. To me, regime change. Well, one second. Finish. 1 second. One moment with your special accent.
Oh, you're not going to say that.
Oh, no. Not anything on me or look.
Both of those people in your PTR, you're not going to do that. You're not doing that. No, you can get fucked up. No, that was fucked up, bro. Why would you make fun of him like that? That was insane.
What are you talking about? You just interrupted me, so I just made a joke. What's up?
You making fun of somebody's accent with his special accent. Do you know what I'm saying? What's going on?
I thought I was doing a British accent. What? Whatever, dude. Come on.
Nah, man, you gotta chill. That's too much.
All right.
That's too much. All right, have a good night. God bless you.
You said I'm not like. No, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen more. Like we gave a fuck. Yeah, right, bro. I'll listen because if I'm on top of life, this can get ugly.
So again, no, it's not accurate because obviously implied in the regime change part is people doing things. It's obviously part of it, not just you bomb somebody and there's a new thing pops up. Because Trump did you listen to Trump's speech today?
Yeah,
last night. Okay, cool. So he laid out the process.
I don't say he laid out the process. I don't say
He did lay out the process.
He said that there was going to be regime change. I didn't get like a process for regime change.
So you didn't listen to it. So you didn't listen to it. The people are supposed to take the government. He claimed it.
That part I heard, right?
Yeah,
and I appreciate. I agree. To me, that's not a process.
It is.
But no, I believe.
Isn't that what the Americans did? How did the Americans do it?
Well, that is how the Americans did it. I believe that the Iranian people will likely overthrow the theocracy. I believe that the momentum now is on their side, and I believe that they are going to lose, according to some of these people who are experts on collusion, that they are going to lose air supremacy much faster than previously thought. And I think once they do, once you don't have any cover, you can be hit from anywhere. This thing falls down very, very quickly. I could be wrong. Again, like I said, first quarter is 21-0. But damn it, if the quarterback don't.
Dude, the sports analogies are disgusting, bro. Just, do something.
I was just giving sports analogies. I need to stop. Never mind, Scott.
It's disgusting. There are people's lives involved.
We were just talking, whatever.
Neoliberal, you still here? I want to talk about regime change. So, from your perspective, right, what's the standard we need to meet in order for there to be regime change?
Well, at least the IRGC and the theocracy will have to go, there has to be. Well, let's go with the plan that the Depot levy supporters have, right? Transitory government, right? And let's stop there. That's enough.
Okay, so let's say that the theocracy stays, but their approach completely changes. Let's say there's more freedom for the average person. Let's say they give up all nuclear ambitions. Let's say they're more cooperative with the United States and Israel.
Yeah.
Would you consider that to be regime change?
No.
Okay. I would think it is, but I guess we just disagree. That's fine.
I mean, definitionally, it's not regime change. It can be better, right?
I understand what you're saying. To me, right, from my perspective, the regime change happened when their leader, the head of their regime, died. That was regime change. Now, what comes after him, even if they are affiliated with the same, party, the same
regime is a regime because it's not a single leader.
But who's behind Iran? Like, you understand? Who's behind the
So, no, time out, bro. I'm trying to get through something here with it, just real quick. All right. So, if you have like a king, would you consider like a king to be, his monarchy to be a regime?
A monarchy would be continuous succession chain, right? Of that monarch and his family, right? And with monarchies, things get blurry. It's a continuous regime, right?
Got it. So we can agree to that. No problem. I see your point, and we can agree to that. However, I think it more so has to do with the way the head of the state, the way he's aligned, the way he thinks. If the new head of state thinks radically differently from the old, if the new king thinks radically different from it could be the son, the prince becomes king. I look at that as regime change. I look at it as the ideas that are leading that regime. If those ideas radically change, I look at that as regime change.
Sure, if it's okay for the sake of the conversation, right? Definitionally, like yes, if it's a radically different regime, but it's in the same line of succession. Let's say, for the sake of argument, it's a different regime. How is that happening in Iran?
I'm not saying definitively that this will be happening.
No, I know.
I'm just saying that the possibility now exists.
Iran would defeat US, to be honest.
The United States government put out CIA assessment. CIA assessment was that in case of Ali Khamenei's death, the people who will take power would be IRGC hardliners. This is assessment of U.S. owned government released today or yesterday.
Okay. So Nico, just to be fair, right? Those hardliners, given what happened to the last group of hardliners, may not end up in power. They may not even want to end up in power.
Disagrees.
It's only one
all right. So if you ask the CIA when Russia, it depends. Look, the CIA has been wrong before. It could be wrong about this. Look, I'm approaching this thing with an open mind. I'm willing to see how things develop.
Sure, we can have an open mind and also consider that CIA might be right. I'm not saying they're always right, but it's a piece of evidence that is in public that we should consider, right?
I mean, US is.
We're not far apart at all. As Russia, I have an optimistic point of view. I think that the forces that the United States are bringing to bear, that Israel's bringing to bear, I would hope that they have some kind of plan to push things in a certain way. Does that mean it's going to work out the way they hope it does? Obviously they had some like stellar intelligence to them all at the same damn time. It's like they must have some really good intelligence. And it'll be interesting to see how things play out.
Did they have good intelligence on Greenland? Like, it seems I'm just asking. Did they have good intelligence on Greenland or on like does other policies of Donald Trump seem particularly intelligent?
There's things that Donald Trump's doing that I agree with wholeheartedly, and there's things that I vehemently disagree with. It's,
And this is one that you agree with. Keep playing with me, Anthony. Alright. I get the conversation over to you. See you later. I'm tired of these stupid ass people. He got so much to say. You don't even know what the hell he's talking about. Making comments that don't even make fucking sense. What the hell's going on here?
I think people are missing the bigger issue of what actually transpired in the last 72 hours, though. So, for the past 8 months, the U.S. military integrated Anthropic, which most people know is cloud code, into all military intelligence systems. Now, the challenge is Anthropic allowed their model to do more things than we could do. So even if we're paid subscribers and we have the highest paid subscription rate, we can only do certain things with it before there are guardrails. And guardrails are where they build wrappers around the model. So if you ask it, hey, how do I build like a nuclear reactor in my house, it's not going to tell you that, right? So Anthropic put these guardrails on. And so the military at least started building everything into it.
Okay, so you know the story, but you get to the point you're making, so...
Well, maybe not everybody does, so I'm just trying to provide context. So what's happened is, in the last 48 hours, Anthropic decided they're not going to release the final guardrails on full autonomous intelligence. So Trump said, screw them, they're woke. Hegseth said, we are now going to classify Anthropic as a national security threat. And immediately went to OpenAI, aka ChatGPT, and they said, we'll give you everything you want. So what they're going to do now is they're going to remove, over the next 6 months, all the Anthropic coding integrations and put it into AI on OpenAI. The interesting thing there is it's going to be fully autonomous. So you're going to have the drones making the full decisions. So there was a little movie that came out back in the 80s called Terminator. There's this thing called Sky.
Can we stop?
Well, I mean, listen, whoever has the accent, if you, the white guy, if you want to like challenge me, I'm free to. I mean, feel free to challenge me because I've only been working in AI for 10 plus years now. I probably have far more expertise than you do, but if you would like to continue to be negative with me, while maybe others can have a benefit, maybe you can shed some light on why you're so superior in your internal mindset. Oh, feel free, go ahead, sir.
No. Please continue. This was educational.
Yeah, he's on your Well, we're heading for a fully autonomous system. So everything has guardrails in it now. It's all going agentic AI, which is multi-step AI. So it's not just prompting, hey, tell me something, and it does something. It's stringing those together. And now the entire U.S. government and all of its quote-unquote allies are literally going to go all in on this to where all of their systems are completely autonomous. They're making the decisions with zero guardrails.
Can you connect how this connects to Iran at all?
No, one second.
Yeah.
It's okay, one second.
James,
One second. James, can you tell me about effective altruism.
Okay, so you learned the word when FTX came out. That's when you learned what that word was. That's when the majority of people learned what effective altruism is. As if that's some magical thing, right? So until when FTX came out and started saying it, that's when you learned about it.
Okay, but
Do I learn about
what
it?
is it? What does it matter where people learned it? What is it?
What does it mean to you? And what does it matter what I think it means?
I think it's relevant contextually to the conversation. Don't you think it is?
Sounds strange.
Don't you think it's relevant to the conversation?
And how do you feel it's relevant?
Well, I think it's relevant because a lot of the employees of Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, and all of the AI labs that are paid a lot of money are in some ways affiliated, not directly maybe, but hang out in effective altruist and care about existential risk and care about AI alignment issues. Don't you think so?
Do I think they care about AI? Okay, that's a very generalized statement. Do I think they care about AI alignment in what regard?
Well, this has been a very general conversation, so
do they care about vanilla ice cream? What does that have to do with this?
well, I think AI alignment has a lot to do with
Well, what
the
specific
story that you were alluding to with
No, specific.
Defense Department. It's exactly isn't producing autonomous weapons using the AI technology directly relevant to the AI alignment? Isn't that?
Please try to say to your buddy, he's asking if all of this stuff.
Actually, give me a second. So, Jameson, James, don't you think AI alignment is relevant to the story about Department of War. It's not defense and or Department of War posture against Anthropic.
You mean alignment to where it's good or alignment to where it's bad? What's your subjective meaning to it?
Well, Anthropic and OpenAI, right, as
OpenAI said we don't care. We're removing all the red lines. Every red line that Anthropic
no,
put
they
in.
haven't said that.
Sam Altman actually did.
Sam Altman said that they got in the
No, he did an
some
AMA today.
assurances.
He literally did. He did an AMA today, and I was on the call. Were you on the call today on his AMA? Apparently not. So no, you missed it.
Have you read the contract?
Have I read what contract?
The OpenAI released the contract.
Oh yeah. Because they just published that so everybody could read it. No, nobody's published that. There's no contract. You're not going to get to read the contract. What are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Do you have a copy of the contract? Do you want to send that over to me right now? Because you spoke from this authoritative stance, which is ridiculous. So you're asking me if I read the contract, but you didn't read the contract. So why don't you tell me the contract? Did you read any of the contracts?
It hasn't released the contract. It has released the language in their contract with the Department of War. Does this satisfy you? I can send that to you. Is that fine?
The language. So it's not the contract, it's the language. You mean like in English?
Yes, I misspoke. I'm sorry, they didn't release the whole contract. They released the relevant part that we are talking about.
Right, and what was actually answered on the call was different. I'm guessing pretty much was totally different than whatever he released, and that's fine. But what I'm saying is the core thing that Sam Altman said today on the call on the AMA was that where Anthropic was putting boundaries, they are going to not block and not have those boundaries in place. No, none of those guardrails will be in place.
Okay, that's not your position, but okay, I'm tired of this. Somebody else.
Yeah, what you did to these people?
I don't know. Anyway, there's also a website with at this this point, like 800 signatures of employees of Google, OpenAI, Anthropic, and generally tech community opposing Hexa. Department of War forcing any of those companies in unethical use of their AI systems would create a revolt in people that work in those.
Not really, because already 30,000.
Well, that's my opinion.
Yeah, no, I listen to your opinion. I'm just simply saying, Brian,
It's
disagree.
my opinion.
Yes.
Right. So my opinion is backed up by the long list of signatures, right? And all the people that are leaders in AI development that have spoken out against this, right? These people are on multi-million contracts, right? And they can afford to have opinions like this. So if the United States wants to kill its AI development industry, they're welcome to do it.
Well, what I'm saying is this. 30,000 research scientists, all experts in the field of AI, all literally signed documents years ago warning about where we're heading right now. And that literally just went in one ear and out the other to everybody. 30,000 research scientists, literally, everybody. In fact, that's what Don from Anthropic, that's why he left OpenAI, because he actually wanted to have a more secure, because he was extremely concerned about this. And Elon Musk continually talks about it. And Elon's response is, well, don't worry, once people get laid off, everybody's going to be wealthy, which so far I haven't seen any of that happen. But the point is this is the real world. So I guess, kind of to loop back to your conversation about the Iran thing, I think the Iran thing is interesting. We all knew it was going to happen. We all knew it was going to be America and Israel, and we were going to go after them and whatever, and hopefully the people will be better. All I do know is my friends who live in Afghanistan that are Afghanistan people, once Biden pulled all of our military out, everything went to shit. And in fact, I'm a single liberal because they're not putting this on the news, so they don't have anything to react to. But I haven't seen one liberal woman jumping up and down screaming that, wait a minute, the Ministry of Education in Afghanistan just decided that no women can get educated in Afghanistan anymore. Because everybody reacts to the news. And that's kind of what's happening here is everybody wants to come in and go, well, we're going to do that. And all I'm trying to do is say, look, you can do that. That's fine. That's everybody's choice.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would liberal women in America protest about what they're doing that women up somewhere else for? And we got our own problems in America.
Because the news tells them, hey, this is a problem, like CNN's, the left side of the news, go focus on this. So they literally go focus on it.
Oh my God. Hey, can you just get to the point where how does that problem, what does it got, hey, hold on, Anthony, you said it has everything to do with the past 72 hours. Just get to that point in like 20 seconds.
So I'll let me play with this. The point is, while we're all focusing on all this, what's happening is literally what the whole Terminator concept was about, Skynet coming online with integration into military. That's literally going to happen over the next 6 months. And when 2027 rolls around, this literally, I believe, is going to be the last normal year that people have. And it's going to, all this stuff right now is going to be when 2027 rolls around. So I'll let it play.
Are you still buying NFTs? I'm just asking.
No, but if you'd like to go Google James Ross coronavirus wars, I happen to be the first guy to actually warn that there was going to be a pandemic in the United States. If you'd like to look that up.
For Bill Gates? You're amazing.
Brother, help us out.
Oh, James? Bill Gates is not do that.
That is worse than Trump.
How did you do that? Man.
You know, I'm saying kill billions in Africa right
You got
now.
a crystal ball, too? You got a crystal ball, don't you? You got some... You can't see the future, can't you?
That's probably why hedge funds pay more with
These white motherfuckers are evil. They know they're evil. Shut the fuck up. You get caught with your lies.
Neil, it was an update from the questions or how you respond to the questions that this guy doesn't understand what the alignment issue is in relation to AI.
I know, right? I kind of got that.
Yeah, you were totally off. I mean, AI alignment has to do with model use James. So basically, the reason why Anthropic exists is because they decided to go with a constitutional objective model versus practical use. So basically, the issue that they have specifically with Pentagon is that they wanted to use the AI technology for things that basically go against the Constitution, like mass monitoring and actually utilizing an autonomous killing machine. So basically, those are two things that Anthropic is against. So, I mean, they can use it any way they want, but the models will look at a particular task because of those guardrails. So they wanted them to remove the guardrails. They decided that they would not do it. It would actually go against the reason why they were created as a company. Therefore, we're in the situation that we're in. OpenAI has no such restrictions. Therefore, that's why they're going to be able to do it.
Exactly. Do you have an iPhone?
Yeah, I have both an iPhone and an Android.
Yeah, exactly. And both platforms literally take all of our info, and literally everything you type in text, if you put a firewall on your phone, which you can do, you can actually put a firewall on your phone.
How
and
do
then
I
you
put
can
a firewall on my phone?
Yeah. I mean, do you
actually no, you can't.
Just to share your knowledge, do you know what the alignment issue is, or what AI alignment is?
In regards to what? That's a general.
In regards to AI, what Anthropic or Darius referred to was the constitutional ethics of alignment for Anthropic.
Yeah, I get what he's saying.
What is the alignment issue?
What? Yes, no, I get what his issue is. His issue.
No, that's his issue. What is the alignment issue?
Alignment issue is subjective to the people that are actually buying and paying for the AI
So
services.
the alignment issue, just for basic understanding, is the papers made a commitment that it was in between human benefit or human benefit from the technology versus the actual objective, then they would always go with the human. Because one of the issues specifically with AI is that, it can basically achieve an objective even if it's detrimental to humans. So that's
okay. So let me ask you this: Do you know what the platform of Cursor is?
Yeah, Cursor is an IDE.
And Cursor is an IDE, and how many billions of dollars were they sending and buying tokens from Anthropic? Do you know?
How is this relevant to the conversation?
Because if you listen for 30 seconds, you might learn something.
So that was actually the first indication that I knew that you knew what you were talking about, because you referred to the rappers. It's not a rapper.
No.
Are not guided by rappers. Rappers would be
May I just interject super quickly? James, are you James from Edge Chatter? Is that you?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Lang, he knows what the fuck he's talking about. Okay, he really does.
Oh, so
You can look him up. You can look him up.
Because you said he knows what he's talking about.
No. You didn't understand part of my sentence. You can.
They fear you, my brother. They fear you. They're scared.
Gabriel, first of all, that's pretty thinking.
I just said you can read
First of all, your elimination process or validity, Gabriel, listen. You just asked him if he's James from this person, and he said yes. Therefore, you can. So how do you even know that he's the person you just said he is?
How do we even get to AI in the first place?
I'm not even going to very sure.
I'll tell you, bro, because James said, you all want to know why all this shit just happened in Iran in the past 72 hours.
Anthropic in my mind.
Because of Anthropic, but he never connected anything that just happened in Anthropic. Like, why this happened? I'm trying to get.
I don't really need to go into details on this conversation, but Gabriel, I'm pretty sure the person you referenced from Twitter or whatever knows what they're talking about. And I probably have 100% confidence that this person that you're talking to is not that person. Because, everything that he said earlier actually shows what the knowledge gap is. So even his reference to Cursor, I don't even know how Cursor is.
Well, if you would like,
Hold up a second.
Can you be quiet for 2 seconds? let me finish.
So Cursor is actually a rapper in the same way that Lovable is a rapper. And they're
Let me finish.
windsurfing that operates. So the question of how do I know how many tokens
That's not what the question was.
is totally irrelevant.
That's not what the question was. You won't let me finish.
That is not a reference that anyone that has any knowledge of how AI.
Can I please finish? Can I please finish? Thank you.
Let him try the Anthropic thing back.
Jesus Christ. Like, dude, like, listen, here's the deal.
Black boy got mad. He didn't ever believe that shit.
Like, listen, here's the situation. You see, Anthropic's business model is to sell tokens, okay? And so what happened was they partnered with Cursor with their IDE, okay, started selling, built a whole platform around to allow people to easily use Anthropic, okay? And then here's what's funny. They became the #1 distributor of Anthropic tokens. So the #1 of $24 billion of their revenue, okay, was 90% Cursor. And then Claude, Anthropic, who all says, oh, we care about humanity and all this stuff, the moment they noticed that, they went, you know what? We'll do our own thing. So that's when they actually launched Claude Code and immediately decimated Cursor. So the one distribution point that brought them billions of dollars in sales with their humanity, with their work, their sweat equity, and everything to put the whole wrapper together, which actually was beautiful and actually worked. Anthropic turned around with this holier-than-thou BS attitude, and they turned around and decimated them. That's my point. My point is,
Time out, James, real quick.
So where do you invest in this spec? It seems like a normal competition, but what is the problem with Anthropic?
the point is that Anthropic has an
integration into an adjacent domain where Cursor is so what?
Well, here's the deal. Anthropic only got its growth from Cursor. So Cursor. Well, but here's my point. My point is Anthropic's coming out saying we're holier than thou.
Okay.
We're like doing guardrails. We care about humanity. Oh, by the way, here's our #1 company that made us who we are and brought us on business. We're now going to discern it.
You guys take a Cursor or something, but this is like very pro-Cursor.
I understand what the conversation is. He's talking about business practices versus ethics. Business ethics.
We was talking about Iran, and I thought he was about to say something about Anthropic had something to do with Iran, and now we're talking about AI.
Because Skynet, you forgot Skynet. Very smart. You don't watch out. Very smart.
No, I think you're good. As I said, I only came up because there were a lot of misinformation being spread by this guy. So, as I said earlier, the issue specifically with Anthropic is that it's what Texas and the Pentagon want to do with their models actually goes against their constitutional ethics. That was the reason why they started the company initially. So therefore, that's the reason why it's not happening.
We know that. We already went through that, but he said that it had something to do with what happened today in Iran, and I'm trying to figure out how. That's what I want to know. Because we already got the news about Anthropic 3 days ago.
He made me proud. I don't know how to play that right now.
How the fuck does Iran and Anthropic have anything to do with each other? Okay, don't nobody know.
No, what the issue is that what I'm trying to say, and this is a problem. So the biggest problem you have with trying to tell people what's about to change is they look and go, well, that hasn't changed yet. So it's not going to change.
But James, how does this have to do with Iran? And what happens today? That's what you started to say.
Because in 6 months, we're going to have multiple Irans. It's not just going to be one Iran. You're going to have all of these drones that are flying around that are going to get to make autonomous decisions, and they're going to get to decide what they want to take out on their own. There's not going to be any military governmental oversight. So what we're all doing is going, oh my God, this whole Iran thing. Yeah, well, guess what? That was all planned and all done. Okay, that was a planned invasion. But what's going to happen now is that all the technology that surfaced all these decisions, like somebody talking about the CIA reports and all that, some really good information. My thing is all of a sudden you're going to have AI bots that are going to start making all these CIA reports. They're going to start making the decisions. They're going to start deciding what areas nations are targeting, and then they're going to start targeting them on their own.
Is it living to fear?
Because it's possible doesn't mean that we're going to allow that. What makes you think that that worst case scenario is going to happen? You're just fantasizing that. You actually think that because they'll be able to adjust things while in flight on their own, there won't be an override, there won't be a person still monitoring it. Do you understand what happens when we move to a riding this happens upon those
You're right, William. There's no way. It's not like we don't already have 600 plus experiences with AI where it was specifically given guardrails, not a thing, and it turned around and did it.
I'm not saying there won't be problems, but you're gravitating towards this scenario, acting like somehow we're already on the verge of something. Right? It's not much different than the guy who's trying to claim alignment is this universal thing. It's not a universal thing. Nothing is set in stone.
If I would have told you in January 2020 that the whole world was going to shut down from some weird ass thing called COVID, would you have believed it? Yes or no?
Because pandemics have happened previously.
I wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, pandemics happened previously.
But here's a problem. The majority.
When did you say? I'm sorry, January 2020?
No, well, the article came out February 5th, 2020, before anybody even knew what COVID was.
I heard about it.
Do you believe that nobody in January 2020 knew? I'm sorry, 1 second. You believe that nobody in January 2020 even thought about COVID?
The majority of humanity
Thought about it. Wait, so we knew pandemics happened previously, and we were like, that'll never happen again. That's what you're saying?
When did international news agencies begin to report on the outbreak in China?
In December. In the fall.
Who cares whether or not the BBC was already reporting on what was happening in China? Don't let that.
They're reporting,
you look like that. So I was going to say, we don't worry about whether or not the BBC had already been reporting before January. Why would you even say that? The only thing what does that prove? I don't agree with you reporting about it before everyone else.
This is what I thought he was going to tell us, right? I thought he was going to say that the drones that they did use from Anthropic, they used ChatGPT or whatever.
So
and they're the ones that shot our way down. That's what I thought he was going to say. But he said something different, and now I'm so confused because why the fuck? What does AI have to do with any of this conversation?
I think he just did that as a tactic to speak all this bullshit, because you still didn't tie this shit to anything that has happened in Iran in the past 48 hours.
Well, imagine starting off your submission with telling us you're going to talk about the last 72 hours, only to then immediately start 8 months ago, and then now work yourself back up, or even further back to 2020 and COVID. And that's in 2020. Amazing storytelling.
Okay, so here's a beautiful thing. Can anybody predict what's going to happen in the next 3 months? Because everybody seems to be geniuses here.
No, you're the only one that can do it. You got the crystal ball. You can tell us. Your black counterpart, Trent, who I believe is your doppelganger.
Hey, wait, what
James,
Why is done the same thing?
why would you tell us? So what's today? Today's December 20th. So what's going to happen in 3 months from today?
Oh, no, I mean, you guys got to figure it out.
You got the crystal ball.
The world was going to shut down. You obviously been shorted all the cruise lines and all that stuff made a bunch of money, right? No, nobody did.
And you knew the pandemic is coming. Why didn't you stop?
Hold on.
Why didn't you just stop?
Oh man.
That's a good question.
He's not gonna do that because he wouldn't make
So you know what shit that you can't do nothing about. I mean,
That's the point. That's the point.
Why don't you tell us what movie is going to be the background for the next 3 months? Am I funny?
What are you saying?
Yeah,
Movie for the
referencing
background.
movies. You were referencing movies to give us an understanding of what's happening now. So
Yeah.
what movie is going to be the backdrop for the next 3 months?
Not 3 months. Not 3 months. Not 3 months, but 6 months. 6 months from now.
Oh, okay. What movie?
It's Terminator.
Still Terminator 2 or 3? Which one? I mean, which one? It's like 7.
Genesis, Terminator Genesis. That's the one. Come on, y'all. Keep up.
You guys are fun, though.
wait, we're gonna have time travel in 6 months?
But what about when do we get to the point that we start referring to Westworld, the TV show?
I didn't watch that.
He doesn't understand that Terminator and The Matrix are actually one movie.
They are. You know, you're so right, Divine.
Neo is actually John
Connors.
JC. He don't really understand when he's trying to reference the movie, you gotta take it back. See? So that's for another discussion.
Where Killer Pluto? Divine. Where
It's
Killer
not
Pluto?
John Connor. It's gonna be Q and it's gonna be Return of JFK.
Who asked that question how we got here?
TT.
Yeah, we did. You don't want to know. We don't need to rewind on this. It's too complicated.
Let me give you sort of a synopsis of the last hour. But to do that, let me talk about 1993. See, in 1993, you have a president by the name of Bill Clinton. And in that month, okay, no, it's not. Okay.
William Jack, we were gonna let you go on that clip.
He was going somewhere, brother. I don't know if that's somebody stop. You gotta call my phone.
No, we have to go further than that. When the United States was a pinnacle of relationship with Islamic world, and an American president was referencing a 14th century North African Islamic philosopher. But I let the president speak for himself here.
I studied economics in college when I was young, and I learned there about a man named Ibn Khaldun, who lived 1,200 years ago in Egypt. And 1,200 years ago, he said, in the beginning of the empire, the rates were low, the tax rates were low, but the revenue was great. He said, in the end of the empire, and the empire was collapsing, the rates were great, and the revenue was low.
Very good.
You're a sick man.
You're a sick man.
I made him more psychic than you.
You are a sick man. When did you create that? You got some people thinking it's real.
It's
When did
real.
you create that?
It's real.
It's not.
It's real?
Yes, it's real.
You're a sick man.
They gotta do a lot of shit. Now shit's not real.
You got some people thinking it's real. You're sick.
That's like an AI boy.
You gotta see.
I can't.
You can't do that to the people. They think it's.
It's real. I'm sorry, it's real, brother.
What was the question again?
Yeah, I'm going to give you I'm going to post a brief article from Cato Institute about the Muslim thinker who inspired Reagan. It covers this press conference that I played from. You thought it's AI.
Oh my God! The fact that this is real is even worse.
I know, right?
It's not real.
Oh my God!
Can you repeat again?
Brother, you know what I thought was AI? The picture with Trump, McDonald's, with the photos. I was like, oh, this is AI. Turns out it was real. I said, oh my God. So now we live in an age where we automatically assume everything that feels unbelievable is AI.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I trust ChatGPT, you know? It's more than what Elon Musk had to do, you know? And he knows about to lose that war when it comes to like AI. And it's losing already from his cars, so, you know?
Yeah, I haven't seen any of the picture of a boy in my hand. It's definitely AI. It's not real.
Wait till we reach a point where there's no generation that remembers a world without AI. All the weird shit that's gonna happen, and they'll believe fucking anything.
Like I said, man, it's China taking over. Even the war right now in Iran is China. Pretty much China taking over. And after that, it's gonna be Africa taking over forever.
I'm not sure where it took over Africa.
This is wild.
Who's saying this China stuff? Who's saying that?
And Trevon came and posted the video. What the fuck is happening here?
Right now it's China's turn, and after that it's Africa's turn forever.
Are you reading the Cato?
What are you talking about?
I'll just be saying. Do your history. Stay fresh straight out of those. What were you using for? Huh?
Come on, go back to sleep. I'll wake up with this bullshit.
Ain't no slave. I was definitely asleep, Brooklyn. He's so tough. Take over for real. Like the China Africans like take over. Right now we try to build China, and then so we can take over. Africa will take over forever.
What the fuck are you talking? I'm already confused, and you're making it worse.
We're talking about human evolution, how technology will change.
Jay Fresh, we were talking about Jay Fresh, right? Let me reset. We're talking about Abd Allah al-Rahman ibn Khaldun. That's the topic. And his inspiration of conservative policy.
Okay, can you repeat again?
We're talking about
Why would you do this?
Is that religions? Are we speaking about politics? Or what are we speaking about? Technology-wise or AI?
This is out of
I just came back. I don't know what is going on.
I'm confused too. I'm trying to understand what's going on.
demonic for that. I'm broke.
Demonic.
And I'm broke, fucking messy. Neoliberal. You gotta stop, see. Broke, messy.
See, he did the thing that he played the video first without posting the source. Knowing that somebody might call him out, only to then happily post the source, and then happen to find a video and post that. I'm sure.
Half of the enjoyment is from setting debate. Because, of course, how could Reagan be inspired by 14th century North African Islam? philosopher named Kitover Congressman.
Oh, when did this come out? I mean, when did this resurface? Neoliberal.
Well, personally, it resurfaced for me when I was reading Ibn Khaldun, who's a precursor
Who trust a lot though? Who trust a lot?
He's a precursor to sociology, economics, and demographic studies. He's also one of the people who debunked early conceptions of race, which was.
Are you German?
No.
The English kind of sucks. I'm trying to understand.
What? English?
We're not going to do anything on. We're not going to do anything on the
I'm going to be honest with you, neoliberal. I didn't say this. For all the years that I've known you on this app, I've never been able to understand the words that you said. Somehow I've just been able to guess and intuit what you were going to say. But I've never been able to hear you. Some of the worst English on the app, I'll be honest. Jay Fresh, you're right. Your English is impeccable, and you definitely sound like the English is first language.
I'm a hood nigga, you know. I still got the different languages.
Just still destroyed by this.
I speak Arabic, I speak Delta, I speak different languages.
Wait, so you believe that your accent does not impede people's understanding of what you're saying?
Well, and if you're going to speak English, speak the right way, yeah. Like, I'm confused.
I'm just gonna go back on you.
This is insane. So you think that
Speak American English,
speak American English?
You definitely must be American English. Speak perfect English.
the funniest thing, like, I don't understand.
That's what's happening.
Could it be that, in fact, it is your issues around English that make it difficult for you to understand what neoliberalism is?
I was confused the whole time. I'm trying to figure it out.
But are the other people on stage confused by what he's saying? Has anyone asked him to restate? Well, actually, no.
We've been confused by everything. Regulars, Brother Messy regulars, people who have frequent the stage.
What's going on?
Xenophobia.
I'm okay. I didn't understand what he was talking about, so I didn't understood. He's a beast, the guy that do it. But I'm sorry if I
don't appreciate that. I don't want to do that to you. I don't like when other people do that to other people. If there's an issue of truly understanding, then let's have that conversation. But I don't appreciate that. So
my brother. I just wanted to listen. I want to listen. I want to enjoy the conversation, but I couldn't understand it.
Well, Jay Fresh, I'm just gonna. Sorry. I was just gonna say, every conversation is not for everyone. So sometimes it's okay if we don't have anything to contribute. We can just, be on mute. There's a little piece of, there's liberation in the hallway. You might be able to find a space. But Neo is in the space. God bless. We love you, Neo.
I mean, if I speak Arabic, the God, Joshua, and Kev. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
The film came. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I did. So let me.
No, you don't.
I personally cannot. I don't like neoliberal.
I'm speaking Arabic. I can speak Arabic.
I feel right. I've asked his account before several times. I can't stand him. He's a horrible person. But there are conversations that he has all the time with Ben and others about all types of bullshit, and I don't understand those. It's not because I don't know the words, but I have no idea what the topic is. They'll talk about tax policy, all kinds of international geopolitical things. I have no idea what they're talking about. I think they're making up half the shit. They're just trolling the rest of us. But
I'm not trying to know. I love you guys.
The words. It's just the topic, and maybe it's the topic that you don't understand. Again, hate the man, can't stand him. I try to clip him every single day. But let's not pretend as if he's not speaking English.
I will say this is a very dynamic room, and although people may not agree with everything, and there may be a lot of banter, overall, everybody here seems to have kind of the same philosophy as they're just trying to learn to move forward. So hats off to everybody in here.
Thank you, man. God damn, I can listen to this all day.
Wait, so you can listen to a white man?
No, it's not about white man. It just the way he spoke the truth. He doesn't speak English, but I was confused about the English.
Also,
Jack, I have a question. Do you understand Jack Crush?
I do. I get it. I mean, I speak a little bit of Arabic. I mean, again, some Assalamu alaikum, wahadina, did y'all call me a white guy? I'm sorry, I'm not actually 30%
The other guy was talking, no, I do it. My brother was too smart for him. I'm like, hey, how you doing?
No, you guys are great, though. You guys really are. I mean, I think it's just really cool because like everybody here has that same drive. Like you're trying to figure things out, you're trying to vet things out, you're trying to do it like quickly and understand like who's BS, who's not BS, and it's just really cool. But the way everybody in this group is like unifying together, though, man, that's just it's really cool, man. Just hats off to everybody in this room.
Hey, Jason, is this your first time being in this room?
In this room, yes.
Yeah, okay. We've been actively talking to each other for a while now, over a year. Again, certain people on this app been talking to for a couple of years. Like I said, I can't stand the liberal. I've been trying to clip him for at least 2.5, 3 years. He's still here for some reason.
And he missed the lack of unity about maybe 2 or 3 hours ago. You came in, I guess, a unity moment, but oh yeah, you'll see the non-unity if you come back.
I'm gonna be fighting.
Even Neil, like, he'd shoot me up and down, left and right, I just told him to look at it, and looked at it, and it's like, it's like, but the thing is, like, at the end of the day, I think everybody's trying to prove humanity, right? Like, to a degree.
I was going to say people are irritated to me, but pause.
I'm a lot of people was known humanity for 500 years, so there's a lot of things we have to get into.
If they would have chewed your ass up for real, you started somebody and dropping.
Are you marinating the meat dry or wet?
Brother, this is another attempt to clip me. But to quote my favorite character from The Wire, you come at the king, you best not miss. By the way, Ralph Waldo Emerson, who said a similar thing. When you strike at a king, you must kill him.
Wait, neoliberal, can I give you one more, please, for your, okay. If you mess with the bull, you get the horns. All right, you get that one?
I got it. I'll send it for moments.
Wait. When did you start watching The Wire?
That's like in 15 minutes.
Yeah, you're too American. You know what? This is too much.
Yeah, which would be
I thought you remember that more than 10 years ago.
You live on my own now.
You're compromised. You've been compromised for a while. Yeah, it makes sense now. Yeah.
What
What does that mean? What does compromise mean?
It's crazy.
Also, this makes so much sense that you and Dan click so well. The Wire and Emerson. But what is compromise mean is not really.
It's gonna be a way. You're gonna heard that quote.
Sorry, this is for around kind of shit. Oh my God, I can't. That was amazing. You know what? Tonight got more flippy.
You didn't know that Omar basically dividing his word for word from Emerson?
No, see, nice try. It's not that you're connected, but it's that you're watching The Wire and that you're actively making connections to Emerson. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I believe the days are over, man. Just be nice. Just be a human. Be a good human, you know.
Jay Fresh, what the fuck are you on, bro? You've been just rambling.
I know what I'm talking about. About compromise and all this stuff, you know.
Happening. We got a new character unlocked. The new Rambler, the African version. Jay Fresh.
I love my people. I love all the guys.
He's just random people.
Brooklyn Eastern here. While you were on hiatus or sabbatical,
I love hiatus.
You're just rambling and random.
I think even the Ramble told them to mute out. So I had a break.
Tell people to mute out. The When the Rambler tells somebody to mute up, that means they talking too damn much, okay? It's me be talking too much. That tickled me. I've been listening to you.
I'll talk my ass off. I'll love you, you know.
Jason, where did you come from? Like, you just...
I'm from South Sudan.
You was on your hiatus. Brooklyn, when you was on your hiatus, we were blessed with Jay Fresh.
But who brought him here, Mel? It was Mel, wasn't it? Because Mel was here in the limit earlier, and then he left. It was Mel, wasn't it? Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have a lot of family members, and I'm going back to Africa soon. And my wife is taller than me, so sometimes I have to jump to her.
We asked him any of this, yeah. I didn't even ask.
She's 4. She need to be in WNBA or something, you know.
And how tall are you? Since she just wanted us to know all of this.
No, for real, I'm 6'2", but she's 6'4".
Okay. Well, that ain't bad. You got a tall wife. She's South Sudanese too?
Yeah, that's in South Sudan. Africa is different. It's not what you think it is.
Oh, your wife is there.
Yeah, that's what
Many of on this stage, many of us have been to Africa. Please stop saying shit like we don't.
And we ain't gonna ask for war on here, but so you in America.
I've been here for 25 years. Back from Africa. There's nothing lying here. I would never lie, you know?
Wait, something about. So you're in America, right?
I just came back from Africa in 2024.
But your wife is in Africa?
I got a few kids in America here.
Are you like... Hi, Brooklyn. Is this the man who has them 2 baby mamas and he don't stay with them kids? And them kids I could have sworn this was the one who had them white baby mamas. I could have sworn this was the one that had them 2 kids that he allegedly don't see and they know him through osmosis. That's you, right, Jack Fresh? You were on that boat with the other
baby mamas and a wife in Africa.
Two wives. That's
You
my
got
first
two
wife.
wives? Wait, time out.
Yeah, that's the oldest wife, and then I have another wife.
Where the other wife at?
You want to post that picture?
No, you don't have to talk. What are you doing all of this? What's happening? I'm not asking questions. Where's the other wife? Where the other wife?
They're both in Africa, both of them.
And then you got two baby mothers in America. They're white. And they're white.
That's my second wife right there.
No, but that's you trying to avoid the question. What the fuck is happening? You got two white baby mothers in America, is what you said. How did that happen? What am I doing here?
Well, they just having sex, I guess. I don't know how they put it together.
Brother Messi, you ain't got nothing to say about this. What is happening, Brother Messi?
I'm a good person. I'm a street nigga, you know,
This is outside of my own expertise. My children are fake, but they all stay on one computer in my house.
Oh my God. The next diaspora war situation, Jay Fresh need to be front and center. I'm telling you, because
to be honest with you, I think
y'all don't even know how they would tear him apart real bad. This is crazy. His BT when you get him, they would tear his ass apart. You hear me?
Real quick, shout out to Trent. Significant strike on UAE airport. So he dropped some news and I guess he bounced. It's gonna be a long drawn out day.
A long 5 days with him.
Also,
I appreciate the ideas, the smart people. That guy was really, really smart, you know. And I worked at Exxon. I was running an oil company back home, it's called we have a contract. Me and my sister have a contract. I have a few houses running. I have a lot of shit going on back home, you know.
What you got for us? The UAE airport? Any deaths?
I want to go back home because I know back home, I got a lot of land, you know. I'm doing a lot of shit.
Jay Fresh, mute up. What the fuck is wrong? Mute up.
Brent, what you got for us? Trent, what you got for us? I call him Brent.
It looks like it injured 4 people. It's actually the CEO was one of the first people to tweet it. It's like significant as it was directed on the airport, but it was only one wayward drone. Looks like a drone that got clipped and it ended up landing right next to the terminal. So they've launched another massive big wave of attacks. I think they also hit the Bahrain airport, but I would say these are pretty limited compared to the ballistic missile strikes from Earth earlier.
Also, Shiite fundamentalists in Baghdad are trying to enter the green zone in order to storm the U.S. embassy. Also, thousands gather in Iran their videos to mourn the death of Khamenei.
There's a second wave of attacks, ballistic missiles on Israel. Looks like everything has been intercepted.
What was the last count on the death toll of the school, you know?
I think the last number I've seen here, 108.
My God. You know, if America leave, Israel is still going to get the war, you know.
said about nuclear weapon now, you know? Because
dude, I thought there was someone on my app, Wayne. It was
Don't drop a nuclear weapon in Iran for them to win, you know? Otherwise, Iran is going to keep throwing bombs.
Yeah, I was just saying, I just saw your alien observations trend.
Gotta be in here like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, there's nothing to say until they open up these files. That UFO that was reported, which I came on yesterday, actually turns out that was a full video from 2023. I don't think, I heard what I said, I don't think we're going to get confirmation on aliens, but Laura Trump's statement that Trump was going to release a speech on the subject matter does interest me. I don't think they're going to tell us that there's aliens. I don't think the United States is ready for it, but I could be wrong.
Trent, do you think it's because the greater conspiracy is that if aliens do exist, how can they justify religion?
Yes, I think that's part of it.
That'd be beautiful. I wish alien do exist, you know? That'd be nice.
Gary Nolan was part of during the Bush administration. He was part of a team that they assessed the pros and cons. These were experts from around the world, I guess, or around the U.S. And they assessed the pros and cons of disclosing to the American public that there indeed were alien activities. And they did the pros and cons, and the con won. And the two primary cons, one was religion, the popular religion, and two, if you know, one of the biggest fears, like, if you knew that there was something wrong, then the government may begin to, there would be a significant amount of people who would worship that.
Can I say something that's going to hurt a lot of people? They asked ChatGPT, what kind of race you want to be in this earth? And they said, I'd rather be black, because black people have been through a lot in life. They're strong. The white people didn't like that. They have to change the codes.
Anyway, so, yeah, the fear is that if you knew that there were like Nordic aliens or reptilian, whatever types of alien, that there would be a significant amount of population that would then worship those aliens and not be loyal to the United States. And I have to agree with that.
What is the reptilian?
Minorities to connect that. I wanted to connect that.
What's the question, Scott?
I wanted you to connect it. You know, if we find out that there are reptilians and, you know, avatar-looking creatures and Martians and all that kind of stuff, how do we become disobedient to the United States government?
Because then your country doesn't really matter. Like, I'll be honest, saying that there's aliens, I don't give a fuck about this Mexican border.
I believe everything is positive. Everything is possible. That's
yeah, but my bank that holds my mortgage doesn't give a fuck and want me to pay it. So now what?
I think you're lying, Trent, number one, and number two, answer Neo Liberal's question. Thank you.
I'm lying about what?
I think you're lying about not caring about the border. I'm sorry, Neo Liberal, go ahead.
Is the concept of reptilian property?
I look a lot different. I got energy. I'm alive.
Be quiet.
So to first, let me answer you, Brooke. If we found, first of all, I really don't care about race at all. I barely care about.
No, answer.
I
first. I'm asking another question. Answer him first. Go ahead.
I barely care about race. I really don't. This border is meaningless. Like the nations that divide us, they're just wealthy people, essentially elitists, dividing up, dividing winners and losers. So, but if you know that they're
bullshit, okay.
What do you mean?
I believe in
I'm calling bullshit because you.
I know. I agree with you. Kia, talk.
Alright, wait a minute.
I appreciate what you have to say. Please continue, Trent. I want to interject.
Could you mute up? So I'm calling bullshit, Trent, because you was hella focused on the fucking borders during election season, especially, and you always had an inkling about fucking aliens. So don't think that, don't try to make us think that just because you find out that aliens exist, you're going to then all of a sudden not care about borders when you was patrolling the borders. That's why I call bullshit.
Can we hear him talk? We want to hear him talk.
I can't.
No, I'm asking you to shut up and then let him talk.
I see. So let me explain this. What you
stats out. Don't try me today.
Stop sleeping.
I do.
Stop sleeping.
Y'all know, I'm telling you, y'all not gonna like this person that I'm about to be.
Okay, so what you mistake for me caring about border in the political sense is different than my actual thoughts on the border. The border doesn't mean shit to me. None of the countries mean anything to me. We're all human beings. I already believe that there is alien out there. So the difference between me and a Mexican is just a body of water that is partially dry. It's not a real thing. It's a fictitious thing set up to divide us and divide property. States don't exist. Cities don't exist. We conjure them up in our mind to divide ourselves, but they're not real tangible things. And so if it was to come out that
Trump, you was patrolling the border all the fucking 2 years straight, telling us, it's these many aliens coming in across the border, the illegal aliens, and now all of a sudden you don't give a fuck about the border.
So
there's with that bullshit.
I mean, this happened in life. This will show you it's more than your life.
There are other people. I'm asking you because you're not the brainchild in the room. I don't understand how you're perspective on everybody coming on the fucking mic. Let me talk about what you have to say, not what you have to say about what you have to say. You don't have to say anything. Let him goddamn talk. I want to hear his perspective, not yours.
We're having a conversation.
No, you're not having a conversation. You're interrupting him. He's not able to participate in the conversation. He's not interrupting. Goddamn shut the fuck up. I want to hear what you say. Do you fucking mind? Do you fucking mind? Brooklyn shit.
I'm in this.
You don't own.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck what you talking about.
Let him talk. Let him finish.
I was saying,
let him finish. You're not the police of anybody's decision in this goddamn
Wait a minute. It's 12:04 Eastern Standard Time. It's 12:04 Eastern Standard Time. See, nobody wants to approve you. Please leave her alone.
Trent was talking and she jumping in. Anyway, Trent.
I'm talking about the mic. I was vibing about what you were saying.
Okay, give me 1 second. Brooklyn, can I have just 1 second? Trent, are you okay talking to Brooklyn? Are you okay talking to her?
I'm fine.
Okay, so
everybody, we can all talk. Let's all talk together.
Okay, so Trent's fine with it. I'm good with it.
Fuck being so fucking diplomatic. Anyway, the whole time you was patrolling the borders. Now you're trying to tell me that if you knew that real aliens existed from outer space, you wouldn't care about the border?
No, you don't understand. No, what you can't separate is the political nature of the border, right? To me, I knew it was from a political standpoint, was a significant problem. I live in McAllen, Texas.
That's why I know.
Let me just finish. I live here. So I live a half mile from it, so I would see it on a daily basis. So me talking about what was going on and talking about the influx of people is different than my thoughts. If you want to take my thoughts just on the humanity of the situation, I think, to be honest, I think that nations are basically stupid, dumb constructs. I think that we could live in a better society if we didn't separate ourselves based upon rivers and imaginary lines, and we all live jointly together and stopped spending so much money and time building weapons to kill each other, and we spent more time on building a successful society. But that's not the reality that we live in. So I can separate the two things. The reality I live in, there are countries, there is a Rio Grande River, and there are people that come into this country illegally, which in turn cause one party to lose the election and another party to pounce upon it. So I can separate those two things.
Okay, well, all I heard was wah, wah, wah. Because in all actuality, all I'm doing is calling out a lie. It's okay. You can say Trent. You could have said, Brooklyn, you know what? I've changed my mind since then. But when you first came on the block, it was telling us how many people was coming across the border every day and how you was against immigration and all of the things. I don't forget it. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, Lil Wong. Lil Wong want to talk.
I have a question. I got energy, right? I have a question for Brooklyn. I have a submission.
I want you to ask me no questions.
Well, Brooklyn, are you bilingual? That's all I'm gonna ask you. Are you bilingual?
Why?
I'm just asking you bilingual.
I speak native and I speak English.
Thank you, fair enough. My submission, that's all I have to ask you. My submission is I have seen aliens, and aliens are real, and they're not illegal aliens. Has anybody else in the room seen aliens? I can say this.
The energy, they'll take your energy, and they're not people. So she has life, you have spirit. It's different. It's truth, though. You don't believe in her. It just.
No, literally, I did.
It's different. Because the whole time people, they think you're crazy.
And I'm part of a bigger group of people, not just me. So in Stone Mountain, Georgia, I don't know how many people know Stone Mountain, Georgia. In 2006, there were many reports of people seeing aliens or UFOs during that time period. I was one of them. So no, that's the bright light, not some green person.
Three short niggas always come. When I was a kid, them three short niggas, you know.
Mute.
He got Tourette's. Don't be an ableist. Go ahead, Lil Wong.
Yeah, I appreciate it. No, I just thought, man, I went to bed last night in this room thinking that I'm going to wake up in the morning to the news that Khomeini will be dead. And sure enough, he's gone. It's a very humbling moment. And I'm just humbled. And these past 20 years, seeing what the American empire has been able to accomplish, knocking out Venezuela, knocking out Syria. I think Dan, predicted it, and it's pretty clear like that Cuba's going to be next. After Cuba, I believe they're going to clean up some stuff in Africa. Dan did not predict it. Where do you get that from? All right, man, cool, bro.
Nobody give a fuck about what you're doing. America's just losing. They know they're losing. They're probably dying.
It's a thought that I appreciate, that I'll just shut up and go back and listen. But it's truly humbling, what's taking place. I don't underestimate the power of the United States and its influence, and the war machine is raging on. I'm very humble because, my people's in the street, humble people, mostly poor people. I got homies right now in the streets of Detroit, patrolling ICE. Got homies in the streets protesting in New York, Times Square, beating on drums, looking like hippies, talking about ending the war. And, in solidarity with a lot of us overseas that are taking these L's. The one thing that I was going to say is I just thought was interesting. I was making, comments in the chat earlier in the room. So I spent the whole day in the room with you guys. And I'm like, why are we always playing Americans? Propaganda news, the ABC, the mainstream news. So I went into the Chinese state media, CCTN, radio broadcast on Twitter, trying to get perspective from China. And sure enough, it's so hilarious to me. They were literally doing what you guys are doing in this room. They were playing all the CNN, ABC News, just responding to that. So the American Empire is on top, and hate it or love it.
I know you in the future. But what the fuck is going on?
It wasn't taking into account, China's winning. What happened?
Jay French, mute up, please. I know you're in the future, Luan, but what the fuck happened when you went to sleep and you woke up excited? Like, what is going on?
I'm not excited. It's humbling. It's humbling. I'm just awestruck. I'm awestruck, to be honest. Quite frankly. This is not a small moment. What we're seeing like these past 20 years, to be honest.
I said the same thing. I think this is one of the most significant moments.
No, don't lie to me with the things I said, please. Just think
But I would like to go back to Chia. When you talked about Stone Mountain, I've heard a little bit about it. What did it look like?
What look like?
You said you saw
Chia from CHA.
Yeah. So Chia, what did it? Can you describe what the craft looked like?
I said it. It's not. I used it alien. I saw you. So when you think about alien, you think some physical thing with green skin and one eye or some shit like that. And that's not what we reported. That's not what we reported in Stone Mountain. What I saw looked like a helicopter hovering over a community, and it was at night time. And the way it moved is what made it unique. And that movement is a long story than what you're asking. I don't want to waste this room's time talking about that movement. But just answering the question, it looked like a helicopter at night. I'm from LA originally. I'm a LA born and raised girl. During a time where gang violence was at its peak. So I know police helicopters and what they do and how they patrol our cities. I know that. That's what I saw in Stone Mountain. And I will tell you where I saw it. If you understand Stone Mountain, I was going east on the 20 freeway at 6 o'clock when it was dark. This is hard at night. I was on 19 going east. finish it, so I'm trying to tell you the exit. The exit was Wesley Chapel. And if you know that exit, there's a McDonald's. That is cannot. There is the McDonald's. If you know that exit, there's a McDonald's that I'm facing while I'm at that light. And that McDonald's is where that light was above. But because it's a helicopter light, it wasn't on top of McDonald's. For me, from my perspective, it was the neighborhood behind McDonald's. But it was moving differently, and so that raised my attention. And I watched it, during that whole time period.
From like side to side, real fast.
So what it wasn't doing was so there's two things. What it wasn't doing, it was moving around the neighborhood. It was just in a standstill, above McDonald's. Yeah, it was tough. And that's not what these helicopters do. They don't just sit there. But they could. So I gave it the benefit of the doubt. But when it moved from McDonald's to over the 20, that movement looked like the Trump mosquito. And that is something
like it was going fast or something.
No, it was going really, really slow. And it was
like from side to side or something like that.
You look up now.
A drunk mosquito.
I don't know how it looked like.
Well,
I've never seen a drunk mosquito.
That's the way I saw it, a drunk mosquito.
I don't even know what a drunk mosquito is.
I mean, up and down, rigid movements. Rigid movements up and down, and that's not how a helicopter moves. That's not how anything that we've ever built in humanity ever moves.
And it's slow, you just see no light.
Sorry, man. Sorry, go through it.
What is that?
They're gonna believe it. You're not gonna believe it.
Yeah. Was it just one light or was it like a multitude of lights? Was it like higher in the sky? Oh no. Did it like high behind the
That's the story. I'm trying to fight it, but he can't fight it. He just.
You got tricked too. He's not taking up asking questions. And he's got telling us about the alien shit.
I'm going to offer in this room about that.
Okay, so he wasn't sure. Well, that's fine. Sure, you ever seen a UFO?
I've never seen a UFO. I've seen pictures and videos of what I would say is UFOs. And so when Congressman Burchett and Luna, what they say they've seen in classified briefings, and some of what has already been released from the Department of Defense, so I guess I have seen a UFO on video, and I think that's what we're going to see more of when they do this release.
Wait a minute, RJ, are you there? RJ, calling RJ. Calling RJ.
Yes, I'm here.
What are you thinking about this UFO sighting? Have you ever seen one sighting?
No, I've not seen a UFO.
Not you. I would have thought you would have seen one, RJ. Damn.
I see enough strange things in Clubhouse that they're unidentified, but it's not flying objects.
Here's a single light.
Are you former military?
Range. All this sounds weird.
You want to? Actually, you see aliens?
Have I ever seen aliens?
A UFO.
I will say that I was talking about something in another room that I was we're in a truck trying to find out what this light was. We're out in the country, and it did not have a sound or any kind of engine that we know of, but it was very bright, and we tried to go as fast as we could in this truck. I mean, we got up to 110, 115 or so in this truck and kept going, but the light, it went faster than what this truck we were in could go. I don't know where it came from, what it was. A friend of mine said you want to get on the phone and call the police or something, find out what it was. Cricket. So I don't know, whatever that light was over Odessa, Texas. Yeah, kind of weird, because I don't know if there's no Area 51 in Odessa. I'm just saying,
But so Ashton, when I was sitting there at that light and seeing this helicopter, the first thing I did was ask myself, why don't I hear the sound? So I cut my radio up and I rolled my window down and I still didn't hear the sound. And I know the sound of the helicopter from my like high def game violence. And it should have been a sound, it wasn't one. And so thank you for sharing that. Because I heard it.
You seen it close up?
Saw this over Midland, Odessa. Like I said, it ain't no Area 51 in Midland, Odessa. Straight lay down back roads, and the guy was going very, very fast in his truck, and he had, of course, we did have the windows down, and I didn't hear anything except the engine of the truck we're in, but nothing on the outside that we could hear from this orb or light, or whatever you want to call it. But the movement of that light, it's not like any aircraft we have. My God, I mean, for something to accelerate faster than what we are driving immediately to go forward, that's unexplained, and I don't know what that is to go that fast. We're not moving at 200 miles an hour, but that thing showed could outrun what we were in, and that's scary. He's like, it's a brand new truck. Let's go faster. We got up to 120 miles an hour in this man's truck, and that light, I'm telling you, it was in a straight line, and then it beeline in another direction. It was unreal. What is that? How do you explain something like that?
Ashton, you inspired me. So give me a second, because the light that I saw when it got to the 20 freeway, it dove into the 20 freeway in a matter of less than a second. Dove into the 20 freeway, and then it darted off east on the 20 freeway. If you know the area towards Stonecrest, in a way that no human being has ever created anything that moves like that. And it moved in a fish pattern. It didn't just go in a straight line for me. It went in a fish pattern, and it dove off into the horizon in less than a second. And I appreciate you saying that you recognize that was something that moved faster than we understand. Thank you, Ashton.
You drive that truck on the road, man. You see stuff, but you also, when you don't hear it, I mean, I'm not making it up. I just heard what she said, but I'm not making it up. It is something that I saw, and it's something that, for me, I'll never forget, because, like I told y'all, look, I've driven fast and stuff when I went across Slidell, Louisiana. I got up to 115 miles an hour because I was trying to outrun a storm. We had a storm barreling down on us in Louisiana, and even when that storm was coming, there was also unexplained stuff going on. I told my friend, here's the storm.
God, have y'all not heard about drones?
Ashton, what year like that? Hold on, Jay, first. Ashton, what year did you see this? Was this 2008?
Jamie, stay in the city.
I saw these lights. I don't know what it was called. When my friend called the police department to find out what it was, we got crickets. We got no answer. We Rule 100 had an engine or
What year was it?
I saw that one there in 2015 across the landscape of Midland, Odessa. There's not highways and much out there, so it's weird because it's not like, hey, it was a mistaken engine, hey, it was a mistaken aircraft. Folks, there's nothing 110 miles radius around this. So what the hell was that? You know what I mean? Seriously, there was nothing out there. What else?
So what Ashton is describing in 2008 in Stevensville, which was outside the Bush Ranch in Crawford, Texas, what she is describing is very, very similar to what those multiple witnesses, including the sheriff, saw. So I put it in the chat. So she was in Midland. So she was in Midland, Odessa, and this happened in Stevensville. Those are like 300, at least 300 miles away from each other. But her description of it, of what happened, is very, 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 very similar. So if you look up, she was talking this in 2008. So if you look at 2008 UFO Evansville and look up that description, and then listen to what both Chia and Ashton said, there are a lot of similarities to that.
I got a recording too. You know,
how does it go?
What y'all trying to tell me is the aliens Texas a lot.
It's not the alien. I don't know how to describe it. It's just the, you know.
And you don't mute the fuck.
I have this. I'm recording it. I'm coming from Africa. I recorded it. You know, I swear to God, I have the recording.
Mute the fuck up, please. Go ahead with the alien talk. What you say, Chinese man? When Chinese had this mission.
Experience that I had shortly after that experience on the State Freeway. It might have been a couple months later. If you catch me at midnight and 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm butt ass fucking naked because that's how I fucking sleep. So I'm trying to get to my refrigerator because I'm thirsty in the middle of the fucking night, butt ass fucking naked. And when I approached my kitchen, the opposite side of my refrigerator is where this light, this big ass light. Have you ever seen Poltergeist? Anybody seen Poltergeist? You have these lights coming downstairs. If you ever, that thing. So coming from behind my refrigerator, and I'm butt ass naked. I stop and look at it, and I don't feel scared because I don't think that thing has any interest in killing me. I just don't have that fear. But I'm watching it. I'm irritated. And it crosses my kitchen and goes and then disappears under my kitchen sink. And that was the end of it. And I went and got my water and my boys out. Oh, the fuck.
How? Girl, I would go big in the gun. What you doing? Girl.
What are you telling me?
I want to put some clothes on.
I don't know why I was scared. I just felt like it was probate, and I didn't feel like I was in danger. It felt like that's how it felt. Like it was just probate, and I was its target. I was just going to got far in the middle of it, probate.
What did it look like here? What did it look like?
So again, I said, if you watch the movie,
right?
If you guys ever watched the movie Poltergeist, Poltergeist is a classic movie. And it talks about a house being haunted, and the people who are being haunted, they hire a team of people, extraterrestrial type people, to their house, and they entice the spirits to come out. That's the movie. And so, bringing the spirits out, they showed up as bright lights, bright spiritual lights, people people who died, and they show them as bright lights cascading down a staircase going into their after.
I'm not talking about.
And so that's what it looks like. It's like cancer.
They go through over burial ground. That's why.
Yeah, so what I tried to explain.
We can't conflate the two because I believe that
that's why. So that's how I tried to explain what it looked like, bright light. And the best example I can give is the poltergeist. You guys don't know what the movie Poltergeist is, but that's the best example I can give outside of. It was a. At that time, I was living in Stone Mountain, so the 20 freeway, some people say it's not Stone Mountain, but 20 freeway at Western Chapel was my first one. But I also experienced it months later in Stone Mountain again in my home.
So you've seen the aliens, and then you've seen the UFO.
Whoever knows alien, it's just weird. It's just weird.
It's
weird.
So I have a question to ask you, and then I'm about to go to bed. Trent, so you said that America don't want its citizens to know because it might, make them change their religion or whatever you said, right? Did you say that, Trent?
Make them not be, it would make them not be more, it would affect religion and make them not loyal to the United States, yes.
Right. So, I wish Lamont was still here because I was going to ask him if he ever seen any aliens in China, but I wanted to know. Wait a minute. I wanted to know, what about other countries? Are other countries telling their citizens about aliens?
So UFOs around the world are a phenomenon, and they're not new. We think they're since the 1940s. They've actually been for 4,000 years in our past. But one of the most famous sightings is in 1561. It's called the Nuremberg UFOs. You can look that up, Nuremberg, Germany. So there is the most famous disclosure was actually Israel. The former, I think he was the space defense minister. I can't remember what his title was, but he said that the United States and Israel have.
Israel got a connection to the stars.
So he said that the United States and Israel have been in contact with an alien race. He was one of the highest disclosures. But New Zealand, Australia, some of the files that were released from the Soviet Union after the fall of the Soviet Union do describe their encounters with UFOs around their nuclear bases, just like ours. They thought it was the Americans, and we thought it was the Russians. So this is a phenomenon that it's not just the United States; it's all around the world, and a lot of the accounts are extremely similar.
Because the public should want to know.
You're telling us about aliens, brother. You missed everything. I had a UFO on 20 and like near Stone Mountain, and then she was
alien or not, but it's just weird.
Actual alien, brother. Can you believe that?
How fast it was going. How does that go as fast as it does if it doesn't have any propulsion? So, I mean, seriously, that's a very serious question. There was no propulsion. I'm sorry. I saw motion action, but not sound either, right? That's what I'm saying. There was no sound, and the fact that we were going 120 miles an hour.
I can answer it too. Go ahead.
What these whistleblowers
It's not a drawn, it goes fast and it goes down and comes back again.
So what these whistleblowers are saying, some of these are military whistleblowers, okay? Are saying you should actually there's a documentary called Age of Disclosure, you should watch it. They are saying that it's anti-gravity propulsion. So essentially that the alien technology is able to warp time and space around it, so it's not restricted to the same confines of propulsion that we are accustomed to.
Question, because I'm looking up something right now.
Supposed to
Can I ask you a question, Trent? I'm sorry, Trent. If what I'm looking at is it's showing a jet essentially flying, but this orb or this object, I would say, it's going against the grain of the wind. The wind is blowing 365 nautical or knots, and it's going straight into that without any resistance. And any other vehicles, other things, you still have the sound barrier, but this thing picked up from going 355 miles an hour into that wind. That guy said it accelerated into thousands of miles an hour because what are you saying? That is faster than the speed of sound. We don't have anything that moves on a dime. But accelerated from 300 to 1,000 miles an hour in seconds. That was in seconds. What the heck?
Well, but hold on, let me add to that, Ashton, because what I saw streaming down the 20 freeway, it wasn't just a straight line at that speed that you are talking about, because it did do the speed you were talking about. It's for me, it's the movement. The movement looked like a fish burning from trouble. The fish movement for me is what fucked me up. More so than the lack of sound and the speed. It was that fish movement that stopped shit.
But the mathematical speed, it's like when you can do numbers, that's extraordinary because you're going very, very fast. And I tell people, take a jet and lay it down flat across the horizon. Just the concussion, the boom boom, that blows out windows and all kinds of other stuff. Like you can literally that'll happen. Well, this thing, even if the sound barrier itself is coming at it, it's able to pierce through that layer without drag. And I find that to be extraordinary because anything that we have on this earth, it has a drag to it. Even if you put that at an angle, the angle still has drag, right? If I take that angle and I'm putting it at 90 degrees, right? Even at any angle, there's a drag. On this thing, there was none of that, even side-to-side movement, no drag, no wiggle, no wobble, or it wasn't affected by elements either. That's a problem. It's not affected by 350-mile-an-hour winds.
That's during the classroom.
Okay. But it's able to hold that trajectory into that 355-mile-an-hour winds. Your car couldn't hold a straight line in 355-mile-an-hour winds.
My brother asked a question.
Well, no, I was just, I just wanted clarification, or I guess a description I just came on. Kyle, when you said fish-like motion, like were you on? So you were on the highway? Was the UFO or the UFI or whatever they're called? Was that on the highway, or were you seeing this somewhere else? Were you seeing this in the sky, or? I'm sorry, I didn't say your story.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you were saying that you saw like a fish-like motion from an object.
So I'll explain it. So I'm on the off-ramp from the freeway. I can still see the freeway. I know the bridge over the freeway is my direction I'm going on. So I can see the bridge. I can see the traffic going east and west. It's at nighttime, so the west has the bright lights, the east has the tail lights. So I'm looking at the tail lights. The that is way above the 20, because it's way above, like a helicopter, it's way above it. And then just like Olympic skydiver or no Olympic diver in the pool, it dove into the 20 freeway like a diver into a pool that fast. It stopped in the air at first. It didn't make any movements for like 5 seconds. And while it was stationary, I stopped breathing because I was still mesmerized by why it's moving like a helicopter doesn't move. And it stopped over the 20 freeway, that bridge. It stopped way above the 20 freeway. Then it dove down into traffic instantly. It dove into traffic and spun off in the eastern direction, like on the eastern part of the freeway, like the people who are driving east, they were all in traffic. So it was, dead. It was a dead stop. This is commute traffic, and so everything was kind of moving really slowly. So your headlights and taillights on the 20 freeway, it dove into that traffic and then spun off like a fish, flapping his tail, like a fish flapping his tail, and was gone in like a second out of view. And I asked myself after that, I asked myself 2 things. One, did anybody around me see it? And they did. They were all stunned, tired and shit, dazed by the day, whatever. They were looking up. But my question was, when that happened, is when UFOs or things like that I saw, when they are so close to our cars, do they move in traffic to where you just think it's a headlight and that's how they go unnoticed? Because that's what it did. It moved in headlights. And it just seemed like when it dove down to the traffic, it was probably just some other headlight that was oblivious to most of us. And that's what was fucking me up. I left that scene not screaming, not crying, not agitated. I didn't call nobody. I was numb. I've been numb all this time. I've only told this story like 5 times in my life because I don't know why I'm reacting the way I'm reacting to it. I just don't know why I'm reacting to it so calmly because it was a horrific story. When Ashton tells it, she shares the same sentiment with me because we're looking at something that defies everything that we know that exists by human hands. We just don't have that technology. That swimming with a fish, that swimming like a fish shit, fuck me up, and it still fucks me up too.
Yeah, so what you
right, what state are you in, Mal? You're in what state in California, correct?
Georgia. She's in Small Mountain, Georgia.
Georgia, so that's 2 different states. So how are we seeing some of the kind of the same type experience? And like I said, she's in the state, it's a problem. And it's something unexplained. Someone said, were you drinking? No, I was not drinking behind the wheel of any kind of vehicle.
So you don't think the aliens want to try Texas barbecue and go on down to Georgia? Yeah, Georgia barbecue. So it's not.
What do you mean?
Don't tell men like to eat.
So one of the reasons why people don't share stories like Chia, so one of the reasons why people have trouble sharing stories like Chia and Ashton are sharing is because of the ridicule that they receive.
You're right.
So let me just bring that shame in general in this country. So one of
the next time you drink with somebody when you got lights at your window, you don't know what it is.
So when you listen to the decorated fighter pilots that have reported under the oath the same types of things that they are describing, right? People that are well trained to see these things under oath testifying in Congress of things that they saw. They talk about not reporting this at the time because they didn't want to be, seem crazy and be taken out of the seat. And it hasn't only happened in the United States. This has been happening around the world for quite some time. So, I understand why what they're saying sounds funny and sounds strange to you. Be careful about ridiculing them because when it comes out, I think people like Brother and some others are going to be very shocked about what you find.
One like our brother, please. Can I add on to what he said? Because this happened in 2006, I forgot. 10 years later, I'm telling this story to a corporate luncheon. So there's many people at the table that I'm at, and I'm the only Black person there. But I'm asserting my Blackness, so that doesn't bother me. I'm telling this story to a bunch of people at a luncheon. And after I finished telling the story, a white guy, one of my male colleagues, said, Kia, did this happen in, if I told him it was Stone Mountain, he said, did this happen in 2006? Because I said a couple years ago, and this was 10 years ago. And I knew when I said a couple years ago, I really did kind of mean 10 years ago. But after I finished it, he said, well, Kia, did this happen in 2006? And my mouth dropped. I'm like, how did you know that it was 2006 when I didn't disclose that? And he said, and he was the one who said, there were many reports of sightings in Stone Mountain in 2006. That's why I knew it was 2006. So that was my confirmation that Miss Kia here, who's telling you the story, wasn't the only girl in Stone Mountain 2006 who had those sightings. I just reported in a way that many people in Stone Mountain reported it.
In the chat that we don't have 355 mile an hour winds on the earth. Yeah, those things can happen above the atmosphere. That may not be true for here on the ground where winds lay down 355 miles an hour. No, but that stuff happens high above our heads. I'm not sitting up here just telling you some googly dog. In the atmosphere, those winds can be much greater up there, and the higher you go, and you pierce through the clouds, then that air becomes thin. And one meaning is there's gravity, buoyancy becomes vital when you get pierce out. There's no gravity. So brother, whoever wrote that in the chat, you can't sit there and tell me I'm lying, because when they put that aircraft and bring that back into the atmosphere, they put that aircraft at an angle so it pierces into the earth, so it doesn't burn up on re-entry. Brother, there's a reason that all that stuff exists. But the wind, 300 miles an hour, that does exist above our heads. That's how you get hurricanes, and that's how you get all that other stuff that builds up in tornadoes and all that, brother. That does exist.
So, all right, so I don't know. So Ashton, if you're right, and Kia, sorry, not that Kia, and Tran, and if you're all right and everything's true, okay, cool, I'll accept that. Now what?
Now what part is? Let me answer it to you. The now what part? And again, these are people that are in your government that are under oath are saying that the United States has recovered some of this technology and reverse engineered it. And the reason why that would be important to you, if it is possible, because if we do have anti-gravity technology, and who knows what the fuck this discombobulator that we used in Venezuela was, if we do have something that can warp time and space, well, it would deny the need for the current energy infrastructure and the oil and gas infrastructure that we have now. So what these people have said is that one of the reasons it's being held back from you is because it would destroy the current economic system that we have. Also, the technology would be extremely powerful, and if we had something that had instantaneous movement, you wouldn't want it in the hands of like a North Korea or an Iran or a Russia who it could be used against. But that's what these people are saying under oath.
So not only Trump on the religious. Hold on, I'm building. No, I was trying to build too. Okay, all right, go ahead. I'll yield to you. Yes, sir. Thank you. When in Trump's first term, his last term, I think it was his last term, he said that he was forcing the CIA and the Pentagon and all the other shit to disclose their information about what they know about the UFOs. And that was a summer. What summer it was? That was a summer. And it was way after I and Ashton had our experiences. But those experiences that they exposed, the CIA disclosure that Trump forced about their UFO experiences, all of the military that have documentation of these movements and shit, was consistent with what I experienced. So I was less moved by it. I was more intrigued by how we were trying to figure out how to stop the shit from happening, or stop it, or find some type of military.
You got a picture of King Dyke.
Can't have that, brother. You got to take your country ass home and stop calling people out of their name. You got to find something.
You got problems with
The idea that we were trying to find a way to leverage.
Why have you studied?
The way to leverage their technology is why Trump had to disclose information to us. And the last one. That's for you too, bro. That's for the king one too. To the handshake. You shut up. Okay, am I free now to face my submission? So my submission was about the government of the United States exposing us to what our military has documented and has testified about these movements of these aliens and how they defy gravity and shit. And then the surge is how do we, and then they said these activities are centered around our military vessels. Let me finish. This is hard. This is hard for me because I've been interrupted on I'm trying to make a small submission. That is small. Happening. No, I've been interrupted, and y'all have circumvented the interruption. I just want to finish this and get on. And allow and not everybody share. I just want to get out of the center of this conversation by this submission. So let me finish. The idea that when the classified files was given to us that summer during the Trump administration, it was about these lights that defy gravity surrounding military vessels and vehicles around the world, and how do we combat that? And we can't combat that. But what it did do is expose us to not just random people like me and Ashton saying we saw some shit, but it said that the military is also saying the exact same fucking thing that we just said and Ashton has said, and what the hell do we do with it? We don't know it. We don't have that technology. We're looking for it because it exists. And we have so many, maybe hundreds of years to measure up to what we're saying, until and unless they inundate us and take over us, which might not be a bad idea. But still, we don't have the military defense or support to defend ourselves and stuff. Okay, great.
I'm going to take notes over. Have you seen?
I'm telling you one thing about it. It was like, let me stop. Hey, y'all finish.
If you want to get to the know about alien, tell to the know. If these TV shows give any reference to food that they were bringing here, it'd be horrible. Ain't no way in hell.
Buffet. They don't feed you much.
You barely get anything. I was watching a show about it. It was a movie or whatever. And I said, well, damn.
No, actually, they just give you a pill. Actually, they just give you a pill that has all the nutrients you need.
That's why here's the thing. You whispering skinny. I said, oh, like no fat aliens. No, the ones they show on the TV shows, they look whispering. I'm saying I saw a program. Hold on, y'all. Don't see the page. Well, that's what I was trying to say in this program. You can see, and I said, what the hell? So they don't eat very much. See, if them aliens came down here to my house, they really would get a lot of food, man. We got a lot of food tonight. So come on down here, y'all. It's 83 degrees right now, so I ain't complaining, man. Life is real good. We back now, y'all. We eating. Let's eat.
I asked the room, did you guys see Poltergeist? And that's just y'all haven't seen Poltergeist. Have you ever read or saw the movie Tommy Knockers? Watch the movie Tommy Knockers? Tommy Knockers is fucked up the movie for me.
Just remember, the girl, there's no coincidence that girl from Poltergeist, she died young. She died a couple years ago.
Who died in Poltergeist?
Carolyn died. She died.
She didn't die. You didn't watch the rest of the movie. She didn't fucking die.
The actor blew Carolyn. She died.
And secondly, I'm talking about Tommy Knockers. Anybody, I was a Stephen King fan. Tommy Knockers is one of the things he wrote. Tommy Knockers is about at some point you're just a specimen in a jar in a laboratory, and you have all these memories and you have all these experiences, but you're still just a specimen in a jar, and you're stuck in the jar because of technology to figure out how to preserve you, like the bread in my cabinet right now, how to preserve you and not let you die. And so the idea is, how real is our experiences if we might be just specimens in jars having these extraterrestrial experiences of what humanity should be about. That's what folks feel about that movie.
They're uncultured. They don't know. They can't have these conversations.
You know what, Brother Messy? I'm gonna need you to stop being messy because I didn't say here. I heard the story first of all, and Trump, he ramped this story up because he believed that everybody seen the alien, even though the story got added to every time somebody else spoke. Like, this is crazy.
And to troll the traffic. It's not me. It's not me that believes it. It is people that are in the United States DOD. That's right. Colonels, fighter pilots, and now your own Congress people on both sides here. What I'm saying is,
my whole thing is, you sat and listened to kids talk, not realizing that every time somebody else spoke, she added to her story. And y'all believed it?
No, she had multiple books. Here's what I said. The only say anything else.
What she described going down 20, like again, look, people like brother and fashion,
Why are you saying that? Y'all are even living into submission. Y'all are
I'm trying to listen to you. I wanted to hear you, but everybody kept running over. So let me shut the fuck up and let you talk. Go ahead.
So I actually have my own story, but see, I traveled so much in here that I can believe it. So it was, well, I don't know what it was. So let me just say that I have no idea what it was. I didn't know it was off in the distance, but it was when I was in high school, and there was, I forgot what group it was for. It might have been like I don't know, it was some extracurricular activity, and we were going to. It was cold. I forgot when. This was over 20 years ago. But we were going to an open theater play, and I think it was like the Antiquity or something like that. Like a play. And it was late at night, and we were driving all the way up there. I can't remember. I'm trying to think about what it was. But we were driving, and it was a small sort of town. I remember we stopped, before we got to the play, we stopped at a corner store. And we went in the corner store, and there were, a few of us, black men. I think it was like Christian, something about Christian athletes. I can't remember. It was some organization. And so we were all there, and we were in our leather jackets, and we were in the convenience store. And there was a white woman who was a cashier. And for whatever reason, she decided to tell us about an aspect of the history of the town. And say, "Oh, you're not from here." And she said, "Well, we have there's a huge tree in the center of town. This is not about the UFO, but this was just something that I remember." And she said, "We have a huge tree in the center of the town, and that's what we call the hanging tree." And we're like, "Oh, okay." They're like, "Yeah, we used to, we used to hang from it." I'm not joking at all. Because I don't play. So she actually said that, and so we were like, "Okay, this is."
What state was that?
This was in Texas, and so I remember leaving. Now we didn't actually see the tree that she was referring to, but it just gave a really nasty taste in our mouth, and so we were going to sort of like an amphitheater. It wasn't that big, but it was just outside, and it was late at night, and so we were watching the play, and sort of in the middle of the play, watching it, and it's outside. It was dark outside, and in the distance, sort of in the background, I remember something sort of catching my eye as I was watching, and I put my head up and I was looking, and there was like a faint light in the sky, and it seemed like it was sort of moving back and forth in a way that it sort of caught my attention. And it was going sort of front, forward and back. I can't remember, there's a lot that I can't remember, so I'm just telling you there was a movement that was strange to me that didn't look like it was something that I was familiar with, right? So it didn't feel like a long distance helicopter or something like that. But it was going sort of back and forth. And then it sort of jetted off out of sight. And so I was with my homeboys, but it was one of those moments where you're sort of looking at something and trying to figure out what it was. And, I wasn't thinking to alert somebody else of the thing that I was watching. And so it sort of jetted off, and I remember telling my friends, "Yeah, I just saw something really weird." And I couldn't really process what I'd seen. Didn't know what it was. And, I didn't, inherently think that it was an alien or something like that. It was just something that was very weird to me. As I've, gone through, it still stands out to me. Again, I have no idea what it was, but it was definitely, something that I haven't seen since then. And so, I'm not, again, I believe in a lot of things that a lot of people don't. So, I didn't take it for what it was. So I don't listen to,
Thank you, brother. I think the problem is we don't have a platform where we can share what we see every day. And so it's boring when people show up. So I thank this room for even allowing us to say, hey, we've experienced some shit. And without that, the media is not going to substantiate it. There's censorship going on in the United States. Outside of, Trump saying, I'm going to force the CIA to disclose their UFO sightings and shit. Outside of that, people are forced to not be able to express themselves in fear of being treated like an outsider. And we have rooms like this that allow us, thankfully, to share our experiences without that same fear, giving us an ability to recognize and accept things that we are not accustomed to. So thank you, brother. Thank you, Ashton, and thank me for sharing your experiences. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Tia, you made my wife laugh. All I want to say this is, brother, I misjudged you on that. I apologize because that's it. Your story is very common. You know what I mean? It's like people often they see it, but they don't recognize it, and they think about it, later. But the last thing I'll say as I leave, I'm tell you all good night. Brooklyn, thank you for asking me the questions. I do appreciate it. What's already out there, Kia's right about the censorship. There's two things I recommend watching. One is The Age of Disclosure. It's on Prime, right? These are Marco Rubio's in it. James Clapper, who was the director of intelligence under Obama, is in it. He's probably going to pass pretty soon. People oftentimes, right before they die, they like to tell the truth. So I recommend watching it. And the second thing is look up the Nazca mummies on YouTube. They are real. They are physical beings. They believe they are real in South America, but for some reason, to Kia's point, in the United States, we will not cover them. We will not talk about them. But anyway, y'all have a good one. Have a good night. Talk to us.
It's just that they're crazy, I guess, if you talk about it just like, I tell people across Texas and, it seems like flat places, Area 51 is what? A flat place. The four corners of this country, pretty flat, if you ask me. And a lot of, it seems like for whatever reason, alien activity happens over plains or whatever. Not safe to nap over mountains or whatever, but it seems like it rains down in flat areas. I'm sorry, go ahead. Is it because of the topography? Is it because
I was going to make a general statement about Iran. What it is we need to create the environment where all of us feel comfortable sharing our stories about what we've encountered and encourage people to come out of the woodwork so that they too can share their stories and then take it to the next level and talk to their representatives, because we need them to release all of the files so we can know what's really going on.
And Scotty, tell us about that time you seen the UFO in Central Park.
Well, it was actually last October, so this is recent memory. And I was up in Maine, so I was doing a foliage trip.
Oh, you were in Maine? Oh, yeah, because you'd be
I was in Maine. It was one of those fog-covered, coastal trips. And I had missed a turn, and then we were listening to the radio, and the satellite radio, and it just went totally static, which is really crazy. And all of a sudden, the lights on my car blinked, and it just kind of shut off for a second, and everything. I pulled over to the side of the road for safety, and everything was off. And I didn't know what was happening. The engine died, the fog got a little more thick, and then I saw some lights up above because I had opened the car door and I had looked outside. I was like, what's going on? And I saw these lights outside,
And it was almost like shooting stars, but I've seen shooting stars before. It was not shooting stars. It was definitely something else. And then when that ended, the fog kind of went away back towards the coast, and my car turned on, and then the lights came on.
Oh,
So it was just so weird.
I never shared. So interesting.
I feel comfortable sharing it here now.
No, but what's so interesting? Did y'all know that the planets aligned on the 28th? Like the 6 planets, they were in alignment. So maybe y'all feel a little bit open to the stars because of the stars. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Patty, tell us about that time you was in Djibouti.
And
No, you was in Djibouti and you seen the alien that was peeking out from some rocks. Remember you told us that time?
I gotta keep that story to myself. I'm sorry.
Okay, damn. Talk to me.
So you don't know who's recording your Patty, to be honest.
Hold on. What was you saying, Mel? What was the story you broke up? I just heard story and something about a self. What happened?
It's a top secret story. She can't tell us.
Yeah, I gotta keep it.
Hey, that old country saying, look here, Brooklyn, you from the country. We gonna think we from the country. We won't, today, we won't say a word. We gonna zip it up like we close the big old barn doors. We ain't gonna say nothing, sister. We just gonna keep our mouths shut like crickets humming in the night. We just gonna be quiet as a whisper. I'm serious.
That is too funny.
Nothing.
I'm a major nigga to do this. I'm tired. I'm trying to fucking tired.
Hey, Brooklyn, let it be tonight especially, but all nights, but tonight especially. You are the straw that stirs the drink. I want you to know.
I think you did. I know because when I came back in here, it was kind of boring. So I had to curse. Agent P and Crystal asses out.
I'm a drinker.
I'm good.
I'm a drinker, and I throw that straw away every time I hear you get it. So we don't need that goddamn straw.
Definitely a drinker, child. Let me do it.
We don't need that goddamn straw.
Or we're gonna be fucked right now. I guess y'all want to see what's happening. We're so fucked. Well, I hope it's a good night for you, Ambassador. Hope Patty's back. God bless you.
Well, peace to you and the folks that there's no more rumors of bombs and no more rumors of wars. Actually, there's war going on here.
Not next round. They look
Not a good thing. No one can tell us war is good. A multitude of ways without bombing the innocent human beings is not the way to bail you out, buddy.
If you're talking about what happened here recently, that was not done with the act of Congress, and a lot of this stuff is just out of control. I mean, and I really hope that we don't end up in a needless 20-year war because of what we just did, United States and Israel. And I really hope that there are implications, because what just came across the news tonight here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area is that the governor has asked that all infrastructure or critical infrastructure be hardened or protected. So maybe they know something we don't. That's concerning. We don't want our critical infrastructure attacked, or whatever the case may be, or oil burn here or whatever. I don't know if people, think about this, but there are, Islamic and other folks, in this country, and they were on the news tonight. They are protesting and stuff, or said that they would, this week. What day, I don't know, but they said that they are now on high alert, just because of what has transpired, and said that they would be looking at making sure that certain things here in our state, including water, is protected and all this stuff. So I don't know, it's a lot, man. We shouldn't have done that. We shouldn't have done these things at all, because we wouldn't find ourselves in this situation. We cannot continue to end up in wars, man. We don't have the budget for it. This is where your tax dollars are going. I said that earlier. Your tax dollars are going to fund wars. That's where you're going, because the rest of the pies are small compared to the military budget pie. I guess however you want to put all that into a pie. It's a problem, and it's massive, and that's what's eating. That's your biggest factor. Your money's going to that. It's a problem. You want to keep fighting wars? I don't think so. Republican. It's not cool. It's bad.
It's kind of a boogeyman mentality that they have to have a villain, a cast for the film that goes, somebody got to chase down somebody. Somebody kill their own people. Somebody had acts of evil. Somebody had weapons of mass destruction. But we got to bomb them right away. Let's not threaten our nation and we'll bomb them down. They rush out with all the bombs and leave the cancer producing agents in the soil, the air, soil, water, contaminated. And the future generations are coming born with cancer and all that. Because they couldn't sit down and negotiate a deal with somebody. Just had the uncontrollable urge to bomb somebody. It's crazy as hell to me.
Ambassador, how is it that we can't find money for health care or curing cancer, but we always have money for war?
It's the same thing with they had social needs, but we the people applied for certain things, appeal to the states and the government for certain things. So that they got that riot break out. Oh, we got emergency funding over here, emergency funding over there. So it's telling you they've got it all the time. It says, are they willing to acquiesce and come out and meet the needs of the people that have needs to be met? The taxpayer is the one who has the need to protect. Are they willing to acquiesce to meet the needs of the people? So their track record shows no, but to get some excitable idea that if you go over here, it will be better for us, better for the country, better for the children. All these things, in my estimation, bad for the morals of the children, bad for the psyche of the children. War is war I despise because it means the destruction of innocent lives. So I'm letting my play right there and skip my mind.
to find something else now that don't even sound like anything. You know what that is. That fills your head with nothing but whatever. That fills your head with nothing. That is really bad, brother. That's not good at all. That's what you keep that kind of. Oh my.
Just bounce to it, Ashton. Just bounce to it. Don't look for lyrics, just bounce to it. He's playing so hard. It's not bad.
I'm trying to look for substance in what we're listening to because I'm trying to figure it out. I'm like, sorry.
How long is he taking anyway?
What in the world kind of radio station? Because you didn't play the same tune. That's crazy. For nobody that's in their 30s and 40s, I sure hope you ain't 30 or 40 years old listening to this. You might want to get Midas touching something to touch your hair, and whatever the hell that is, something gonna have to touch your hair, because Jesus might have to help you out with that right there, because that is horrible, brother. I'm sorry, but what it is in fact, that there that he's playing is just, it's not for folks that have maturity. It sounds like somebody that's 18 or 19. I don't know if that's factual, but you better not be no 30 or 40-year-old person listening to that there, man. You better not be rolling down no street listening to that, because that is just a hot mess right there. You better find something else to play, brother. That's bad. Kids on music, brother, that's a child, that's a kid. Is that a kid? Brother, can you answer my question? Is that a kid? Is that a kid? What the? That's a child? Bro? No. Yeah, bro. No, man. What are you listening to? Not even. There's so much person in here. You got kids in there? That's a kid. Child. Playing. I'm not trying to be funny, but you okay with kids? Kids, I don't know what in the world. I don't listen to no music with no children on there like that. Oh man, he got kids on there, man. I'm sorry, man. I ain't listening to no music that sound like it's kids. Oh my God. How old are you, brother? Like, for real or something? You done turned this room into a music room. While we was talking about, I don't know what this is. With this stuff here. What this next? Still what's going on. I don't either, Ramona. I don't know. This book before. I've heard of this book, but I've never listened to it. I've never read it. These techniques that he's describing, this is stuff I've been using, maybe not in the format, but this stuff is, I've manifested these things in my life by doing positive things. I have to meditate in the morning for an hour. Positive meditation, you understand? Before I get started, you understand? And then the affirmation throughout the day. These are things that I do to manifest and create. And I've been doing this, like I said, with old girl. She's watched how I live and how I do this. Even though I was doing this right in front of her face, she still didn't get it. Almost similar to Sister Child. She couldn't get what I was manifesting, right? Mm-hmm. And so what I'm saying is, and I'm saying this to everyone listening, you cannot be deterred by those around you who don't understand what you're manifesting. When you say you're going to manifest $1 million into your bank account, when you say you're going to manifest a brand new car that you have a desire for, when you say you're going to manifest
this here. Watch this. If you are an observing person, you must have noticed that most people resort to prayer only after everything else has failed. Or else they pray by a ritual or of meaningless words. And because it is a fact that most people who pray do so only after everything else has failed, they go to prayer with their minds filled with fear and doubt, which are the emotions the subconscious mind acts upon, fear and doubt, and passes on to the infinite intelligence. Likewise, that is the emotion which infinite intelligence receives and acts upon, fear and doubt. If you pray for a thing, but have fear as you pray, that you may not receive it, or that your prayer will not be acted upon by infinite intelligence, your prayer will have been in vain. Prayer does sometimes result in the realization of that for which one prays. If you have ever had the experience of receiving that for which you prayed, go back in your memory and recall your actual state of mind while you were praying, and you will know for sure that the theory here described is more than a theory. The method by which you may communicate with infinite intelligence is very similar to that through which the vibration of sound is communicated by radio. If you understand the working principle of radio, you of course know that sound cannot be communicated until it has been changed into a rate of vibration which the human ear cannot detect. I'm going to read that again. If you understand the working principle of radio, you of course know that sound cannot be communicated until it has been changed into a rate of vibration which the human ear cannot detect. Okay. The radio sending station picks up the sound of the human voice, modifies it by stepping up the vibration millions of times. Only in this way can the energy of sound be communicated through space. After this transformation has taken place, the energy, which originally was in the form of vibrations of sound, is carried to radio receivers, and these receiving sets reconvert that energy to its original rate of vibration, so it is recognized as sound. The subconscious mind is the intermediary, which translates one's prayers into terms which infinite intelligence can recognize, presents the message, and brings back the answer in the form of a definite plan or idea for procuring the object of the prayer. Understand this principle, and you will know why mere words read from a prayer book cannot and will never serve as an agency of communication between the mind of man and infinite intelligence.
Wow. Now, I want to reach out to a member that we know is in the audience or on the stage. Chai, what are you getting? Is any of this resonating with you, sister, at all? I know you up, but are you up?
Yeah, while she married to look at her, I'm gonna say invitation. She come in, I'll shut up. She ain't might know. She's talking. I think the words are having an effect. I think they have an effect on her. So they're having an effect on her. Yeah, like that. And sometimes the water gotta seep down into the soil before it hit the roots down deep. You just gotta let it marinate. You know what I'm saying? So the brain, check this out, the brain, a broadcasting and receiving station for thought. More than 40 years ago, the author, working in conjunction with the late Dr. Alexander Graham Bell and Dr. Elmer R. Gates, observed that every human brain is both a broadcasting and a receiving station for the vibration of thought. In a fashion similar to that employed by the radio broadcasting principle, every human brain is capable of picking up vibrations of thought which are being released by other brains. If you're on that road, you come across a lot of brains out there.
Hey man, Pedro, he has like a big beacon for a brain.
He got a big receiving station. That's why he's so full of stuff and so much coming into him. Now check this out.
His receiving station is humongous.
He got a big dick dish. You know, some people got a 5-foot dish. You got a 20-foot dish on your roof. You're gonna pick up.
His networking station is huge.
Oh man, he got more capacity. And check it out. Exactly. receiving set of the brain, which receives thoughts released by the brains of others. It is the agency of communication between one's conscious or reasoning mind and the four sources from which one may receive thought stimuli. When stimulated or stepped up to a high rate of vibration, the mind becomes more receptive to thought, which reaches it through outside sources. This stepping takes place through the positive emotions or the negative emotions. The emotional vibrations of thought may be increased. The emotional sex stands at the head of the list of human emotions as far as intensity and driving force are concerned. The brain, which has been stimulated by the emotional sex, functions at a much more rapid rate than it does when that emotion is quiescent or absent. The result of sex transmutation is the increase of thoughts to such a pitch that the creative imagination becomes highly receptive to ideas. On the other hand, when the brain is functioning at a rapid rate, it not only attracts thoughts and ideas released by other brains, but it gives to one's own thoughts that feeling which is essential before those thoughts will be picked up and acted upon by one's subconscious mind.
Right. Let me tell you. Now, and understand this, and this is why ideas. We notice how he said other brains.
Yes.
You can have a bright idea. That's what they call it, a bright idea, right? But the creator is sending this idea into the atmosphere.
Come on.
Right? And your dad is a receptor, like the brother just described. Now, this idea is a bright idea to you. It's something that's new, it's fresh, it's exciting, it's something that's a blessing to you because it came into your receiver. But if you don't act on that bright idea, the creator has released the idea because he wants it to be manifested onto the planet.
Yes.
If you don't act on it, someone else will.
And you won't eat off of that idea, but somebody else will.
And somebody else will.
And that's part of why I appreciate
that. That's self-discipline.
That's why I appreciate when you don't share a thought, because you've heard it before, the wisdom. If you put it all the way out there, someone else will really catch it and be able to have more money, more time, more energy, and they can manifest your own idea before you can.
Absolutely.
And you get just out a big portion of that. But the good news about it is, here's whatever I take comfort in on that note, Tony, is this is what I know, Brother Jamal. The parts that's for me, there's a certain tinge that only I can put on. Now, the general idea of a roller skate, I can throw it out there so cold-blooded, somebody can go get their own, wheels, put it on some shoes, and go. But I might have a certain twist on it that can't nobody do. You see, that's a comforting thought to me. Because there's a certain part of it that when it's flavored with all of what's moving inside of you, and all of what's feeling it, and all of the particulars of how it now is like, okay, there's a lot of folks sell donuts out there for those that eat donuts. But you might want to go back to that one spot, because over there, I like the way they make that one crepe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You feel me? So there's a lot of barbecue joints between New York and LA. You know what I'm saying?
Let me say this. The working of the idea. When I say working of the idea, that is the thought has hit your transmitter, it's come to you, the creator is giving the idea, you received it and picked it up, and now you started to work the process, right? The working of that process becomes proprietary. You understand what I mean? The more you work that process, the more it becomes yours.
Watch this. The subconscious mind is the sending station of the brain, through which vibrations of thought are broadcast. The creative imagination is the receiving set, through which the energies of thought are picked up, along with the important factors of the subconscious mind and the factors of creative imagination, which constitute the sending and the receiving sets of your mental broadcasting machinery. Consider now the principle of auto-suggestion, which is the medium by which you may put into operation your broadcasting station, your subconscious mind. Through the instruction described in the chapter on auto-suggestion, you were definitely informed on the method by which which desire may be transmuted into monetary equivalent. Operation of your mental broadcasting station is a comparatively simple procedure. You have put three principles to bear in mind and to apply. You have but three principles to bear in mind and to apply when you wish to use your broadcasting station: the subconscious mind, the creative imagination, and auto-suggestion. Now, what you say every day, 20 times a day, that auto-suggestion. Your creative imagination is working on that. Your subconscious mind is grabbing it. The stimuli through which you put these three principles into action have been described, and the procedure begins with desire. All that desire. When a person says, "Oh, I got the desire to get these push-ups in. Oh man, I got a desire to get my summer body, Jamal. I gotta have a summer. I gotta put that outfit on." If I'm a sister, I ain't never been a sister, but I'm just saying, I hear them talk like that. When the desire kicks in, man, I lost 50 pounds over the summertime, over that last week. When they made it mine.
I'm not worried about this whole 40 pounds.
Oh man, that ain't nothing.
Control over the little guy that said, I just wanted some fried chicken. I just really like the taste of some of that money.
Come on, man, watch this. Let me talk about the intangible. People talk about what you see and what you don't see. Let me talk about something intangible, but the greatest forces are intangible. You can't put your fingers on them. That force, that thought, that idea, that thing is moving through you. Oh, that's a great force. Watch this. Through the ages which have passed, man has depended too much upon his physical senses and has limited his knowledge to physical things which he could see, touch, weigh, and measure. Show me the receipts, bro. Then watch this. We're now entering the most marvelous of all ages, Jamal. An age which will teach us something of the intangible forces of the world about us. Perhaps we shall learn as we pass through this age that the other self, quote unquote, is more powerful than the physical self we see when we look into a mirror. Sometimes men speak lightly of the intangibles, the things which they cannot perceive through any of their five senses. And when we hear them, it should remind us that all of us are controlled by forces which are unseen and intangible. The whole of mankind has not the power to cope with, nor to control the intangible force wrapped up in the rolling waves of the oceans. Man has not the capacity to understand the intangible force of gravity, which keeps this little earth suspended in space and keeps man from falling from it, much less the power to control that force. Man is entirely subservient to the intangible force which comes with a thunderstorm, and he is just as helpless in the presence of the intangible force of electricity. Nor is this by any means the end of man's ignorance in connection with things unseen and intangible. He does not understand the intangible force and intelligence wrapped up in the soil of the earth, the force which provides him with every morsel of food he eats, every article of clothing he wears, every dollar he carries in his pockets. You don't tell the tomato seed, okay, now it's time for you to produce this. When you put it in that soil, that goes to work on it. Man, the dramatic story of the brain. Last but not least, man, with all of his boasted culture and education, understands little or nothing of the intangible force, the greatest of all of the intangibles of thought. Thought. Why you put your hand on that thought? Can you erect thought? Can you put that thought in jail somewhere and make sure it don't get out?
Amazing.
He knows but little concerning the physical brain and its vast network of intricate machinery through which the power of thought is translated into its material equivalent. But he is now entering an age which shall yield enlightenment on the subject. Men of science have begun to turn their attention into the study of this stupendous thing called the brain. And while they are still in the kindergarten stage of their studies, they have uncovered enough knowledge to know that the central switchboard of the human brain, the number of lines which connect the brain cells one with another, equal the figure 1 followed by 15 million zeros.
Wow.
The figure is so stupendous in definite patterns. These arrangements are not haphazard. They are orderly. Recently developed methods of electrophysiology draw off action currents from very precisely located cells or fibers with microelectrodes, amplify them with radio tubes, and record potential differences to a millionth of a volt. It is inconceivable that such a network of intricate machinery should be in existence for the sole purpose of carrying on the physical functions incidental to growth and maintenance of the physical body. It is not likely that the same system which gives billions of brain cells the medium for communication one with another provides also the means of communication with other intangible forces. The New York Times published an editorial showing that at least one great university and one intelligent investigator in the field of mental phenomena are carrying on an organized research through which conclusions have been reached that parallel many of these described in this and the following chapter. The editorial briefly analyzed the work carried on by Dr. Ryan and his associates at Duke University. What is telepathy? A month ago, we cited on this page some of the remarkable results achieved by Dr. Ryan and his associates in Duke University from more than 100,000 tests to determine the existence of telepathy and clairvoyance. These results were summarized in the first two articles in Harper's Magazine. In the second, which has now appeared, the author E.H. Wright attempts to summarize what has been learned or what it seems reasonable to infer regarding the exact nature of these extrasensory modes of perception. The actual existence of telepathy and clairvoyance now seems to some scientists enormously probable as the result of Ryan's experiments. Various percipients were asked to name as many cards in a special pack as they could without looking at them and without other sensory access to them. About a score of men, which is 20, and women were discovered who regularly named so many of the cards correctly that, quote, there was not one chance in many a million of their having done their feats by luck or accident, end of quote. But how did they do them? These powers, assuming that they exist, do not seem to be sensory. There is no known organ for them. The experiments worked just as well at distances of several hundred miles as they did in the same room. These facts also dispose, in Mr. Wright's opinion, of the attempt to explain telepathy or clairvoyance through any physical theory of radiation. All known forms of radiant energy decline inversely as the square of the distance traversed. Telepathy and clairvoyance do not, but they do vary through physical cause as our other mental powers do. Contrary to widespread opinion, they do not improve when the percipient is asleep or half asleep, but on the contrary, when he is most wide awake and alert. Ryan discovered that a narcotic will invariably lower a percipient score, while a stimulant will always send it higher. The most reliable performer apparently cannot make a good score unless he tries to do his best. One conclusion that Wright draws with some confidence is that telepathy and clairvoyance are really one and the same gift. That is, the faculty that sees, quote unquote, a card face down on a table seems to be exactly the same one that reads a thought residing only in another mind. There are several grounds for believing this. So far, for example, the two gifts have been found in every person who enjoys either of them. In every one so far, the two have been of equal vigor, almost exactly. Screens, walls, distances have no effect at all on either. Wright advances from this conclusion to express what he puts forward as no more than the mere hunch that other extrasensory experiences, prophetic dreams, premonitions of disaster, and the like may also prove to be part of the same faculty. The reader is not asked to accept any of these conclusions unless he finds it necessary. But the evidence that Ryan has piled up must remain impressive. Jamal, you remember you were riding through, was it Arizona? Okay. And you had what you call a dream. Right. A vision. It was a vision. And I seen white people getting on a spaceship and leaving. And we were looking around, black people were looking around, and they, as they were leaving, they said, "You can have it." And they just left. And we were bewildered. We were surprised that they left like that. And it was amazing. And that was the day that I said, we have to learn how to operate and control everything in this society, in this country. That was the day I said that, because I felt like the white people were going to just leave, and we would be left here to handle it on our own. You know, it's not hard for me to imagine them coming to a place where they realize, you know what, we really fucked this shit up. You know what, we really ain't the best managers to this shit. And you know what, this ain't really working. Enough people have woke up, and we can't really manage these niggas like this too. You know, and we really ain't able to kill them all, like some of us want to do. Let's get on the ship. You know, get out of here. Let's just get on, man, because this right here, we don't carry this as far as we can. And now, black, like you said, you as a leader of black folks in your own way, in your mind, and love for your people, realize, damn it, when they leave, we got to figure all this shit out. We're going to have to handle all this shit. Right. That right now, we know we ain't handling it right now. Right. And I don't know if we have a mind to handle it yet. But I think I do. This is the reason why I feel like we need to be really in the military. We need to really be in every level. We need to be present. Well, what about this thought? What about this thought, Jamal? We have earned leadership in this country. So all the best that exists in this country is ours. And if we had control of pushing the buttons, like Donald Trump has, we might not be so quick to push them. But if we had the power to have conversations around the world with different people, we'd have that power in our back pocket. But we might give them a reason to figure some stuff out and try to negotiate some shit. We might be able to, because whoever moves into certain seats of power, do you know they have access to all of the information? All of the information. You know what it makes me think of? The best example on this planet of what I'm talking about and what we're talking about is South Africa. And I don't know if they really all the way understood the total mechanisms of everything. Because they were left with pretty much a country on the level of the United. You understand what I mean? Now they had some shanty ghetto towns. I mean areas where they were making, the blacks live. But where the whites lived at was pretty much modern Americanized. You understand, as far as shopping centers, malls, golf courses, homes, pools, every luxury that we enjoy here in this country, they have in South Africa, right? On that level. Now, we understand that they were able to pretty much, because of their numbers, push the Afrikaans, which are the white people, basically into a bush area where they kind of moved into the wilderness a little bit, but on a farm, and they were still doing business, and they were still living amongst themselves and working and creating, and they had a couple of schools. I planet than these black folk. What I know is the management of excellence. Like, in other words, imagine you have your own DNA, your melanin, all this amazingness, but you don't know how to manage it. Can you imagine that scenario? Like you got the ultimate transmitting machine, but you have just got to a point where you don't even know how to manage it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and so what good is all of the greatnesses of all of this? And you can light up a whole city with nuclear power. Right. You know, you can do so many things. You know, but if you don't know how to operate it, it's not that you're a waste. Right. It's a degree of humility or something that you gotta have to be a student to. And how blessed you are when you have those around that do know. Because you've been a student in a lot of different areas. Absolutely. You know, and when you say, oh, okay, once you get that, you got it. And so I'm 100% convinced where you see in the scriptures talk about if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves. Come on. And, you know, I just read a little bit about praying and seek, I won't say the face because that gets kind of, I think, cloudy, but right. It's more about there's a right way. You know, if you would seek, there's a way, if you would seek a way of understanding it, then you're going to get it. And you just have to seek it. You know what I mean? If you don't want it and seek for it and have a desire and you just don't and
I'll give you another example.
Come on, man, go ahead.
Here's another example. This guy, I've been thinking about him for a couple of days. Why, I don't know. But he's been in my mind a little bit. His name is Pete Hexton. Pete is from Fox News, right? So this guy was on the morning show at Fox News for maybe 6-7 years. I don't know, maybe a little more. Became friends with Trump on his first term, right? Him and Trump became so cordial with each other where they were having conversations. This guy was military level, nowhere near a captain, just a guy in it. I don't know what his rank was, but not high. Not high at all, right? But he got a job at Fox News. He's the white guy that looks kind of good in the suit, got that white boy image, and he translates good across the camera. So he's not an ugly guy. He's the type of white guy that all you gotta do is put a suit on him, and he can go to the top of the, and that's exactly what he's done. Just being that white guy has got him running the Pentagon. This motherfucker is high school level. You understand what I mean? Yeah. Maybe a jock. You understand? This is high school level, maybe football player. Could have got a little military and a little associate degree. High school level white boy. And he's worked his way through being friends with the president of getting appointed to running the Pentagon and the U.S. military. When the motherfucker first gets into office or into position, he's so green that he's texting out information, and email and shit, telling people where to buy bombs here and do shit there, exposing American secrets. He didn't know really how to get. He black. You know what he did, and this is the thing that I like. Trump stood on his side and allowed him to get comfortable. By the time he did that first meeting with all of the U.S. military, this is the meeting where he said, you can't, what did he say? How did he put it? He said, you can't be free and be passive. That statement right there, and he said that in his speech. I'll never forget it. He said you can't be free and be passive, right? So it made me think about black people, how passive we are, how pacified we are, how we and it's always staying with me. You can't be passive and be free. And you know what? After he had that speech, that motherfucker's been rocking and rolling. You know what he's been doing? They've been dropping bombs everywhere all over the world. And Pete is at the head of that shit. And you know what? He's been quiet. You ain't seen him email, text, or do none of that. You know why? Because they gave him enough time to grow into the position, and Trump trusted his white ass enough to know that he can learn and do that. And this is how we have to be with each other. You know, right?
What's so powerful about what you're saying is you're talking about an average, when you're saying high school, you know, if it was like amongst us as a people, they couldn't even keep up. But what he had, and Trump obviously had, and a lot of people had, is a sense of, I belong in leadership.
Right.
They just have a sense of that. Whereas we almost have a sense of like, I'm not qualified.
Right.
I'm not
as good. That's right. You can take an average white boy and put a suit on. And tell him what to say, and you can make him the leader of the goddamn country.
On the world for that matter.
The whole goddamn world. And we have to, as black people, we have to have a mind like that. And our mind has to be unpassive. You understand?
Let me shine light on this, because I'm getting ready to read it for the book. Let me shine light on this. This relates to this whole thing you're saying is, you know, you have like a sixth sense. You know, there's some things, we call it a hunch, or we talk about, some things you know, when you're out there on that truck, or wherever you've been in your life, you know how you get a feeling come over you. And it's a sense, right? It's not so much because you touched it or heard it, but you just kind of know at certain times, oh, this is what I gotta say, what I gotta do. I see you do it in the room all the time. Say, hold on, let me say this. Even when you just talked on what you just talked on about Pete, that's an element, that's a sixth sense. It says there's something there that's important to pay attention to. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
There's something there, and I want to read this little piece because it goes into that part as he talks about where he says, in view of Dr. Ryan's announcements in connection with the conditions under which the mind responds to what he terms extrasensory, quote-unquote, modes of perception, I now feel privileged to add to this testimony by stating that my associates and I have discovered what we believe to be the ideal condition under which the mind can be stimulated so that the sixth sense described in the next chapter can be made to function in a practical way. We're talking about practical game plans. On a real practical plan with some real stuff that need to be done. And the conditions, we're talking about the bottom of the ocean, the top of the mountain, there's some real practical stuff that one could know that would help them know how to do some shit. But the conditions to which I refer consist of a close working alliance between myself and two members of my staff. Through experimentation and practice, we have discovered how to stimulate our minds by applying the principles used in connection with the invisible counselors, quote unquote, that was an earlier chapter, described in the next chapter. So that we can, by a process of blending our three minds into one, powerful, find the solution to a great variety of personal problems which are submitted by my clients. The procedure is very simple. We sit down at a conference table, check this out, Jamal. Clearly state the nature of the problem that we have under consideration, and then begin discussing it. Each contributes whatever thoughts may occur. The strange thing about this method of mind stimulation is that it places each participant in communication with unknown sources of knowledge, definitely outside his own experience. If you understand the principle described in the chapter on the mastermind, which was earlier, you of course recognize the round table procedure here described as being a practical application of the mastermind. This method of mind stimulation through harmonious discussion of definite subjects between three people illustrates the simplest and most practical use of the mastermind. By adopting and following a similar plan, any student of this philosophy may come into possession of the famous Carnegie formula briefly described in the introduction. If it means nothing to you at this time, mark this page and read it again
finish the last chapter. This chapter talks about the door to the temple of wisdom, is what we talked about. The 13th principle, last one, is known as the sixth sense, through which infinite intelligence may and will communicate voluntarily without any effort from or demands by the individual. No effort on the individual's part. The principle is the apex of the whole philosophy. It can be assimilated, understood, and applied only by first mastering these other 12 principles that we've been talking about. The sixth sense is that portion of the subconscious mind which has been referred to as the creative imagination. One thing about black folks, they be having some creative ass imagination.
We've been talking about it for weeks now. I've been trying to put it down. We've been even in other rooms where I've been expressing to us as a people how this is the opportunity for us to get rich. And you're reading Think and Grow Rich. This is the opportunity. Why? It's because AI is going to assist you in a creative process that normally, in order for you to do some of the ideas that came to your mind in a creative process this quickly, it would take you a team of people. And you couldn't afford the team to assemble the idea.
Right.
Wow. Isn't that powerful?
No, I think it's also been referred to as the receiving set, quote unquote, through which ideas, plans, and thoughts flash into the mind. The flashes are sometimes called hunches or inspirations. But now, at your fingertips, you can do something with that thought. As a thought comes through your head, you can throw it out there and it comes right back with answers. The sixth sense defies description. It's beyond the ability to describe it. It cannot be described to a person who has not mastered the other principles of this philosophy, because such a person has no knowledge and no experience with which the sixth sense may be compared. Understanding of the sixth sense comes only by meditation through mind development from within. When you quiet and go within, I heard you talk about that. And you have that time to self-reflect, and you just turn all the noise off. Oh man, what will come up out of you?
Wait, did you hear me say one time, I said this about a week ago, how this is like being in a solitary confinement?
Yes.
And you remember I said
you said that.
When you're creating, sometimes you almost have to be in a solitary confinement. Yes. Where your mind can create the best thoughts, the most valuable stuff that you come up with is when you're by yourself, alone.
Yes.
Pondering.
Check this out. After you master the principle described in the book, you will be prepared to accept as truth a statement which may otherwise be incredible to you. Namely, through the aid of the sixth sense, that getting quiet and getting into that sixth sense in you, you will be warned of impending dangers in time to avoid them, and notified of opportunities in time to embrace them. That comes to your aid and to do your bidding with the development of the sixth sense, a guardian angel.
Yes.
Who will open to you at all times the door to the temple of wisdom.
Yes.
It's being visited by the guardian angel. This is accessible to whoever engages. It says this, the miracles of the sixth sense. The author is not a believer in, nor an advocate of miracles, quote unquote, for the reason that he has enough knowledge of nature to understand that nature never deviates from her established laws. Some of her laws are so incomprehensible that they produce what appears to be miracles. The sixth sense comes as near to being a miracle as anything I have ever experienced. This much the author does know, that there is a power or a first cause or an intelligence which permeates every atom of matter
and embraces every unit of energy perceptible to me. That this infinite intelligence converts acorns into oak trees. It causes water to flow downhill in response to the law of gravity. It follows night with day, and winter with summer, each maintaining its proper place and relationship to the other. This intelligence may, through the principle of this philosophy, be induced to aid in transmuting desires into concrete or material form. The author has this knowledge because he has experimented with it and has experienced it. Step by step through the preceding chapter, you have been led to this last principle. If you have mastered each of the preceding principles, you are now prepared to accept without being skeptical the stupendous claims made here. If you have not mastered the other principles, you must do so before you may determine definitely whether or not the claims made in this chapter are fact or fiction. While I was passing through the age of hero worship, quote unquote, I found myself trying to imitate those whom I most admire. Moreover, I discovered that the element of faith with which I endeavored to imitate my idols gave me great capacity to do so quite successfully. He says, let great men shape your life. I have never entirely divested myself of this habit of hero worship. My experience has taught me that the next best thing to being truly great is emulate the great. And I heard you talk about Pete Hexon. I hear you admire each and every whoever doing something great, whether it be Trump or Kobe, whoever it is, to emulate the great by feeling and action as nearly as possible. Long before I had ever written a line for publication or endeavored to deliver a speech in public, I followed the habit of reshaping my own character by trying to imitate the 9 men whose lives and life works have been most impressive to me. These 9 men, he writes, were Emerson, Paine, Edison, Darwin, Lincoln, Burbank, Napoleon, Ford, and Carnegie. Every night over a long period of years, I held an imaginary council meeting with this group whom I call my invisible counselors. The procedure was this. Just before going to sleep at night, I would shut my eyes and see in my imagination this group of men seated with me around my council table. Here I had not only an opportunity to sit among those whom I considered to be great, but I actually dominated the group by serving as the chairman of the group. I had a very definite purpose in indulging my imagination through these nightly meetings. My purpose was to rebuild my own character, so it would represent a composite of the characters of my imaginary counselors. Realizing, as I did early in life, that I had to overcome the handicap of birth in an environment of ignorance and superstition, I deliberately assigned myself the task of voluntary rebirth through the method I have described above. Building character through auto-suggestion. I knew, of course, that all men have become what they are because of their dominating thoughts and desires. I knew that every deeply seated desire has the effect of causing one to seek outward action through which that desire may be transmuted into reality. I knew that self-suggestion is a powerful factor in building character. That it is, in fact, the sole principle through which character is built. Self-suggestion. With this knowledge of the principles of mind operation, I was fairly well armed with the equipment needed in rebuilding my character. In these imaginary council meetings, I called on my cabinet members for the knowledge I wished each to contribute, addressing myself to each member in audible words such as follows. I said, Mr. Emerson, I desire to acquire from you the marvelous understanding of nature, which distinguished your life. And by the way, these are prompts for your AI. Keep this in mind. Mr. Emerson, I desire, or AI, to acquire from you the marvelous understanding of nature which distinguished your life. I ask that you make an impress upon my subconscious subconscious mind of whatever qualities you possess, Mr. Emerson, which enabled you to understand and adapt yourself to the laws of nature. Mr. Burbank, I request that you pass on to me the knowledge which enabled you to so harmonize the laws of nature that you caused the cactus to shed its thorns and become an edible food. Give me access to the knowledge which enabled you to make 2 blades of grass grow where but one grew before. Napoleon, I desire to acquire from you, by emulation, the marvelous ability you possess to inspire men and to arouse them to greater and more determined spirit of action. Also to acquire the spirit of enduring faith, Mr. Napoleon, which enabled you to turn defeat into victory and to surmount staggering obstacles. Mr. Payne, I desire to acquire from you the freedom of thought and the courage and the clarity with which to express convictions which so distinguished to you. Now, Mr. Darwin, I wish to acquire from you the marvelous patience and ability to study cause and effect without bias or prejudice, so exemplified by you in the field of natural science. Mr. Lincoln, now I desire to build into my own character the keen sense of justice, the untiring spirit of patience, the sense of humor, the human understanding, and the tolerance which were distinguishing characteristics, with your distinguishing characteristic. Now, Mr. Carnegie, I wish to acquire a thorough understanding of the principles of organized effort, which you use so effectively in the building of a great industrial enterprise. Now, Mr. Ford, I wish to acquire your spirit of persistence, the determination, the poise, and the self-confidence which have enabled you to master poverty and to organize, unify, and simplify human effort, so I may help others to follow in your footsteps. Now, Mr. Edison, I wish to acquire from you the marvelous spirit of faith with which you have uncovered so many of nature's secrets, the spirit of unremitting toil with which you have so often wrested victory from defeat. The starving power of imagination. My method of addressing the members of the imaginary cabinet would vary according to the traits of character which I was, for the moment, most interested in acquiring. I studied the records of their lives with painstaking care. After some months of this nightly procedure, I was astounded by the discovery that these imaginary figures became apparently real. Each of these 9 men developed individual characteristics which surprised me. For example, Lincoln developed the habit of always being late, then walking around in solemn parade. He always wore an expression of seriousness upon his face. Rarely did I see him smile. He said that was not true of the others. Burbank and Payne often indulged in witty repartee, which seemed at times to shock the other members of the cabinet. On one occasion, Burbank was late. When he came, he was excited with enthusiasm and explained that he had been late because of the experiment he was making, through which he hoped to be able to grow apples on any sort of tree. Payne chided him by reminding him that it was an apple which started all the trouble between man and woman. Darwin chuckled heartily as he suggested that Payne should watch out for little serpents when he went into the forest to gather apples, as they had the habit of growing into big snakes. Emerson observed, "No serpents, no apples," and Napoleon remarked, "No apples, no snake." These meetings became so realistic that I became fearful of their consequences and discontinued them for several months. The experience was so uncanny. I was afraid if I continued, then I would lose sight of the fact that the meetings were purely experiences of my imagination. This is the first time that I have had the courage to mention this. Heretofore, I have remained quiet on the subject because I knew from my own attitude in connection with such matters that I would be misunderstood if I described my unusual experience. I have been emboldened now to reduce my experience to the printed page because I am now less concerned about what they say, quote unquote, than I was in the years that have passed. Lest I be misunderstood, I wish here to state most emphatically that I still regard my cabinet meetings as being purely imaginary. But I feel entitled to suggest that while the members of my cabinet may be purely fictional and the meetings existent only in my own imagination, they have led me into glorious paths of adventure, rekindled an appreciation of true greatness, encouraged creative endeavor, and emboldened the expression of artist thought. Tapping the source of his word.
I've never done that. And that, for him to be able to go that deep into his mind to create these characters and then vividly describe it the way that he did, he was exceptional. No doubt. The ability of controlling his mind. And then I'm gonna say this, brother Jamal.
When black folks have been so caught and worried about being hung from trees, so caught and worried about being fired, so caught and worried about haters and the crab in the bucket mentality, I don't know how we could have ever developed such thoughts like Napoleon Hill was thinking. You know what I mean?
Wow. He was pretty deep. Now share with me this, because I don't know. What was his business other than this book? Because this is one of the best books I think ever written. Most people would say that. It's one of the best.
They tell me that most every millionaire that you know of has this book on their shelf.
So tell me, what was his actual
what did he do?
Yeah.
That's a great question. I don't know. I'll say this. Let me just read this little preface. It says, this may give us some insight. That's a great question. He said, Think and Grow Rich is one of the most influential books of all time in pointing the way to personal achievement, to financial independence, and to riches of the spirit beyond measurement in money. There's never been another book like it, nor ever can be. It was inspired by Andrew Carnegie, who disclosed his formula of personal achievement to the author Napoleon Hill many years ago. Carnegie, it says, not only made himself a multi-millionaire, but he made millionaires of more than a score or 20 of men to whom he taught his secret. Another 500 wealthy men revealed the source of their riches to Napoleon Hill, who has spent a lifetime of research and bringing their message to people in all walks of life who are willing to give their thoughts, ideas, and organized plans in return for riches. Thousands of persons have applied the famous philosophy of this book for their own enrichment. Its secrets are as timeless and practical as when the first edition of Think and Grow Rich was published. In the latest edition, the philosophies and formulas which led to success are made available to all who greatly desire to make money and to attain the rich spiritual satisfactions that achievement brings. Think and Grow Rich is preeminently a what to do and how to do it book. In it, you will find the magic of self-direction, organized planning, auto-suggestion, mastermind association, an amazingly revealing system of self-analysis, detailed plans for selling your personal services, and a wealth of other specific helps from the experience of great men who have proved their value. The riches within your grasp cannot always be measured in money. There are great riches in lasting friendships, harmonious family relationships, sympathy, and understanding between business associates, and inner harmony, which brings peace of mind measurable only in spiritual values. The philosophy of Think and Grow Rich will prepare you to attract and enjoy these higher estates, which always have been and always will be denied to all except those who are ready for them. Be prepared when you begin to put the philosophy of Think and Grow Rich into action for a changed life, which will not only ease the trials and the stresses of living, but will
also prepare you for the accumulation of material riches in abundance.
So, it's a hell of a book.
Yeah, man.
Hell of a book. This one organically turned into a conversation between the two of us.
Yeah.
But for the whole stage and audience, which seems as if they were captivated as I was.
Yeah.
The conversations that we've had, Sweets, since I first met you until today, have grown richer and richer. I've gained a high level of respect for you. I have you in my back channels, and I will reach out to you. I have something that I'm going to speak to you about personally later. But I just want to tell you that I admire the things that you're talking about with this AI, the way that you have perceived it, and I line up with. I think it's because we come from the same generation that we see it in a way like the keyboard. When it first was made, the drum machine.
Yeah.
Right? People don't understand. If you were born in the 90s, you wouldn't understand how important the Roland 808 drum machine was, or the S1200 drum machine, or the MPC. These units are what we use to create music and hip hop, right?
Yeah.
But it's not the same anymore. It's more. You know how much I paid? I paid $2,000 for my first SP1200, and that wasn't easy. And when you got it, I loved it. It was only 10 seconds of sample time.
Yeah.
And I think for you to understand what 10 seconds of a sample is, to spice it up and make your beat from this. This was something that was, it was a powerful thing. And I don't think a lot of these young people really understand what it took to make that product.
Like you said, there was a whole lot before that came about that created that made that so valuable at the time. And the ability to create and having, like you said, that repeat of those 10 seconds and the consistency.
Powerful. Man. But you know what's even more, and I said this a few weeks ago, we were talking about kids, and we were talking about how having them online is really not that advantageous for them. And a lot of people like Mark Zuckerberg don't want their kids to use the internet like that. They don't want them on Facebook. They don't want them on these applications. They don't want their kids using that online stuff. And we had this kind of discussion in the room. I don't know if you were here that day, but I said we have to go back to musical instruments. Because, see, our generation was the generation that was after the instrument. Like Miles Davis and them, they were playing horns. The Isley Brothers, these guys were playing guitars and pianos and keyboards and drums. I'm talking about live.
Yeah, it was a part of our development, man. It was a part of our development growing up. You was gonna play some drums or something.
Yeah, that's right. And we switched into automation and programming of machines to create our music. This is what created hip hop, right? But now it should go 360 degrees full circle. Now to get our kids off of the internet. Now to get our kids' minds back away from technology. We need to take them back to the musical instrument.
You know what? If I think about Stevie Wonder, I think about Ray Charles, I think about so many that we didn't have expression and ways to go out and build this and access a bunch of gang of money and different things at any point in the journey. But what we did have was like a creative thing that we would just do. If we sat down, some cats never studied that piano or whatever. They could get down on that thing and they hit a few notes a few times and they would create. And people would come back later and marvel at that or watch it live. And we would just get in front in terms of it be in church or at organ, and the energy would start to move through us. And we knew what sounds, what keys would make, or the violin would do this, or the trumpet would blow that, and we would just let that energy flow through us, man. And it would
Mr. Burkhan, who said his mother, he's 93 years old. I didn't know he was 93. His mother gave him a violin when he was 5 years old.
That's right.
He's played the violin for 89 years of his life.
Yeah. And you know what he said? He said, I watched him when we used to go over to Scientology. He was over there, he would play it. Anybody been around a minute? You just be around his room secure, and you'll hear him playing that violin. And he said it's like a prayer to him. It's like he could just go to it, and it would like talk to him. You know, Daniel in the Bible was like that. Right. It was like it's something about that, the music and the science and the rhythm. There's a lot to that. And we talk about the numbers, and we even talk about the A tone and do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. It brings you right back to the do. You can't just get hung up on the T. It brings you back to the do. And I even broke this down because he been made a certain way, man. And I'm saying, as our people, there's something in that. Even my mother had me taking the accordion or something like that, man. I mean, you know, it just, and they had a flute growing up in school. Everybody had to play the flute. I remember one time, you know, in my particular school. It was, you know, and it just, even like the drum major and Martin Luther King and stuff like that. It's something about that, man.
And that is what will get this generation unplugged from the internet. There's a group of them. I see them on TikTok, and they're like 14, 13, 15, 16 in that range. So 13 to 16. And these kids are playing live bass, live drums, live keyboard, and they're playing these things, and they're playing Earth, Wind, and Fire. They're playing old, funkadelics. Right. You understand what I'm saying? They're getting busy on the things. Really, you understand what I mean? And so it's there. There's a girl, I forget her name is it's gonna come to. But the point of what I'm trying to say is this new generation, the alpha. We got to put some of this stuff into. There's a lot that we really need to put into this next group of babies. Yeah. Because I think if we're able to do this with this group, you know, because we lost the group with the democratic mindset, with that homosexuality. We lost a group of them. And we lost them. But this next group, like I said, we can retrieve them, and we can get them unplugged, and we can get them trained. And while we're still living, we can have the next group to be adults. But you didn't notice. I'll make another one. I'm gonna make one. But you didn't notice so big. Let me say this: that a lot of our brothers, ancestors, but brothers had the arts. That's really what it was. It was arts. It was that music, but you know, arts became like a feminine thing. You know what I'm saying? Like the arts. Back in the day, it wasn't. No, back when I'm talking about, when we talking about these, like I think about the Brothers Johnson or something like that. Right, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? And I knew them personally because my mother's sister married one of them. Like I said, the Isley brothers. Man, the Silvers, the Jacksons,
so many.
the Earth, Wind, and Fire. I mean, it's just too many to name.
The OJs, yeah. It was, all of them artists, man, because when the white folks let us have access to music, one thing white folks always loved about us, they love to hear us sing. They've always loved to have us entertaining them. They know. It's talking about them black folks. You see, so that was an interesting thing. I got on into ultimately Hollywood. But way back, even on the plantation, they loved to hear black folks sing. And they knew that we was different. Like a spiritual in a lot of ways. But what I'm saying is that, and they used us as entertainment for them, man. And when we along the journey, we knew that was an avenue. If you could get good at singing and dancing and performing, you was gonna come up. It was gonna be a different journey for you. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It was one of the avenues in this sport that they allowed us to excel at. And you see, because in this process of how we got here, there wasn't no avenues open for us, man. It was hewers of wood and making stuff for them and all of our tests. So we, in our brilliance, in our awesome intelligence, how to navigate the terrain, we know how to do all kinds of stuff, man. And we learned, and guys, but now we're at a time where it's no longer just about maintaining the arts, like you said, and a certain creativity.
And that part, this part here is where we have to understand psychology and our minds of being present.
Yeah.
Because I think we've spent far too much time looking over our shoulder. So the next move, and when I say next move, I'm talking a present day unplug. And when I mean unplug, I'm talking about from their software, from their internet, from that technology. So much.
Yes.
We can use it as a tool, but the unplugging, we have to go back to the instrument. You gotta put something, a trumpet, a saxophone, a horn, a xylophone, a drum set, something in the children's hand to unplug them from the computer, unplug them from the phone, unplug them from the tablet. We can't keep putting these things in the baby's hand. You understand what I'm saying? We've got to unplug them. And that is going to create a more powerful group in the new generation and this alpha. And so I as a man, I look at it as if I've got to even just do one more just to leave. One more.
Yeah. No doubt.
Like I said, I don't have no problem with any of the seed that I've left. I feel very proud of all of them. But just to really touch one more in a real deep love and a conviction and a raising, like I think of Tiger Woods' father.
Yeah.
I mean, he left something. He left something powerful. When you think of Joe Jackson, I don't give a damn if you like him or you don't like him. He created something powerful. You understand what I'm saying? And we can program our children.
No doubt.
And if I just, when I finish what I'm doing here on this truck, if Allah blesses me to, I am going to program another human being that I lead here.
Yeah. And imagine with all the guidance, knowing the experimentation that you learn from, and that you can watch them and guide them, and they can experiment, but you can also put certain things in place. Where could you be if you had what you know now pour into you a certain way when you were a child?
Wow.
And so imagine now.
Just to get people.
I created this nonprofit some years ago. My daughter was 2 years old. I created one called Now I Live for Children. When I realized when my daughter was she was about 2 years old, and it was like I wanted her to have, not even that age, but I wanted her to have the best. I wanted her to have the piano. I wanted her to have the languages. I wanted her to have the arts. I knew from 0 to 6 years old, I had figured out that's one child. That's one person, I should say. experience, they can't change it. We had a conversation now at 50 years old talking about whole new reality. But I'm saying what's going to determine a lot of their next journey has everything to do with what's being put in when they're a little bitty. And the reality, the circumstances their mama's dealing with, it has an effect on them. Obviously, you can come through whatever. Obviously, we prove that. But my point is, you and I both know, if there was, like you're saying, so if there's a certain kind of putting in a certain way, and you didn't have to be present, and you know what you're doing, and you got mamas right there too, and that's harmonious.
And you got the resources.
That part.
I mean, this is something that white people have had that we haven't been. A lot of times, it's unfortunate as it is. By the time you turn 18, your parents want you out of the house.
Exactly.
I mean, most, I won't say all of us, but a great deal of black people were banished out. By the time you're 8, well, they threw us an 18th birthday party, me and my cousin, who's a year older than me, right? And they threw us a birthday party. He's on the 24th, I'm on the 29th. And we celebrated our birthday together. After that party that they threw us, we were men, and I had to leave.
Come on, for real.
He went his way, I went mine, and I've been a man ever since. You know, shit. Real talk. Now I'm talking real talk. And it's a sad thing in a way, but the reality of it is we didn't get the right guidance and love, a lot of us. Not all of us. Because I met some people, even on this app, I've met some brothers. And, well, sisters, I don't know. But I've met some brothers who were blessed to have quality parents. And people that I admire because of that. You know, just the fact that you had a totally different structure of being brought up than I did.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't, I mean, for you to be whoever you are is whoever you are. But, I mean, the structure that you had, I mean, wow, that's deep. You know, and so for me, I'd like to do it one more time. And I'm going to. I know I have it in my mind and in my heart to. I probably will. I will probably have at least one more child that I can really deeply program. You understand what I'm saying? Because that programming, it can save the world.
Yeah, because see also, this last part, when that child, let's say boy or girl, let's say it's a boy, just for conversation, and they're 18 now. See, now you're talking about a layer of support. They 18, they got to figure it out. They're going to do some stuff, and they grow, quote unquote. But now there's a father, there's a mother that they pulling from as they continue to build. Ideally, they'll have a child one day. That child will be 18. What you put in them, they'll be a certain way. Ideally, they'll have a wife. And now they got the grandparents called you and their mama, or the grandmother, grandfather. And now you got these layers that we watch other people have that. Other communities, they've got layers of going in a positive direction, pulling with that child that's growing up. You see what I'm saying?
It's powerful.
It's different. Yeah.
And it's something that slavery and just white supremacy has almost robbed us. The ability to really have sound programming.
Yeah. That was by design. And it was by design.
Good quality. When you think of a guy like Barron Trump,
a woman like whoever the woman is that's the mother. You can, whoever's here, you've been through something. So now you done figured out some shit and you pouring that into the next generation. So I thought, man, see, they got an unfair advantage at that point. They got an unfair advantage because not only the Bidens and the Bears, they seen it's all good. They don't know shit about what Jamal came through. They don't know shit about if shit go left and how to rebuild it and certain things like that. They don't have that experience. You see what I'm saying?
You gotta. The most perfect example is Tiger's father. He was an old motherfucker, bro. He was old. He put that last bit of programming. He did that. I mean, he had Tiger on the greens. By the time he was motherfucking 3 years old, he had a golf club in his hand.
Still wearing a damn diaper, but he knew that golf club.
He knew that. And his dad had made up in his mind, this is what I'm going to create.
Yeah. And imagine, so same thing with Steph Curry. So your daddy's growing up and he's at the NBA arena. Why do you think you see so many, a lot of these athletes that are really good? Their daddy was in college player, their daddy was in the NBA or what, you know, why do you think like Shadir Sanders, when you're 5 years old, 3 years old, and your daddy's doing all this phenomenal stuff and you watch it, that's normal to you. So by the time you 8, you ain't your average 8-year-old. You got a whole different thought process because of what you was doing, Steph Curry, when you came out the womb. But you know what I'm saying? You had that thing in your hand. So by the time you're 10 years old dribbling that ball, you doing some stuff that the average 10-year-old ain't doing back in them days.
You know, when I talk about Elon, and in my first time in the room, we got into an argument, me and Eugene, because Eugene was saying something about Elon having a spaceship or something. I don't know what he was saying. We got into an argument about Elon. But one of the videos that I came across on YouTube of Elon Musk's father having a conversation with Vlad from Vlad TV.
Right.
And success. This guy's been programming on IBM level computers since he was 8 years old. You understand what I'm trying to say to you?
Yeah.
And so he was set up for success.
Let me. You reminded me of what I was doing earlier about when I told you I created Now I Live for Children. I realized you get these children early, as early as possible, 1 year old, 2 years old, in the hands of individuals that are good at whatever the hell they do. What in Elon's case, it was around the computers and whatnot.
He was in a room full of college students.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. See, like, you know, one of the benefits that we have from witnessing slavery and whatnot, when we went to school, like Little House on the Prairie, you remember that?
Right, yeah.
Everybody, I don't care if you was 18, 12, 5 years old, you was in that same classroom learning. If you understand what I'm saying. Because it wasn't broke, you didn't have 25 different teachers at the school and you over here tonight. No, it was none of that. It was everybody was on the farm learning what everybody else was. The older ones was obviously doing older man stuff and good boys and girls. You know what I'm saying? But there was layers that you was learning. So the younger ones could always peep game. Could always, like Elon, he could be around, like, and if their brain could keep up with it, they was getting knowledge.
You could get it.
It wasn't no, well, you gotta wait till you're 12.
No, exactly. And that's exactly what it is. And his dad said he had never gave it up. He always did it. It was just what he did, right? And so when you think back on, and you just, now he's our age, right? So this guy's been doing this shit. He's been programming computers all his fucking life. So now he's programmed his way to being the richest man on earth.
Yeah. Here's my point. Imagine, like, as you're talking about raising a child, right? Imagine 100 black children that you know, let's say 5 to 8 years old. That's what you said he was? How old was Elon at the time? Let's say you had 100 5-year-olds, 100 6-year-olds, whatever, black, everyday black growing up. You can't tell me if they all two had that, and they was right there with Elon at that time.
That's right.
You can't tell me that if they would have also got somebody donated a computer to them when they would have went home, that they would have not been able to keep up and would have come back and would have not been programming the same exact way, if not even growing faster.
That's right.
That's what I know about it.
Being access and being in the rooms.
Yes.
And set up for success. This was his father who took him. His mother didn't take him. His father took him. So this is something we have to set them up for success.
Thank you. And here's what kills me when our people say, well, if their mom and daddy don't have it, oh well, too bad. That's so much bullshit. That, you see, Elon Musk's daddy didn't have it. But the young one around that had it said, oh, he got a strong interest in it. He likes that. He leaning towards that. Let me go. He needs one of these. Take that home with him. And then from there, and you can't tell me with all the millionaires we got and all the billions of dollars we got, that there couldn't be an energy like that. Them children will figure it out. If you just give them what they need in that tech world like that, whatever, they'll figure it out. There's some brilliant minds. They don't have an idea like, I can't learn that. They don't have a mindset like that, man. And I know, but I also know they can't compete if now they're 18 or 12 and you got the Elons or all those children that getting all that. It's not that our children ain't smart. It's not that they don't have the minds to deal with it, but they're behind the 8 ball by the time they even get to the conversation. They on a learning curve at 18 that other people was on that learning curve at 3, 4, 5 years old already. That's right. That's the thing. And that's what you're talking about changing when you talk about having your own child. And you talk about raising them up a certain way. You giving them all of that. That's what Michael Jackson got. That's
what Joe Jackson.
You know what I'm saying?
And you really like they make the story out. And you know what the thing is about it? I'm gonna say this to you. A lot of times in white media, they demonize the black father. When I think about the color purple. You know one thing about Mr. Mr. was a father to all them kids. He dope for his kids. The same thing with Joe Jackson. Joe Jackson was a father. Yeah. You can't tell me that
Joe Jackson wasn't nowhere smoking no goddamn crack. Hey, let me say this. Listen, you got me say this. Them devils know they have to demonize the father, make him into a criminal, get him out that house, so they can put their asses on Planned Parenthood and get some other welfare check. And you can't pay them women no more. If the dude is all fucked up and he didn't come around, ain't no more money coming. All of that shit is a part of it, man. All of it. And when you know that as a father, like you do, you just go to work and handle yours. Mine graduated UCLA, man. She doing her thing at 27, but everything around you. To this day, you go into LA, they gonna ask you, if you're with me, how's your daughter doing? Because everywhere I was at 2, 3, 4, 5, circumstances made it to where she was with me. Everywhere. And man, if there's anything to die for, it's your child. At any moment, or kill for. And that love right there, when that's more prevalent, you're going to see a change in a generation. And that's what, and one of them, all it takes is one that can change the whole world. I mean, when you say Elon Musk, and Elon is not some special guy. You understand? He was just a child that had an interest in coding. And I'm gonna end on this point. I gotta get a little rest. I'm gonna be reading this Quran in a few moments with the rest of the Ramadan family. But let me say this: that giving the children the exposure to all kinds of stuff when they're young. And I'm not saying negative, stupid stuff. I'm talking about they need to go to the SoFi Stadium, the $5 billion stadium in LA, not because of the Rams game, but because you need to walk into a $5 billion stadium and look up at that damn thing and realize somebody built this thing. You see what I'm saying? You need to be around as much greatness. I don't give a damn, go ride a horse, going to the Kentucky Derby. You need to see that shit at 4 years old and feel the thunder of them horses running by. It'll do something to you. Go to the race, the NASCAR, and realize that this is a real game called life going on. This shit ain't no joke. I mean, there's some things to learn. And you need to see that as early as they possibly can. Even if we got exposed to it or didn't, they need to be at the live shows or whatever, concerts. I mean, you know what I'm saying, the live piano, different things. And they need to have them drum sets. They have to experience this thing and figure this thing out, man. And they need the guidance of their loved ones or guardians watching them around them that's not going to let them get jacked up and beat off these motherfuckers that try to do that pedophilia and kick their ass if they come close to messing with our babies. And you know what? Sweets, that's a great tone to end the conversation on. This has been a good one. You pulled the book out, and we have obviously captivated some and put others to sleep. But the reality of it, the knowledge was there, and the table was set, and if they wanted to eat, they could have ate tonight. And man, you taught me a lot. You learned a lot. I learned from you. It's kind of synergy, man. If it wasn't for you, that's what would have happened. And thank Allah for Eugene and the Gene Angels and everybody else that energy is in the room, man. It's all too good. Excellent. This was a great one. All right, brother. All right. Where y'all at? Are y'all still in here or what? All right, family. Where y'all at? Are y'all in here? Where you at, Erica? Where you at? Flawless, y'all up in here or what? All right,
property taxes, the government actually creates certificates on that debt. You can buy that.
Well, President Trump has now publicly ordered federal agencies to start identifying and releasing government files tied to alien and extraterrestrial life, UAPs, UFOs. That directive hit on February 19th, and the message from the White House was basically this: the public wants answers. Hello? Yes, we do. We've been asking for it for decades. So start opening up the vault. And if this was new information to Congress or presidents of the United States, President Trump has openly admitted that he gets that question a lot. Well, if you're getting that question a lot, there's probably a reason behind it. So is it actually happening? Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was asked about it on Monday during a stop in Colorado. I guess Secretary of War now, I keep calling him Defense Secretary. And he didn't brush it off during this brief press conference. He said, we've got our people working on it right now. We're digging in. Watch.
3 days ago, President Trump directed you to begin the process of identifying and releasing the UFO files. Did you ever think that you would be the Secretary of War in charge of potentially declassifying extraterrestrial life here?
I did not have that on my paper at all.
And are you prepared to do that now?
Of course. I mean, we've got our people working on it right now. I don't want to oversell how much time it will take. We're digging in. We're going to be full compliance with that executive order here to provide that to the president. So there'll be more coming on that as far as the process of what we do.
Okay, what's your time frame? Maybe 6 for how long this is going to take?
I don't have a time frame for you yet, but say we'll get it.
Do you think aliens exist?
We'll see. I get to do the review to find out along with you. So that's on the Pentagon side. You know, it's interesting. When I worked at Fox and Friends and sat next to him on the couch, we did an after the show one time where we talked all about aliens and disclosure. And sitting in the middle between the two of us was Ainsley Earhart, who said, I don't even give it a thought. I don't even think about it. I was just shocked by that. You don't give it a thought at all. And Pete and I had a friendly discussion about it, and the idea that clearly we're not alone. So I think he's on the side of believing that we're not alone. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but so that's the Pentagon side. Now, here's what's happening on the congressional side, because Congress has been quietly building the scaffolding for this moment. The 2026 NDAA language, the National Defense Authorization Act, pushes the Pentagon an arrow to brief lawmakers on UAP intercept operations going back to 2004, including the number, location, and nature of intercepts tied to NORTHCOM and NORAD, and what data was collected during those encounters. Will we actually get those answers? It's hard to say. Congressman Tim Burchett recently confirmed something that we've reported on our show with secret space program insiders and massive UFOs, or space arcs, hidden in spaces around the world, some underneath the ocean. Listen to Tim Burchett.
These are entities that are here on this earth, that have been on this earth, that who knows how, and that we think they're coming from way out. Maybe they did millennia ago, but they're here, and they're in these deep water areas, and that's why, like we say, we know more about us than what's going on there. We have a higher propensity of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep water areas. And so for me, it just it creates a question. And then when we have naval personnel telling when you have these sightings and that there's these underwater craft they're chasing, they're doing hundreds of miles an hour, and the best we got is something that maybe is just a little under 40 miles an hour. So I got a lot of questions about that stuff, and
You're not alone, Congressman. You also have the House Oversight Declassification of Federal Secrets Task Force holding hearings focused on UAP transparency, whistleblower protection. Some of these whistleblowers who've come forward and we've handed over to congressional offices then found themselves without a job and fired from their jobs. So, where's the whistleblower protection for these people? Congress needs the answer for that. So the question isn't, are aliens real? We know that. That has been confirmed. That's on the congressional record. That ship has sailed. The big question now is, what's actually in the files? What kind of disclosure are we prepared to hear about from President Trump and the Pentagon? And How long has the United States government been working with aliens, reverse engineering these craft? We have a lot of questions. So that's what today's show is all about. Ron James, Director of Media Relations at MUFON, is joining us. Also, the chief bottle washer behind a brand new film that's coming out here. Let's put this up on the screen, which is called Ron Accidental Truth. This one's Accidental Truth Next. It's the follow-up to my last film that came out in 2023. And this one is really focusing on beyond UFO disclosure, because now we're at the point where acknowledging non-human intelligence is something that we just need to accept, and we really need to take a hard look at what's going to happen to humanity and society next. I love that, because it's like, oh, do you believe in aliens? Like when that reporter asks that question of Pete Hegseth, it's like, well, it's not a matter of believing about it. It's on the congressional record. Like, what's there to believe about it? It's true. So, like, the next phase, and I love that. I also want to bring in James Fox, creator of Moment of Contact, great documentary filmmaker, one of my favorites. James recently had a press conference in Washington, D.C. with lawmakers, major whistleblowers, and he has some new exclusive information he's going to share with our audience today. Both of you brought new exclusive information that you're going to share with our audience today. And some never before seen footage, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. So, gentlemen, welcome in. I really wanted to have a really deep dive roundtable discussion about where we sit right now with President Trump kind of on the precipice of all of this. So, welcome to the show, both of you guys. Thanks for having us. This is a rare opportunity. James and I are friends, and we speak a lot throughout time, especially in Washington. But to have us both on the same show at the same time is a rarity. Yeah, James, I know you've been busy, and you put these lawmakers and members of Congress. So do you sense that we're at a tipping point moment here?
Well, so, I follow what's going on online and taking people's temperatures. And there are a lot of people out there that are criticizing this position. It's a big distraction, or it's, this other thing. But we've been watching this story build for quite some time now, beginning with the first congressional hearings in 2022, then in 2023 with David Grush, and that was the first time we had serious allegations of crash retrieval and biologics, aliens, non-human intelligence. And then, of course, 2024, we had another whistleblower talk about crash retrieval. Of course, that was Lou Elizondo under oath to a bipartisan group of lawmakers. So we've been seeing this happen slowly. Excuse me, a lot of people feel frustrated because it's not happening fast enough. But I'll remind you guys that, it was like 2024, after the last congressional hearing, there was a senator who got up before the crowd and said, look, I know you feel that things aren't happening fast enough, but I want to remind you guys that this was Senator Rounds, that we are running a marathon. This is not a 100-yard dash. Now, the current administration, it's the first time, it's unprecedented as far as I'm concerned, the President of the United States, directly out of the White House, just instructed, I know there's specific language that needs to be carefully crafted, and that's in the works, and there will be press conferences coming up with people part of the task force to craft said language so that the whistleblowers will feel more comfortable. But this is unprecedented. We have two presidents just in the last week or so talking about aliens. Yeah, of course, President Obama walked it back a little bit, but President Trump's like, hey, he violated security, like he should have said that. It's like, wow, I'm watching this whole thing go down, and then of course, Truth Social, he makes this announcement. I'm very excited, and I think that it's going to take all of us to keep this momentum and hold their feet to the fire.
James is nicer than I am, Ron. I feel like I'm always a glass half full kind of guy. I'm usually a positive person. But when I see Obama make those comments and then walk it back and then Trump comes out, I almost feel like in some way, this is just me, shoot it down, tell me I'm wrong. I almost feel, Ron, like I'm being played here. Like someone was playing good cop, bad cop, and there's something bigger than the presidents of the United States is at play here, and they're basically instructing them, like, this is how we're putting this thing out. We have Steven Spielberg's Disclosure movie coming out this summer. Like, you better start laying the groundwork for all of this.
Well, I believe that that's true. I think we have to look back at 2017 when Lou Elizondo first came out talking about the Pentagon's ATIP program. It's been almost a decade, you guys, and we still haven't gotten anything super definitive. Now, have we made progress on the political front? Sure. But if we look back in the 50s, we had similar things happening and unfolding inside the political body. And I am somebody who believes in, and James and I don't always see eye to eye on this, I think that the people that are in control of this information are in the process of an organized rollout of certain narrative that they want us to know, probably because they have to tell us something at this point. But are we ever going to get the entire truth through this process? I'm very skeptical. So I think the whole thing's been orchestrated for some time, and I think that the people that we see front-facing in the media, and to a certain extent, even the people within Congress, are all part of something that's being organized behind the scenes.
All right, let's take that. I don't want you guys to duke it out here, but I mean, look, you know how UFO Twitter can be. Oh man,
that's the most toxic environment on the planet. We need to simplify and clean up.
I would like to counter that because a lot of people are like, oh, the government suddenly had this huge epiphany and they wanted to come clean the general public. That's not what happened. In 2017, in protest of excessive secrecy, Lou Elizondo, with the help of Chris Mellon and a couple of others, decided to walk some evidence. They found a loophole out of the Pentagon, literally in a briefcase, like X-Files style, and onto the front page of the New York Times. That's why it happened. And it's been the same thing that's been going on for decades. You've got some good people on the inside that feel that the public has a right to know what's going on. And I think one of the reasons why we're talking about aliens, and I have discussed this quite some time with a number of insiders, look, the technology is going to remain classified, and I can tell you why. If that technology, obviously everyone admits that the exhibited technology flies rings around our fastest jets, does have invisible means of propulsion, it can hover, accelerate from standstill, out of sight, blink an eye, radical turns at speed, yada, yada, yada. If it can weaponize that, and put a nuke on there, that's, so I would imagine that whoever is in possession of this technology is going to keep it classified for national security reasons. But the fact that we're not alone, and the fact that we have biologics, which I'm absolutely convinced of, I mean, just Roswell alone, I've done other cases, for instance, the 1996 Virginia UFO incident, I'm absolutely convinced we have biologics, and those shouldn't be classified. I think the government can admit that we have those biologics. And by the way, I was told just recently a lot of them are on the East Coast, not too far from Washington, D.C.
You guys have heard about the bearskin hoodie, right? Well, smart people are grabbing theirs right now because when it's freezing and another big snowstorm is hitting the East Coast right now, you want gear that actually keeps you warm. Bearskin is running a 60% off deal right now, so you can finally upgrade that sad excuse for a winter hoodie that you've been suffering in. These hoodies are built for serious cold weather. 340 GSM of bearskin fleece, 10 legit pockets, muscular fit, even zips into the heavy storm rain jacket to turn it into a full waterproof armor. Whether you're hiking, hunting, traveling, or just hate being cold, this is the last hoodie that you'll ever need. You'll get free U.S. shipping, fast delivery, and you're finally kitted out properly for winter. It's a win-win. So do yourself a favor. Text the word redacted to 741-776. Lock in your 60% off. So see that number on your screen? 741-776. Just text the word redacted, and you'll get a link sent straight to your phone so you can check it out later if you're busy right now. And when you shop Bearskin, you're not just getting killer gear, you're also supporting the fallen outdoors and the Hope for the Warriors Veterans Program. So don't wait till you're freezing to realize your hoodie sucks. Get a Bearskin now while it's 60% off. The word redacted to 741-776. Microplastics are infiltrating every part of our lives. Scientists estimate we now consume a credit card's worth of plastic every single week through our food, water, and the air that we breathe. One study found plastic particles in 100% of human lung samples. Nobody is safe from exposure. And, right now, we know that plastics sit in the body. They cross the gut line. They leach into your blood and disrupt everything. And they've been shown to alter our gut bacteria, which suppresses our immune response and can actually damage our DNA. Even if you eat clean and avoid packaged foods, you're still being exposed. You can't opt out of this, but your gut can actually help you fight back. And that's why we want to tell you, our friends, Kimchi One from Bright Core Nutrition is a potential ally in this toxic world. It's packed with over 900 probiotic strains unique to kimchi and proven to break down BPA. In fact, right before the show, I just took my supplements. I just took 2 of these capsules right before the show, along with my protein smoothie today. And it helps you detox from inside out. That's what kimchi 1 does. It doesn't just support digestion, it helps protect your cells, your brain, your hormones, and your future. Your body was never designed to handle plastic, but your gut was designed to protect you, and you have to give it the right tools, and that's why kimchi is so powerful. Right now, you get 25% off with our code REDACTED. Just go to mybrightcore.com/redacted and get 25% off. And for an even better deal, if you want 50% off, just call my friends at Brightcore. Get up to 50% off and free shipping. That number is 888-404-6312. So the biologics, hopefully we'll hear about it, and that's already on the congressional record. David Grush confirming that, and I think we've heard now a couple of different whistleblowers now who confirmed that the U.S. government has biologics, alien body parts, pieces, full bodies. Maybe, Via, can you speak to that? Full bodies, do we have?
So, well, I'll say something that I think is really interesting. Just, let's see, January 15th, January 16th, I had flown out first-hand witnesses. Unfortunately, I would have had a lot more, but the visa process got stepped on. But we did get a neurosurgeon, Dr. Italo, which we have a clip of him, who, unless he's lying, and if he's lying to his wife, his kids, his coworkers, his colleagues, and he's still a sitting head neurosurgeon at Regional Hospital in Varginha, Brazil today.
I know, but this is a guy that just now is coming out and saying, oh yeah, I operated on an alien, when he's been denying it for all these years. So he was either, if he's not lying now, he was lying then, so he's lying either way.
Well, so he didn't say anything for years. He didn't tell his wife. We found him, and we confronted him about a year and a half ago, and he admitted that the video was real. We had a name of who shot the video. We were going after the video, but when asked to go any further, he's like, no, that's it. That's all I'm giving you. I didn't see anything else. And then he had a heart attack. And he was lying in the ICU, staring at the ceiling, and he said to himself, if I survive this, I'm coming clean. I think future generations have a right to know. And that's why Dr. Italo ultimately came clean, because we hammered him and kept going back and ultimately came forward. My point is this. We brought him in a closed-door meeting with city members of Congress just in January, and I was shocked. We had him, we had the forensic pathologist that did the autopsy on the deceased military officer, Marcus Reed, who allegedly captured the picture. And you'd think just a few years ago, you'd go and meet with city members of Congress and talk about these stories. We had a crash witness, DeSouza was there, and Luna and Burchett, and there were some staff members, and Congressman Burleson were asking extremely intelligent, hyper-focused questions, taking it very seriously. Ultimately, we had an event 5 days later at the National Press Club. We had a city member of the Senate come and attend the event, give a speech. Burleson gave a speech. And not to say that, look, you're going to just believe them for the sake of believing them, but taking the allegations very seriously, asking pointed questions, and meeting with the witnesses, looking them in the eyes. I mean, that's a huge step in the right direction. And I can't think of a better crash retrieval case that we should stick our teeth in, because we've got a date, we've got location, and we have over 6 first-hand eyewitness testimony witnesses that came within a few feet of allegedly a being of non-human intelligence.
You know, it's one of those things. I'm kind of in the middle on you, because I have James's optimism, but I also understand Ron's idea that we're in sort of like a limited hangout phase.
Well, I know Elizondo pretty well, and when I interviewed him in 2017, I had the premise that he's still working, and I still believe that, and he's never denied it to me. Once you're in this community, whether you're a retired intelligence agency person, you're never not in the loop, and you're never not working. I still hold to the idea that because of certain things being forced, like the advancement in civilian space technology, the fact that at some point it's going to be hard to deny and disprove that we are having these encounters, that the government and the people that have managed this information surreptitiously for years have decided that, hey, we're going to have to disclose something. And I still believe that Lou was put in place as the guy to come forward and do that. And he does what he's told. Chris Mellon did what he did because he had permission. If you look at the fact that these guys rolled this information out in the way they did it, they all did it with the blessing of the DOJ.
the idea that that this was all spontaneous, I just have a hard time believing it, because the history of the management of this information is well documented, and the history of disinformation is well documented, and the way things have unfolded since 2017 has been largely orchestrated, and I still believe that. I think it's happening now, and that's why whatever we're going to get from Donald Trump is going to be, my prediction is that it's not going to be what people expect, especially the UFO community.
So I come down on, I dig in. I'm sort of in the middle of this. Like, I agree. We've been given like a limited hangout, and this is all being orchestrated, but there's huge truths that are part of this limited hangout that we're being given, absolutely, to James's point. So we're seeing like massive revelations that are unfolding. We're probably not, to James' point, going to get this technology, that there's probably too much money at stake, and these companies are going to get pieces of it. Honeywell will get pieces of it, and suddenly we'll have med beds 15 years from now that Honeywell just rolled out and can cure.
That's been going on since before the 40s.
But you guys, you have to take into account people are people. Okay, people are people, whether they're with the CIA or they're with the FBI. There's some good ones and there's some bad ones. I mean, I've met with the current head of Arrow, John Koslowski. I met with him, and he was transparent with his look and transparent with what he basically told. Because I was talking about these various cases. I was talking about Rula. I talked about Virginia. I talked about Socorro. I said, and there was another guy from Harold's Office of Special Investigations. I'm not supposed to mention his name, but I was like, you guys know that ultimately you're gonna realize, if you haven't already, that a very small percentage of these things are of non-human origin. And John Clark asked, what are you gonna do? Is there a plan to disclose that to the general public? Like, what are you guys gonna do? I said, we're not going away. Like, this isn't going away. The phenomenon's been here. It's always been here. Like, it's coming out. And John looked at me. He's very measured. And he said, James, I can't part my own hair without approval from the DOD. And you can quote me on that. Now, I'll just back up for a minute here, because we had a whistleblower, the former head of the CIA, back in, it was in the 60s in the New York Times, and it was Roscoe Hillencotter, I believe. And he basically spilled the beans back, I think it was late 50s or early 60s, you can look them up, about like behind it, they make jokes, they take nothing to it. Behind the scenes, this is the most serious issue. They're scrambling to come up with answers. So there have been attempts multiple times over the decades to get this out to the general public. People that have worked on the inside and decided, hey, you know what? The general public has a right to know. People have consciences. People have children. They have grandchildren. I mean, Dr. Iflo said, I'm doing this for future generations. I'm in my twilight years. I'm coming forward. I'm risking everything, my credibility, because I feel like the newer generations have a right to know. So people have consciousness. And people will say, well, Lou's an insider. Well, yeah, okay, great. He's an insider with, in my opinion, someone who believes he's doing it for the right reasons, and he's putting his ass on the line. What has he said that doesn't align with my 30 plus years in the field? Because I've been all over the world, and I've been recently doing crash retrieval stuff as well. I haven't heard him say anything. Obviously, there's the threat narrative, and I understand why they do that, because that gets attention to members of Congress. You've got something unidentified whizzing around with impunity, and particularly sensitive nuclear facilities and things of that nature. I think they use that as a sort of excuse and a hook. Because I can assure you, if what David Fravor had seen had a Russian or a Chinese flag on it, it would be all hands on deck.
Go ahead. Well, I was going to say, I want to play, we have this clip of Dr. Italo here, and James, maybe you can set this up. I want to play it, and we have a lot of other good sound bites here as well from Ron that I want to play. So what do we see here in this clip of Dr. Italo?
So Dr. Italo, we approached him a couple of years ago because we have some people on the inside in various hospitals in Virginia that we've been meeting with for over the past decade. And my primary objective is get the video. So we had heard that he'd seen the video, so we went after him about 2 years ago. He confesses, I had a Zoom video call with him. He confesses that he did see the video. He gave us the name of the individual who shot the video, who died of a heart attack in 2018. And then when pressed further, he denied any further involvement, and he had some heart attack. So we went back and hit him again. We talked to 2 forensic pathologists and got them on camera, Dr. Giannini, Dr. Armando, and we got them to give Dr.
Italo call. That was January of 2025, I believe. And he confesses finally to us. He goes, full Monty, I had a heart attack. I can't die with this information. The future generations have a right to know. There are other stories. So Dr. Italo gave us an on-camera statement, which we did with all people who were concerned whether or not people got their visas. And this statement was taken in December. And it's Dr. Italo with his, in the hospital, with his gear on. And he's talking about, yes, I had face-to-face contact with a living captured alien, non-human intelligence, limited communication, and it's phenomenal. And I have to remind your audience, if he is lying, then he's lying to his wife, he's lying to his children, he's lying to his coworkers, he's lying to his colleagues, and he is to this day, right now today, a sitting head neurosurgeon at Regional Hospital in Varginha, Brazil. He's not selling a book, he's not selling a movie, he's not selling his story, he's not asking for a dime, he's willing to take a public lie detector test under oath, put his hand on the Bible, whatever it takes. And this happened right now. And he flew to the United States to meet with members of Congress. Like, I just don't see a motive. So go ahead and play the clip.
Meu nome é Ítalo, Daniele Venturelli. Eu juro que o que eu vou dizer para vocês é verdade, nada mais do que é verdade. Sou médico há 46 anos e em 1996, no dia 20 de janeiro, eu fui chamado para ver um paciente, né? E quando eu fui ver, não era um ser do nosso planeta, né? Que fui chamado eventualmente para dar minha opinião sobre o caso, e eu vi o caso sob o ponto de vista médico. Consciente, sem dor, sem sangramento, respirando bem, muito calmo, muito tranquilo, parecia uma criança com 7 anos, branquinho, não tinha mau cheiro, a cabecinha grande, mas em forma de gota, né? Boca pequenininha, uma das mãos estava dentro do campo e outra para fora. O olho não era vermelho, estava lilás, também em forma de gota. E me olhou de uma maneira muito tranquila, não estava agitado, não estava agressivo, não estava com dor. E, na minha opinião, não estava com medo também. Na minha opinião, estava entendendo o que estava acontecendo ali. É um olhar muito bonito de ver, um olhar assim, sem julgamento, né? 2 vezes ele olhou para mim, olhou para a janela, olhou para mim outra vez. Eu senti assim, eu fiquei próximo dele, né? 1,5 metro, assim, não toquei nele, mas eu fiquei próximo. E a maneira de olhar é uma maneira assim que ele parece que era uma inteligência maior do que a nossa, né? Do que a humana, né? Ele estava entendendo, apesar de ele estar sendo uma situação de defesa, ele não estava com medo, ele estava entendendo o que estava acontecendo, né? Possivelmente deveria ter algum propósito, alguma coisa para estar fazendo o que ele estava fazendo. E a verdade é que eu sou testemunho ocular, eu vi o ser sim. Podem falar o que for, brincam, zombam, falam uma porção de coisas, mas eu vi ali, deitado na minha frente. É importante as pessoas saberem que não estamos falando de dinheiro, estamos falando de uma coisa que muda o conceito da humanidade, né? Que é um ser de um outro local. Eu fui lá, não fui procurar, eu fui lá por um chamado, por um acaso, ver um outro paciente e eu vi. Eu acho importante as pessoas saberem que sim, quem fala que viu, quem viu espaçonave, viu, nós vimos mesmo. E não é fácil ficar aqui na frente da câmera falando sobre isso. Que perguntam, parece que a gente está mentindo, tem que insistir. Já jurei que vi mesmo, e vi, né? Que os seres mais novos acreditem que existe sim.
I mean, where's the motive? Where's the motive? And not only that, there was another clip I wanted you guys to play. I brought all the doctors together for the first time in history, okay? All the leading doctors, the cardiologist, Dr. Cesario, who worked on the military officer, Marco Streets, before he died after he allegedly captured this creature, suffered a scratch under his arm. He threw the kitchen sink at him, couldn't keep him alive. He'd never seen this sort of resistant to any antibiotics or bacteria in his life. And the military officer dies. The individual who did the autopsy, Dr. Armando, on the deceased military officer, then Dr. Giannini, the tissue samples, he was involved, and then Dr. Italo, who brought them all. Dr. Italo is the neurosurgeon you just saw, talking about face-to-face contact at Regional Hospital. Brought them together for the first time
Does he have any other motives? And what are they?
Stood behind him, was like, this guy's a pillar of our community. We've had nothing but respect for him. And it really, I mean, yeah, there are some pieces of the puzzle that are missing, but we knew that regional hospitals were one of these live creatures that possibly too went. We also, paralleling this effort, we went after the former chief of police, Pedro Aguilar, and we got him on camera. He died 3 months later. He talked about he participated in the incident. He was a first-hand witness, but he wouldn't go into great detail. And what led us to him is another video. It was actually a photograph. He said a bunch of things on camera, incredible things. It's in the new kind of moment of contact, and we make that distinction. It's new revelations of alien encounters. Moment of contact, new revelations of alien encounters. But he makes this plea on camera, then he dies a couple months later. But we went back just last month, and we met with his son, his 2 sons, his daughter, his wife, now a widow, his lawyer, got them all on camera, and we had a little piece of the puzzle from the kids, and then the lawyer gave us everything on camera, like exactly what happened in his participation, and we're pretty convinced now that the alien that was at Regional Hospital in the morning was captured in the morning, and Pedro Aguilar was a witness to that incident, and he went on camera, not specifying exactly what had happened, but that he was a witness to the incident, and then his kids said, yeah, he saw the creature, his daughter said, yeah, he saw the creature, his wife said, yes, he saw the creature, his 2 sons said, yes, he saw the creature, and then his lawyer gave us the whole story about it.
So here's that clip of the group of doctors that are brought together. I want to play this real quick as they're verifying Dr. Detail to watch.
I'd like to ask Janine how long Janine has known Kito. Dr. Armando, how long have you known Kito? 35 years. How long have you known Kito? 35 years. So, doctors, when he says he saw the creature in captivity at Regional Hospital, do you guys believe him?
Então, quando o doutor Igor fala que ele viu a criatura no cativeiro no CTI, no acreditam que
Doutor, já viu infecção bacteriana por ele dessa maneira? Dr. Igor.
Yeah, universally, it seems they're all say that he's a pillar of the community and supporting his position.
I went there. I mean, people can sit on the sidelines and criticize. Yeah, there's a video of him admitting that the video exists, that there was a video of the creature exists, but he denied anything further at that point. But since that point, he had the heart attack, and he decided, you know what, I'm all in on this. You have to remember, not just the military threats to all the people, the vast majority of people that we've met with, but just the people within the community. I mean, you're a neurosurgeon working on people's brains, and you're seeing aliens. I mean, that's not exactly a career-enhancing story, right? So he's taking huge risks to come forward. And again, I remind your audience, all the other doctors in the community, the cardiologists, the forensic pathologists, they're all standing behind him. And even Dr. Giannini has written a statement about the bacteria that he found from the deceased military officer. Never seen a bacteria that strain the way it had evolved on Earth ever before or ever since. It's incredible. So everything kind of aligns, and we've known that he'd come to Regional Hospital. He would have been the doctor that was on duty at Regional Hospital. And there are other people that are staged to come forward that were at the hospital when that entity was there. I had a nurse confirm to me, not ready to come forward just yet, but was there. I know he's telling the truth. I said, how do you know? Because I was there. It's like, wow. So there's, with age of disclosure and all these allegations of crash retrieval and biologics and aliens, this is the case. It's the first time in history we have such credible, allegations or claims of direct contact with a captured alien. It's never happened before. So I'm not asking your audience to say, just believe them because they're saying it, but there's enough his testimony to merit a deep dive into this case. Members of Congress, I introduced them to this case because they can look for the flight. We know that a plane to the United States came in to Campinas, Brazil in January of 1996 on or around the 20th of January. So let's get those flight logs. Let's find out who was on that airplane. There's got to be at least 5 to 10 possible witnesses to that incident. So we're just going to keep digging. We're on the American side because I think this is the case that can prove or disprove all these allegations of crash retrieval.
The other big piece of this, Ron, of course, is members of Congress. And like, what, I know you and I have some trepidation about who's in, who's out on wanting disclosure and what they're being told. You sat down and spoke with Congressman Burleson and Burchett and others. I mean, Ronnie Carson and Kirsten Gillibrand and pretty much the whole gamut. I honestly believe it. First, let me just congratulate James on the work he's done on Moment of Contact. I'm not going to be one who disputes his work or the film in any way or even any of the witnesses. I've watched this guy for years going down to Brazil and doing the true investigative reporter work. And he has sunk his teeth into this thing and he has not let go. And I know that getting these witnesses to come forward and getting the story to evolve in the way it has been a true task. And he's done it with, I admire his diligence in doing it. And
Well, I should say from MUFON, Mutual UFO Network perspective, yeah, and I agree with you. I know I'm supposed to be an impartial journalist, but I've watched James's work over the years, many years, and have been a fan. So put that bias out there for you, James. But from the MUFON perspective, Ron, MUFON gets a ton of reports. Reported in the Mutual UFO Network. I mean, what patterns are you seeing right now? Locations, shapes, behaviors, and what do you say, maybe the percentage of things that you guys just are so easily, quickly to dismiss? I think that's why James's work stands out, right? You guys receive so many reports at MUFON that you're just like, this is not credible at all. And then
we're approaching nearly 200,000 case reports since the time MUFON was founded. And the trends right now are the actual numerical trends of what we're able to explain versus what we can't explain have always run about 94% explainable. And it's that 6% that is unexplainable that is really where we focus our investigative resources. But like right now we see, anytime there's a SpaceX launch, forget it. There's UFO reports just going absolutely crazy. And there is an uptick in the submersible type reports of craft coming out of water and things like that. But we also think that has something to do with the increased publicity surrounding that. Because as we start to take a deep dive into the reports, and I know other groups are saying there's this big uptick, but when you investigate the reports, most of them have mundane explanations. So it seems like it's pretty much, and then of course the drone activity is causing more. What we're seeing, the biggest trend is experiencers. People that are having personal experiences that seem to have a lot of correlations no matter where on the planet they're happening, the stories they're telling, the messages they're conveying. These things are all fairly consistent. Among the ones that we can weed out as not being people that have mental issues and reasons for having these experiences that are not that are easy to identify through our process. But the experiencer phenomenon, I always say, I think the experiencers are about to have their day because as we allow things to unfold in the political process, we're getting to a certain point. But it's the people having these increasing encounters where they're getting consistent messages for humanity and starting to form a new narrative about our future. These people are going to have more and more credibility. And that's the trend that we see at MUFON, is that the consistency and experiencer reports are rising, the messages are consistent, and they fall in line with a lot of really ancient teachings. And so the next evolution in this, in my opinion, is not going to come from the political process. It's going to come from discoveries outside of that management of the information.
What would you say over the past year, Ron, and James, you could jump in on this too, but what would you say over the past year has been like a report that you've received at MUFON that's set off alarm bells? Like, wow, this is, this is something we need to investigate more deeply. This is a big story. Maybe it's not even made headlines that we might even not even heard about.
There's some USO activity off the West Coast that we've been unable to really put our explanations on. There's some video analysis out there. I think I've shared it with you guys in the past, but definitely some things happening around the oceans, around the Catalina area, off Southern California, and those are the things that are attracting our attention at the moment.
I get intelligence folks, military folks, all the time reaching out to me, and I'm told that there's activity almost 24/7 about 200 miles off the East Coast. And I actually have the coordinates. I just said I could get a boat that could go 200 miles off the coast. And I've actually talked to some people about that, but I've been given coordinates to some of this UAP activity in the oceans. As recently as last week, I spoke to it's a major hotspot out there. Yeah, I would love to know the exact area because I've gotten also from U.S. Marine Corps pilots traveling up a couple hundred miles off the East Coast, and what they witnessed was unbelievable. And traveling at 10 times faster than they could possibly travel. And they, I don't know how many pilots and how many were a part of that flight pattern, but there were multiple who witnessed. It was really frustrating because a lot of times the military will use that excuse source and methods, right? So it's like, oh, well, we can't give you the gun cam footage because it reveals this, that, and the other thing. And yet, even when a military, fighter pilot, whether the Navy or Air Force or whoever, takes his cell phone out and documents it, that's classified. They won't share that either. So it's like, that's just an excuse they use. I can't wait for them to the dump that's going to happen where this stuff gets released. I've talked to so many insiders, intelligence, tell me exactly, I have them giving me the exact locations of where this stuff is being stored on the various systems and how to get access to it. And I'm taking that and I'm providing it directly to members of Congress because they have to go. That's crazy. You have to go to this computer terminal, you have to type in this. That's insane. It's a weird process. It's insanity.
So what's becoming more and more apparent is that we're dealing with multiple versions of non-human intelligence, rather it be interdimensional time travelers, beings that have been here all along, potentially aliens, plasma beings that we're just now starting to get our heads wrapped around, that there could be these beings that are primarily energy-based that literally swim in the atmosphere. The answer to non-human intelligence is not a single answer. And I'm part of the growing consensus that a lot of what we're seeing, whether it has extraterrestrial origin or not, is something that is based here on the planet. It's been with us since the dawn of recorded history, and it's becoming more and more evident as our technology gets better. These things that got picked up in 2004 off the Nimitz were largely captured in a variety of ways they were because of new technology that they were testing. And so as our ability to detect these things that have been kind of in here all along gets better, it's harder and harder to dismiss them. And just like Tim Burchett said in that clip that you got, the oceans are vast and deep, and it's quite possible that there is another intelligent race, even an offshoot of humanity, that's been here all along. And planet Earth has been through a lot of cycles. The surface of the planet is not safe real estate. And so if you're an advanced race and you're here on this planet, and we go back billions of years, underground is the place to go. Otherwise, an asteroid or a natural disaster is going to wipe out everything on the surface of the planet at some stage or another. So the idea that there's an ancient, long-standing, technologically advanced race that has been here all along is gaining more and more traction. And so, whether that has extraterrestrial connections, which I believe it does, it's a big part of the story we're seeing.
Yeah, James, on that point, we heard from Burchett talking about these underground space, whatever they're all. I've spoken to the secret space program insiders who could describe them as arcs. When you saw that activity off of Venezuela, as we reported on our show, there was one of these massive arcs right there near the Orinoco
it's all about oil, Russia, China, right there in the Orinoco oil belt, but there's also a massive space ark that's sitting there as one of the locations. Again, believe it, but that's what we've reported on our show. What do you think about what you're hearing from Congressman Burchett and what Ron was just saying?
So, yeah, I make documentaries and I put the documentaries on for people to see, but I do that because I'm just sharing my personal investigations with the general public because I'm absolutely fascinated by the topic. And I'm curious by nature. I really want to know what's going on. And the other day, just months ago, I was at Age of Disclosure opening, and there was an individual there who's investigated in an official capacity the phenomenon for over 16 years. I'm talking to this individual, and I could see Leslie Kane, or she also attended the event, and I could see her on the other side of the room at this cocktail party after the movie ended. And I could see her looking at me, and she knew who I was talking to. She knew. And I said, I walked up to this individual, and I said, I've heard that there are very few people on the planet that have the bigger picture of what's going on. This individual said, I'd say probably maybe 10 have the biggest part of the picture, the whole picture. I was like, 10? Like 10 people, that's it. That's what he said. And then I said, well, like, you investigated in official capacity for over, 16 years. Like, how many would you consider yourself? Like, one of how many? And he's like, I'll be one of 30. I was like, one of 30? My God. What about like Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis? He's like, maybe one of 50, maybe one of 100. Hard to say for sure. And I said, well, I heard that I got a crowbar and I'm trying to pry information out of this individual, but I heard the art in. And I said, well, I heard that the bigger picture is a little scary. And he goes, yeah, I can see that. And I was like, you can see that? Like, how can you see that? Like, give me some more. I was like, yeah. And I said, like, scary how? Like, you don't need to be worried about your safety. No. And I said, well, how is it scary? He goes, probably like intent. I'm like, intent? Jesus. So then I said, well, like, I was going to say, like, what about that? It's a little, and then this individual just like, somebody just from the crowd just walks up in between the two of us, and I look over at Leslie and I see her looking at me, and we had this immediate sort of telepathic communication, like, it ended right there, so I didn't get to find out anything more than that. But if anybody's out there in the intelligence community listening to this show, contact me, even if it's off the record. I want to know more about this.
Well, let's speculate. I guess we can get in the area of speculation with what he's saying there. If you listen to other people who believe that it's okay for us, the intent for us is that we're living in like a matrix. What we're dealing with is a bit of a simulation, right? Absolutely. Some sort of a reptilian, race is controlling everything.
This is something that I organically came to this conclusion, okay? And I think that if you think about it, you look at what the phenomenon does, okay? And the phenomenon has made some pretty bold moves. I mean, you look at like Hudson Valley sightings, you look at Belgium wave in the late 80s, early 90s, you look at 1997 over Phoenix, Arizona. I mean, there were thousands of people that saw that incredible show of craft and orbs. I mean, they've hovered over some games in Italy in the 50s. I mean, they've done some pretty, like, overt, we're here kind of things. Not to the point where it would, be, hover over the Mason Day Parade or something, or the next Super Bowl, but they've done some pretty bold moves. But they haven't made their presence overtly, unequivocally, without a shadow of a doubt, known. Certainly not to the general public. Obviously, the military might be a completely different story. But so you look at that and you think, all right, well, they too are in on the secrecy. Now, why would
certainly it's all speculation except among a select few. What James was just saying, let me just go back to the idea that there's only a few people on planet Earth who may have the bigger picture. When I was making the Accidental Truth movies, and even before that, it shocked me that government had no problem destroying evidence. So it's just like you hear these stories about they went into a village in Vietnam, burned everything, so there's no trace of what they did. They've done that with the history of this phenomenon, and that's why when people say, well, you know, there must be some archive with all this stuff, I'm not convinced that there is. I think that there's certain elements that were placed in charge of guarding this information that had no problem just getting rid of stuff like it never happened. And so as people die and as compartmentalized programs age out, the idea that there's only a few people on the planet that really know what's going on from ancient history all the way till now with this phenomenon it's understandable why it's such a small amount of people. And when you start factoring in the other things like what is the actual agenda for humanity from a planetary standpoint, from a galactic standpoint, and from an energetic dimensional standpoint, it gets very, very complex. And the answers to the questions become more elusive. But one thing that we're discovering right now, and I pointed out in the new movie, we're just getting to the point, and maybe just getting there, where we're starting to ask the right questions. And that's what the beginning of the ultimate discovery. And I have a feeling that the evolution of humanity is going to be upon us before we even knew what to ask. We didn't ask for AI. We didn't ask for our entire culture to be completely changed by it, but here it is. And the people that are planning this and the non-human intelligence that is planning, the future of planet Earth and the future of humanity as we know it in this matrix, they know what's going on. They're implementing something that has been put into place since the beginning. I believe there's different groups that have different agendas and there's different outcomes for humanity, but we are being guided and even potentially managed into the next generation of what this planet and this civilization is going to look like.
You brought a clip, Ron, that I wanted to play here. Can you tell us and set this up? What are we looking at here, the length of your clip that we have?
Oh, okay. So the first part of the new Accidental Truth movie, about the first 40 minutes, is a deep dive into behind the scenes in Washington. There's a lot of people that have said, oh, I'm there, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Well, I've documented my journey through there, inside the offices of Congresspeople being briefed, inside the hearings, inside these conversations that aren't documented because people don't want to go on camera saying these things. But what we're about to see here is how myself and a small team of people literally infiltrated the hearings in Washington, D.C., and were able to get Lou Elizondo through texting live to Congressman Burleson what questions to ask. We got Lou Elizondo to finally admit that Lockheed Martin, indirectly, was the one that had these materials. Now, in the first Accidental Truth movie, we were chasing the origin of materials that were supposed to be given to Bigelow Aerospace. Robert Bigelow says he never got them. It's been a big mystery. But when Lou admitted that it was Lockheed that had that because of the text that we got Burleson to answer, it blew the lid off the whole thing because now we know the aerospace company that had it. And then I went to Dr. Gary Nolan, and he drops a bombshell. So that's what's in this clip. Again, this is from the new film. This is from a clip called Hacking the Hearings.
All right, let's take a look at this. Ron James and his team were more involved in the hearing than anyone realized.
I actually had the opportunity to submit a question. So we'll see if they ask it. It's going to be really cool if they do.
During Congressman Eric Burleson's questioning of Lou Elizondo, a small group in the back of the room was actively texting the congressman questions to ask in real time. If we were in a secure setting, if we were in a SCIF, would you be able to provide or get access to something, whether it's visuals or material that we could put our hands on, or biologics, that would convince me?
Sir, that decision would not be mine. That would be to the gatekeepers still in the U.S. government.
Does any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology?
Sir, there's documentation that I believe was submitted for the record that was approved for release by the U.S. Pentagon, by the Department of Defense Office Office of Pre-Publication Security Review, and it states one of the reasons why my predecessor program, OSTAP, was trying to collect material of unknown origin.
So that was quite a stunt to be able to go into these hearings and have that effect on the outcome from the back of the room. It just shows, what individuals that want to get in and try to do things can do. And Washington is a lot more open than people think it is. And, to go in there and get these meetings and to be able to brief these members of Congress and to realize that these guys, especially the people in our elected representatives that are trying to get to the bottom of this, they are genuinely interested in doing this. I don't believe that they're part of any kind of big rollout of information. They are trying to get the information. They're being given what they are. I don't think they're part of the conspiracy, so to speak. But I think they're being played just as much as the rest of us.
So I want to ask you guys about the whistleblower piece of this, James, and feel free to jump in with what you were going to say there, James. I just wanted to ask, if we've referred, one particular whistleblower over to a member of Congress's office, and that person, once they reached out to their office and was setting up a meeting, suddenly found themselves fired from their job, inexplicably. And this person, there was zero reason for this person to have lost their job. And so I'm curious, what you're experiencing, maybe the forces that are behind these members of Congress who are really trying to keep them from going towards the truth.
So, Ron, great talk there and great presentation on that one. I'm hearing today, actually just an hour or so ago, I spoke directly with a sitting member of Congress for the task force who said the current administration, the Trump administration, the executive branch, are, because this individual had street addresses and names of different companies where allegedly these goodies, the reverse engineering that's going on, was being kept. And so the administration is providing access, saying give this individual access. This individual, along with a couple other people, are going to these locations. It's a big step in the right direction. Obviously,
it really is.
If Lockheed wants to just tuck this away somewhere, but they have very specific spots they're going to. They can look for evidence, something was recently moved, or what's going on in these particular hangars. So that's happening. And also parallel to that is there's going to be a press conference coming up soon with sitting members of Congress, part of the task force from both parties, Democrats and Republicans, and they are in the process right now of crafting the language that needs to come out of the office of the President of the United States. And that language will provided President Trump is willing to use that language, that will provide additional security, protection, immunity for the following whistleblowers. So it is a work in progress, but it's happening, and I'm very optimistic about it. But the members of Congress really need to hear from us. They need to know that we have their support, or we are supporting their efforts. I think it's incredibly important that the president knows how many people out there are watching this. Just reach out, take a few minutes, contact different representatives and say, we really appreciate your push on further transparency on this topic. It's important to us. They need to hear that. Yeah. And the prep even needs to hear that. So anybody out there watching that takes a few minutes, this is going to be,
everybody get involved. Write your congressperson.
They need to hear from all of us.
Speaking of Congress,
still have power.
Speaking of Congress, what do you think Congress should force the Pentagon, Pete Hicks says, otherwise, to answer under oath? Like, right, you're digging, as Hicks said, we're digging. We're going to look through this. We're going to, we don't have a timetable yet. We'll get it to you, but we are digging. What should Congress force the Pentagon to answer to in front of Congress? Like, what answers would you guys like specifically in front of Congress from the Pentagon?
Well, the thing is, your average congressperson is not read into any level of secrecy that would entitle them to this information. In other words, David Grush is working for Eric Burleson right now. But does that mean that David Grush can go into Burleson and lay out every single thing that he knows? There's clearance issues, and those can be overcome with time. But the fact of the matter is that
even a whistleblower that has information, not necessarily a whistleblower, but somebody in possession of highly classified information, cannot just walk into Tim Burchett's office and tell him everything he knows, because Burchett would have to be cleared too. And so you have the gang of 8 who is supposedly able to receive all of this information, but the other sitting members of Congress are not really in a position to receive it, even if there's somebody who's willing to share it. So it gets very, very complicated. Do you have that clip of that I put into your folder of Burleson and Tim Burchett talking about Trump disclosing?
Yeah, do you want to listen to this? So explain what we're about to see here. This is the members of Congress talking about Trump's disclosure project.
Yeah, the conversation about Trump disclosing has been going on for some time. And this is a clip, nobody's ever seen this before, of Congressman Tim Burchett and Eric Burleson both talking about Trump disclosing.
These other presidents being ready and being allowed to be ready, and those other presidents weren't Donald J. Trump.
There's rumors that perhaps Donald Trump might move to declassify some of this stuff.
I hope so. I think Donald Trump has demonstrated a pattern of willingness to be transparent and to disclose, and I can't wait to see what Trump 47 is going to do.
We're not going to get total disclosure until President Trump decides to disclose it. And through my conversations with him and his people, I feel like that is forthcoming.
So I just want to ask you on that point, because Burchett's pretty confident that, if Trump wants to disclose it, we'll get it. But we've seen with JFK files, we've also seen with the Epstein Transparency Act, that there's 3 million documents we still haven't gotten there, and the cover-up still continues. President Clinton, if I'm not mistaken, was told that you're on a need-to-know basis about a UFO program, and he was told that you're not at the level. You're the president of the United States. You're not on a need-to-know basis, but you don't reach that level. So, are you confident as Burchett on getting all of this transparency?
Once again, we're going to get something, but we're not going to get the whole entire truth. When President Obama said in that interview with Brian Taylor Cohen, right after he said, aliens are real, but I haven't seen them, and then he said something that was very poignant and actually correct, I believe, is he said, unless there's this vast conspiracy that even presidents aren't read into, the fact of the matter is there is a small conspiracy, and presidents are not read in. The people that are guarding this information have been so compartmentalized and buried so deep and so entrenched within industry and freedom from the Freedom of Information Act and able to keep this stuff completely away from our front-facing politicians and large swaths of our front-facing military. So to me, the most revelatory thing that Obama said in that interview was when he said that, unless there's a conspiracy that even presidents aren't read into, because I believe that there is. And so Trump is going to get a certain amount of information that I believe all presidents have received, but what he's going to disclose, again, I think that for the people looking for this major disclosure are going to be somewhat disappointed.
James, what do you think?
Well, so I interviewed Gerald Ford briefly. He pushed 4 congressional areas in the 60s when that infamous clip of Dr. Jalen Hynek just does a dismissive characterization of alleged landings that took place in Michigan in 1966. And as a result of swamp gas, maybe they were seeing swamp gas, like, oh my God. And so he gave me the interview, but then I asked him about during his presidency, did you find out anything more during your presidency? And he was like, he just stopped me dead in my tracks there. I'm not going to talk about that at all. Then I interviewed Jimmy Carter. I got him at a book signing in the late 90s, and I got him to admit that he'd seen the UFO and that he'd looked into it during his presidency and essentially said, we weren't happy with the answer we were getting, or we were getting different answers, and you can see his frustration clearly. And then I was trying to get direct access to President Clinton, and through Podesta and a handful of others during his administration, they said that they did make inquiries, particularly with a laser-like focus into Roswell, and that they were absolutely not happy with the answers they were getting. So I was stonewalled. But one more thing I want to mention quickly is that I am friends with an individual who sat in the room in a skiff
a sensitive compartmentalized information facility with Senator Rubio when he was senator at the time, Secretary of State now, but when he was senator at the time, with people with impeccable credentials, intelligence folks that are claiming to be working firsthand in labs with alien technology. Now, as a filmmaker, I ask these individuals, God, put me in the room. What was it like when Rubio, what was it like when you guys were in this stuff? This is amazing. This is the first time, but clearly you guys vetted the credentials. Like, what? Put me in the room. Very intense, very sober, very serious, like slowly trying to wrap their mind around, holy shit, this is probably happening. How do we get this information out? How do we process this information? So what I'm curious, and I don't know the answer to this, and if anybody else gets the opportunity to speak or ask questions to Rubio or President Trump, is does Rubio know more than President Trump? Or has Rubio briefed President Trump? Or has Rubio tracked down those first-hand witnesses in labs and got them directly in the skiff with Trump? I don't know if they had to be a skiff or where they had to be, but Trump, I'm told, does have the ability with the stroke of a pen to provide immunity to these first-hand witnesses. And I think that that's what we should be focusing on is what can President Trump do to protect these folks? What language needs to be written? What does he need to actually say? Because when he said what he said on Truth Social, that was very encouraging. A lot of people were happy about it. But I talked to first-hand intelligence folks, and they said it's a great move in the right direction, but he actually needs to say X, Y, and Z, and that'll make us feel a lot more protected. So that language is currently being crafted carefully right now, and there's going to be a press conference, a press conference coming up with members of Congress, and I'm told that's happening fairly soon.
So in the new Accidental Truth Next movie, there's a scene where I actually induce Senator Kirsten Gillibrand to look right at my camera and make a direct promise to whistleblowers that if they were to come forward, they would be protected. But unfortunately, there's also clips in the surrounding segment that shows that hasn't worked out too well for some of them. So, yeah, James is right. The law needs to be evolved and the conditions need to be evolved. There's a picture that I just texted you guys. It's from the hearing introducing Kozlowski as the new head of Arrow, and hopefully you can bring that up. But that's Pentagon. Yeah, there we go. So this really kind of tells the story. That's Pentagon spokesperson Susan Gough sitting right next to him during this hearing, and she is there to basically, in my opinion, and the opinion of others, that's a warning that you're getting from her. She has been the front person for the Pentagon in denying all of the UFO-related activity, and for her to be sitting there at that hearing, giving dirty looks at the camera every time whistleblowers were encouraged to come forward, a lot of people believe that was a signal of don't believe it. We were talking about Rubio. There's a very interesting thing, and anybody can check this out. Marco Rubio, before the first UFO hearings with Bray and Moultrie from the Defense Department, he was very, very vocal about getting to the bottom of this UFO stuff. It was a big thing for him, and he was out there. He was one of the biggest front-facing people back then in, I think it was 2021, 22, when we had the first hearings. He was very vocal about it. After those hearings, everybody went into a closed session, the people with the proper clearances. Marco Rubio never spoke out as vocally as he had previously once he came out of those hearings. And I believe that, and this is conjecture, but I think it makes a lot of sense, that he was really told some things that made him understand why this secrecy, and he piped out about the whole thing. And then when he did his interview with Dan Farah in the movie Age of Disclosure, he later actually walked that back when he was asked about it. He said, well, yeah, they did some creative editing, and that was back then, and I was only repeating what I was told. He kind of has backtracked, both in his appearance in the movie, his vocal position on getting the UFO information out. And this is all, if you just
just look at the history of Rubio and his statements, you'll see that this is going on. So I definitely think that he was briefed at least to a point where he understood the secrecy. And I have this theory about this, that it's really easy to get somebody to keep a secret if they believe the secret needs to be kept. It's a lot harder to get somebody to keep a secret by coercion and saying if you spill the beans about this, you're going to be persecuted or tormented or punished. So I think that in certain cases, these guys are being given information that makes them sign on to the secrecy instead of trying to fight it. And there's plenty of evidence of that through this front-facing political process.
James, I guess I'll get you guys out of here on this, which is the concern I've been hearing from UFO insiders and people like yourselves who've done the work and been in the halls of Congress repeatedly have said to me that one of their biggest concerns is having this entire disclosure process driven by like the intelligence community, like the CIA pushing it in a certain direction and in a more nefarious direction, and we don't get fully what we deserve in this. Are you concerned about that, and really what are you hoping for over the next couple of weeks from President Trump?
Well, John Koskowski said it all to me when he said, James, I cannot part my hair without approval from the DOD. And you can quote me on that. Like, my hands are tied. So I think it's really important. He's basically like, one of those people like almost like when you're kidnapped and you're giving that statement on video. Everything's fine here, but
Sharon, it tells that story. I mean, that's that story in a picture.
Right. I think we need to work with our lawmakers. People say, oh, it's the government. No, there's some good people in there. Oh, there are. They really are. I meet with them. I meet some of their families, like good people. I think we need to support their efforts. I think we need to support President Trump, let him know that we've got his back on this issue. Let members of Congress know, our representatives, that we support their push for further transparency on this topic. It's going to happen. All of us together are going to make this happen. And if you think you're too small to make a difference, try sharing a room with a mosquito overnight.
Ron, final thoughts.
I wish that the new movie was ready to come out right now. It's going to be 2 to 3 more months before it actually hits the street, even though it's done. We really blow the lid off a lot of this stuff. We answer a lot of these questions. We illustrate fully what's going on in D.C. We show some very interesting case studies. I actually wanted to test Arrow as to how much they could be trusted, so to speak. So I retrieved some samples and we document the whole thing of some very interesting metal that has a very long pedigree. We deliver it to Arrow. At the same time, we're having an independent lab examine the stuff. And what happened is, it's just amazing, the difference in results. So the whole political process we're seeing, again, we're only going to get so far. The real answers are coming from us making our own discoveries. And so I'm so excited about it. And I'm so eager for people to see it because a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, that's speculation, we're laying it out for people in such a way. The first Accidental Truth movie won 28 Film Festival Awards and was regarded as a really solid film. And this one is the follow-up to it, and we're taking things in a whole new direction. It's narrated by Matthew Dean again, special appearances by Thomas Jane and some other very well-known people, and a huge cast. So I'm super excited for it to come out.
Accidental Truth next, Beyond UFO Disclosure by Ron James, narrated by Matthew Bodine. Can't wait to see it. And James, also, where can people find your latest work and what you're working on next? everything, but that was excellent. I'll be making attempts to say that up anchor. It's astonishing for me that there was just, I don't even know the right words to use right now. But I just want y'all to know that this is what I'll be making my strongest attempt to speak in reference to us speak with each other versus talking to. Talking to is the illusion, speaking with the authority and power, with trust and faith in our God. So, basically, what I hear is all of our words are sacred. We need to mind our business and speak with those that are a part of us. Don't speak to strangers, right? Why are we reading today's stories that we tell? The advertisements, strangers.
Was that the end of the video?
I be thinking like this, right? Don't shoot the messenger, right? So we need the valid messengers, right, for particular use, right? As a collective, we should be able to appoint a speaker that doesn't need to be held accountable for the message of the collective. Just that simple. We need respect and honor. Because these motherfuckers get up and speak and say all this shit, and we let them ride. And we got intel that you a foul motherfucker. And we still ain't about. We should be able to speak. Appoint people to speak for our collective, and nothing happens to that person. Because the collective will need security. We gotta use our trust value better. Stop securing these motherfuckers in position for it. Let's say you formulate the system of operations. Particular people that are doing their own system of operations, I say, no. That doesn't work. That's no good. No, your shit ain't no good. Your shit don't work. You need to tap into what we say. Because that's the illusion of war. Everything is peaceful. Motherfuckers is non-compliant. We too compliant. We gotta ask ourselves, there's all this war going on, right? According to history. How come motherfuckers is enjoying themselves at at the same motherfucking time. Hey, the same motherfuckers that should be at war are entertaining themselves. What is going on? What is the comprehension of war and peace?
War is a misunderstood concept of what war really is. You don't go to somebody's land because you think they're doing something that's not to your benefit. So you go over there and kill a bunch of people and use other people to fight your wars. Thinking that certain people should live a certain way is the reason for a lot of wars. Letting the few speak for the many.
See, motherfuckers be thinking I'm bugging when I do shit like this, right? So I'm thinking about what we're discussing right now. I asked what the comprehension of war and peace said about war, and I just thought about the acronym they like to use. So I thought, witness, what I said, witness affirmation report or something like that. Like, that's what war is. It's a fucking report of process. What's the purpose of the war if it's not recorded?
What was that question?
I said, I put it into an acronym, right? Witness, I think I said affirmation report, right? So war is more like a report. So what is the purpose of war if it's not recording or further reporting of particular process that has taken place? Like a flag, like, you know? So if it's not classified war, would it have the particular value that a process had under war, the title of war? What is war? Again, a witness affirmation report.
What's going on? Y'all sleep? Y'all done?
Nah, I was trying to see if the video was there.
What video?
I think Erica was playing, talking about the disclosures. I guess it was the UFO disclosures.
Was it the Agent Disclosure? Was it that movie?
No, it was, I don't know, Accidental Truth.
Oh, okay. Oh, she put it down in the chat.
And supposedly there's a part 2 coming out.
You know how far in the video y'all got, Kenny?
I just came in the room about a few minutes ago. Got the tail end of it, but they mentioned how the difference of the information coming from different people like the CIA versus this administration is going to be different.
Why?
Because the CIA uses plausible deniability to keep things away from the commander-in-chief.
Right, so he's only informed about the things that they tell him, so he don't know every doggone mess.
And that's what he found out during his first administration.
So how is he planning on changing it this time?
I mean, ain't the truth still in D.C.?
Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah, I looked something up the other day. He's bypassing all the original steps that you would normally take as the president, going through Congress and getting permission.
And bypassing all of that, ain't he?
Yeah, and it's for a reason.
And he should. As he fucking should. Fuck all that.
So if you're the president and you find out that a lot of this corruption is coming from certain places that isn't of this country, would you rather just tell the people certain information, or would you deploy a military operation to get these people, then disclose the information?
Say it again.
If you disclose the information before going after the people, that will be given a warning.
Nah, I don't just go after the motherfuckers. They don't need to know.
Exactly. So it seems that he's bypassing Congress and the normal steps that a president would normally have to take. I'm looking at that being a message that he's finding out the corruption even in Congress. So why should I go through y'all when I'm realizing that a lot of the corruption is coming from you too?
That's right. Those folks don't give a damn about him. They don't even want him out there. Because I don't really think, as much as I want to say, like, as much as I want to say that he's not on their side, I think he is on his own side. He just got his own fucking agenda. That's all. I think he got his own agenda. And it's probably to make as much money as he wants and to do exactly what he wants. Because that's the thing. If we're going to say that our government is compromised by Israel, right?
Well, wouldn't his land be compromised after it was conquered? But they propagate a narrative like you're free if you advocate for this declaration.
No, I don't think Israel was around it. I mean, yeah, Israel, no. I think that compromising was new. I think that's new.
The geographical location of Israel, that one was in 1948 or 47.
See, now, you're talking about that, that's fine. But like back in slavery time, when the motherfuckers was coming off of here, no. But more recent, within the past 50 years, yeah. That's how long we've been compromised. I'll take that back longer than that.
What is that?
I'm gonna say way longer than that. I think whenever the narrative of what happened to during the Holocaust, right around that time. listen to, the watch, the follow. And that whole narrative, it's almost like taking attention off of, I don't know, I think it's been a while. I think it's been a long time that we've been compromised. And I think people did good. Be cool, tell me we should show up. That must be from earlier. I hate this thing from my app because I gotta leave and come back just to see the recent chat.
And maybe that's why Trump is trying to escalate. He even tried it the first go round, getting us away from foreign entities that are making us fit the bill for most of everything that's dealing with globalist agendas.
Well, what good is that gonna do? Shoot, people gonna say everything he did. Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if that's the case, then if the globalist party was using our military to bully or set up in certain areas.
This link that Erica been put down there, it says alien bodies discovered. What the hell?
President Trump has now publicly ordered federal agencies from
alien bodies discovered in Brazil, UFO technology in U.S. government hands. That's not what you would watch, or was it?
I mean, that's what I was hearing at the, like I said, I came in at the tail end of it, so. I mean, I heard a lot about the alien technology, but when they start throwing the bodies in there, yeah, I got to start asking questions on who's allowing this information to come out to throw alien or extraterrestrial bodies into the frame.
Oh, shoot. Communists. They've been trying to take over this country for a while.
Who?
The communists.
That's what we were told. But communists never invaded. We went to war to stop the spread of communism.
Who is Siad Barre? B-A-R-R-E. It says Siad Barre was a genocidal Islamic communist director who murdered up to 200,000 ISAC civilians in Somalia. Ilhan Omar's father, Nur Mohammed, whatever, was a colonel, he was a colonial under Barre for decades.
Colonial what?
Huh?
You said he was a colonial what?
He was better than me. He worked on the bar for decades. Was a colonial on the bar for decades. That's why Omar's family fled Somalia. They are complicit with Islamic communist genocide. Mm-hmm. That's who that girl is. Communism took over the NAACP. If y'all know. They funded the NAACP.
So what exactly is communism? Because we supposedly went over to Vietnam to stop the spread of it. So I still have it.
Really?
Yeah, that's what the war for Vietnam was for.
See, that's the thing. It's a far left political borderless society based on common ownership of the means of a product. It seeks to replace private property and profit-based economies with communal ownership, aiming to distribute resources based on need. I don't want to live like that. Based on we live in a capitalistic, communistic society because I think it's both. You can't say capitalism.
To fight this to stop the spread of communism, how did it end up here, or was that by design?
I think it was already here. You got to think about who was the president during these times. Mm-hmm. Who was the president during Vietnam?
Was it JFK?
Eisenhower.
Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, and Nixon.
Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson, and Nixon, and Gerald Ford. And that war was going on a long time. Why was it going on for so long? Like 20 years. Crazy.
And that was another one that people were forced to go fight, not understanding why.
And they say historians leave out Harry S. Truman as he provided initial financial and military assistance to French forces in Indochina started in the 1950s. Because he was first. That's why. He was the first. For all of these.
Who was the first?
It started off with Harry S. Truman. So my thing is, hold on. How many of them were Republican versus Democrat? Like who was Republican and who was Democrat? Okay. Dwight was a Republican. Alright. And then JFK, of course, was a Democrat. Lyndon Johnson, of course, he was a Democrat. Nixon. So let me read what they did. Well, all Kennedy did was, okay, so all Eisenhower did, he sent military and financial aid to South Vietnam to help spread communism, right? Kennedy dramatically increased the number of military advisors to approximately 1,600. Lyndon B. Johnson greatly escalated the conflict after the Gulf of Tonkin incident, deploying the first U.S. combat troops in 1965 and peaking at over 500,000 personnel. And then Nixon introduced Vietnamization to withdraw U.S. troops while expanding bombing into Cambodia and Laos. He signed the Paris Peace Accords in 1973 to end direct U.S. combat. Gerald Ford resided during the final days of the war, overseeing the evacuation of U.S. personnel and refugees as Saigon fell to North Vietnamese forces in April 1975. So that leads me to know that communism wasn't always in the left or the right. You understand what I'm saying? It wasn't never always, but when did it turn on the left? When did communism become only far left? That don't make no sense. If it says it's always been far left since the left and right wing spectrum was created. No, that's not right. So it's saying right here, Q, the evolution followed these key stages. In 1789, the left was born. During the French Revolution, the political spectrum began a physical seating arrangement in the National Assembly. Those who sat on the left were innovators who wanted radical change, a republic, and more power for commerce. Then you got 1840s, the rise of socialism. As industrialization grew, socialism emerged as a major left-wing force. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, the Communist Manifesto, they have a manifesto, placed communism at the most radical end of this movement, seeking to abolish private property entirely. That's not good.
You said the 1840s?
Yeah, it's called the 1840. I'm about to click on this link. Oh, it's a whole damn website. The Communism Timeline. Oh, okay, this website gives us a timeline, huh? You want this link?
Yeah, pronounce it.
Yeah, it's the history.com, but you know how that shit.
10 years after the Indian removal act, they wanted radical change.
What do you mean?
10 years after the Indian removal act. A lot of things changed then. A lot of social constructs.
How long after the Indian removal act?
How long what?
How long after the Indian removal act?
You said 1840. The Indian removal act was 10 years before that.
Well, I said 1848. So almost 20 years after. Yeah. It's saying, it's doing what I needed to do. Let's copy that too. And then there you go. That way y'all can follow now. I'm about to do it. I'm about to do it. Huh? Hey, crisis, it's rising. Johnny Lamar.
Hold up. I gotta tell you about some crazy shit. I just came from this Jewish room. I just witnessed probably the greatest moment in research history. So in this Jewish room, they're doing the usual Jewish shit, and this one dude comes in there, his name is Black Rabbi, right? And you find out he's actually, an African American guy who became a rabbi. I guess he's kind of famous in Israel, blah, 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 whatever. There's one dude who starts to go to call him out after getting into a debate with somebody else, about the Talmud
because the dude lost the debate, and because Black Rabbi was trying to give him a critique on why he lost the debate. There's one dude who calls himself a real Jew proceeds to basically show that they don't believe that you're a real Jew if you're not looking like them. Even though this guy is a Black Rabbi. This young guy literally starts going in on him, and then the other Jews get on the stage. They start going in on the dude's brother. I'm like, this shit was crazy. So nobody wants to say this out loud at first, but I mean, there's a bunch of us in the chat, and you see the room went from 15 people to over 40 people that won't normally, because we're hearing something that you don't normally hear. Are you out in the open with the people? Because they like to make this out of it. It's not everybody. You know what I'm saying? And the crazy thing is that at one point some lady comes on the stage. I guess she's also another Jewish person. And she basically tells them, she's like, I gotta look at the audience. I need y'all to stop. Not here. Y'all stop basically saying, stop handling the business when there's out public with this many people in the audience. You know what I'm saying? I learned something very interesting while listening to that whole exchange. See, that's about, I learned something very interesting. One, there's clearly two different classes of that particular community. The words that they would use to try to shut them down were words that would basically try to not make it look like they're being racist, when in reality, it sounds like they're being racist. And it's like that shit. So it all started because of the debate between Muslim people and Jew, in which the Jews do not have sanity. I'm saying, shit's crazy. But it was a very, very entertaining interaction to see them go through that over there. You see how they try to shut it down and close ranks when they realize that the audience was getting too big. I digress.
He probably was arguing with that motherfucker because they know he's a Jew, not the Jewish. But that argument was because he looked like it could.
Who just said that? Who just said that comment about the Jew and the Jewish?
Interpreter.
Interpreter. That's exactly what we were saying in the goddamn chat. Yo, that shit was crazy. That shit was crazy. That's exactly what the chat was saying. And that's what made the lady jump on stage and starts basically trying to close ranks on both of them. And because they kept saying stuff like, you're an embarrassment to our community, to my people, my world, basically making him sound like he's not one of them.
Because he didn't look like them was one of the talking points.
That's what he ended up saying. That's what the Black Rabbi did.
Because the black rabbi is a black man, right?
Exactly.
Right. I knew he was black. I was like, my name.
So they're telling him, no, you need to stop using rabbi. Because you're not a real rabbi. And they're trying to dress this brother down. This shit was crazy, but very educational, very educational. It was pretty much being a fly on the wall listening to that shit.
That was just, okay. The communism timeline. Let's get into it. Soviet Union emerges from October Revolution. What the hell is that? Okay. So
The October Revolution.
Bolsheviks. I don't see nothing about that in here yet. But I do see in February 21st, 1848, German economic and philosopher Karl Marx. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels published the Communist Manifesto, calling for a working class revolt against capitalism. Its motto, "Workers of the world unite," quickly became a rally cry. But where the fuck did that take place at? Was it in Germany? Was it here or over there in Germany? That's my question. Nobody knows. I'm gonna have to go to another page to figure that out.
It wasn't in Germany. That's Karl Marx. Basically, they wrote the Communist Manifesto. No, it wasn't in America either. It ends up being the basis of communism in Russia.
I know, we're going down the timeline right now to figure out how long, well, we know now how long it's been here, but how long has it been here? So is Karl Marx and Friedrich American? Were they German Americans at that time, or were they in Germany writing this bullshit?
I don't know if he's from Germany. It might be another country in Europe, but I don't believe it's
But it wasn't in America, basically.
No, it wasn't in America.
Okay, moving on. Then it goes, okay.
So he was a German philosopher. Okay.
I don't know.
He's from Germany. He was a German philosopher.
Yeah, I know that, but so all of this started in Germany. That's what y'all saying. Yeah. Okay. So October 7th, 1917, when Vladimir Lenin at the helm, the Bolsheviks, so this is where crises come in, ascribing to Marxism, seized power during Russia's October Revolution and become the first communist government. Later that month, the Socialist Revolutionary Party defeated the Bolsheviks in an election, but despite his promises of bread, land, and peace, Lenin uses military forces to take power. It's during this period the Red Terror executions of the Tsar's officials, prisoner of war labor camps, and other police state tactics are established. So the manifesto was written in 1848. And then you got 75 years later, damn near, they do this shit. Russia's October Revolution. And then you got, well, wait a minute. Okay, so that is the Soviet Union, America. So that was the Soviet Union timeline. Because then it goes into communist, takes a hold of China and beyond.
Before that, there's a side note to Lenin in the Bolshevik Revolution, which is part of the October Revolution. Side note is that was the end of what they call Orthodox Christianity in Russia. So what their whole goal was is to end Christianity in that country and bring in communism. If you remember the cartoon movie called Anastasia, it's based off of the real life situation that happens after Lenin takes over Russia. They murdered the Tsar, which was, I believe his name was Tsar Alexander or something like that. They end up murdering him and his entire family, including his daughter named Anastasia.
million people, mostly Christians.
So July 1st, 1921, inspired by the Russian Revolution, the Communist Party of China was formed. By January 21st, 1924, Lenin dies at the age of 54 of a stroke, and Joseph Stalin, who had served as Lenin's general secretary, eventually takes over official rule of the Soviet Union until his death in 1953. From a
Joseph Stalin. It's pronounced Stalin.
Stalin, okay. He industrialized the country through a state-controlled economy, but it led to famine. Y'all see that? That's what communism will do. It'll leave y'all asses hungry. They was hungry over there. Under his regimen, detractors were deported or imprisoned in labor camps. And as part of a great purge, 1 million people were executed under Stalin, whatever your name is, orders. So, under his regimen, detractors were deported. What you saying?
You said Stalin was part of who?
He was over Russia, the Soviet Union.
After they pulled that with the workers.
John Lennon, I said John Lennon. Yeah, it is Lennon. And Lennon was the founder of the Communist Party in terms of for the revolution.
His name is Vladimir Lenin. Vladimir Lenin.
Yeah, Vladimir Lenin. He's the ball dude of the Mexico team. He was the leader. Joseph Stalin was one of his lieutenants. And then he dies, ironically, of the same thing that Joseph Stalin would later die from, which is a massive stroke. And then when he dies, Joseph Stalin takes over. Joseph Stalin becomes known as the Man of Steel because he's the one who really going hard with those what we now call gulags.
What is that?
You know how we call putting people down in the audience the goo or the gulag? It's like the gulags were actually like prisons that were like in Siberia somewhere where people would literally just disappear. You would never see them again. They'd go out into these work camps and never be seen again. The only reason why Lenin helped do the revolution with China is because they needed some resources. There was a lot of people in Russia, but they weren't very technologically advanced at the time. And they needed help with that one. But yeah.
So who killed all the Christians?
New York, they don't usually write about that in history. You have to do a little bit more studying on it.
Well, I just stated, so was that the purge of the 1 million people that just don't say it was Christian?
That's not the full purge, but the purge that they're referring to had to do with them killing off mostly the political opposition.
Well, it says it's part of the Great Purge.
Yeah, it might be a part of it. It's sort of like when you read the numbers on King Leopold, they don't ever give you the full numbers. They only give you part of the numbers. But there's a whole research that you could look into about the killing of Christians in Russia, because it goes on for quite a time.
Right. So 1940 to 1979, communism is established by force or otherwise in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Yugoslavia, Poland, North Korea, Albania, Bulgaria, Romania, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Hungary, China, Tibet, North Vietnam, Guinea, Cuba, Yemen, Sudan, Congo, Burma, Angola, Benin, Cape Lucia, Madagascar. Why can't they just leave that little island? Oh, good Lord. Mozambique, South Vietnam, Somalia, Seychelles, Afghanistan, Grenada, Nicaragua, and others. So pretty much, yeah. Then it says the Cold War sheet.
Sound like global domination. Those countries you just read off was the countries that they're still trying to go after. They already have.
They got them today. They got them all. Israel got a piece of Somaliland. Cold War begins May 9th, 1945. The USSR declares victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. With Japan's defeat, Korea becomes divided into the Communist North. Soviets occupied. Wow, I did not know that. And the South, which have been occupied by the United States. Interesting. March 12th.
They forced our military to go over there.
Yeah, my dad, I'm sure they did. The people wanted it, though. They needed it. Because they wanted out of that shit. That's why that country is divided now. Because you got one side that wants communism, the other side that don't. I'm still trying to figure out where the fuck is the United States fit into all this shit. Other than helping these people fight these communists off. When did we become compromised? So, March 12, 1947, President Harry S. Truman addresses Congress in what would become to be known as the Truman Doctrine, calling for the containment of communism and later leading to U.S. entry into wars in Vietnam and Korea to provide defense from communist takeovers. The doctrine becomes the basis for America's Cold War policy.
Right, doctrines keep giving people permission to invade countries illegally.
Say it again.
Doctrines are the reasons or the documentation to give people authority to do what they do as far as colonizing or what they would say, preventing the spread of communism or terrorism. Just coming up with bullshit to invade another country.
Right. I'm going to play this. Let me know if you can hear it.
Stop bullshit. So look, let me tell you, nah, bullshit because it's an official record of process. That's like an honorable flag being planted in the minds of many. And that's what happens with the history. It becomes a fucking flag representing the stories, the horrible stories that are actually true because nobody can test them. So even if it happened or if it didn't happen, it's a value of truth today. And that's what we gotta stop the illusion of particular process through record keeping. Right now, if someone was the official record keeper, then we would have an official reference point for our values of actual measures and all this entertainment shit. We wouldn't have a title representation of that's it.
All right.
I said that's bullshit.
What you say, Kim?
I'm asking him what did I say that he felt was bullshit.
Don't do that because he said it every time, and instead of him keeping the goddamn records like he keeps saying that we need to do, because that's your job, interpreter. That's your job, sir. Your idea, your job. You need to keep the fucking records. You need to write this shit down. So the rest of us, 20, 50, 100 years from now, will be reading what the fucking interpreter wrote down. That's your job, sir.
Hey, that is not my job. I'm not saying, was a misinterpreted value, excuse me, I'm not saying what you're saying is bullshit. I'm saying that's bullshit. The illusion of particular processes. They tell us in stories. The factor of the matters of our exchange hasn't changed. And it may sound like, what the fuck is he saying? I'm using the words they gave us. And we all know what these words mean. They have particular value and we use them. We are skillful users of the spell map. Like that's it, man. I'm not even saying like a fucking page of information.
But you asked the question, when will we do this? When will we? In any case, I think that's the individual thing. I think that's the individual thing because I'm collecting the records of my family and the timeline of which everything how it happened. So maybe it's just the individual thing. Because within my records, I go to each place where each relative lived, study the place where they lived, what happened, how it happened, whether it's migrate, whatever. I think that might be up to the individual person. If it ain't your job, then it's up to the people individually. Okay?
Yeah, real quick. So Q, I just realized something that I was looking at in the show. I texted you earlier with some links and information, and also forwarded you some stuff to your IG that has more links and information. But Q, I didn't realize that Karl Marx was German Jew. The timeline is beginning to make even more sense because right there. No, I'm taking a step back to what you were saying earlier in the timeline about that first chapter. It makes even more sense because where you show just recently got to is the part where it's like World War II, essentially in the 1940s, in the post-1940s, when the world starts to be divided between the communist Russia and the West. But when you think about World War II, one of the things that Hitler seemed to hate so much was he hated communism. And he blamed it for so many different things because the way that he saw it like break up the homes and yada yada yada. But now it makes more sense. Why? Because it was coming not just organically, it was coming as a form of manipulation by Jewish philosophers in Germany. And this is one of the things that he was always talking about in his speeches. If you ever listen to the translated versions of his speeches, he talks about basically what we're seeing today, where you had all of these so-called educated people who would try to pollute the public with these progressive ideas that were really just meant to degrade and destroy the moral fabric of the society. But anyways, keep on rocking, Michelle, keep on rocking.
Well, I'm surprised. I was just trying to figure out where the fuck did America get infiltrated with these crazy people? And I haven't seen that. What?
They started letting them come here.
And that's why I read the thing earlier. Where is it at? Where is it? It was something Erica said. Somebody sent me something. Wait a minute. No, not there.
Was it the Dream Doctor?
No, it was something I was looking at. It had Ilhan Omar. Remember, I was reading the book. Here it goes. Siad Barre was a genocidal Islamic communist dictator who murdered up to 200,000 ESAC civilians in Somalia. Ilhan Omar's father, Nur Omar Mohammed, was a colonial under Barre for decades. That's why Omar's family fled Somalia. They were they were complicit with Islamic communist genocide. So,
Damn, I didn't know that.
that's what led us to this conversation of the timeline, wasn't it?
Well, damn, I didn't know that. That's crazy. Are we talking about the same Elon Omar who was yelling during the...
Yes.
Her daddy was up there killing people?
Her daddy was he was part of a genocidal maniac's regiment, yes. Siad Barre, Siadbarre, that's the man's name. They said he was a genocidal Islamic communistic dictator.
The story though.
And her daddy was the one that was working for him. So where do you think she gets all of her ideologies from? From her daddy. Her papa.
Yeah, she is low-key a socialist.
No, she
not even low-key. She's not low-key.
She's not even low-key. That motherfucker.
Low-key was trying to be generous. I was trying to be generous.
She's wide the fuck open. Yep. And I ain't mad. Shit. Anyway, let's keep moving. March 5th, 1946, the Britain Prime Minister Winston Churchill makes his famous Iron Curtain speech in Missouri, alerting Americans to the division between the Soviet Union and the Western Allies. October 1st, 1949. Following a civil war, China's Communist Party leader, Mao Zedong, declares his creation of the People's Republic of China, leading the United States to end diplomatic ties with the PRC for decades. July 5th, 1950. Leading United Nations forces, the first U.S. troops engaged in the Korean War after communist North Korea invaded South Korea with the intent of creating a unified communist state. The war would last until July 27, 1953, with North Korea, China, and the United Nations signing an armistice agreement.
That means, right? That means that the war never officially ended. They just decided to stop shooting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Communists win in Cuba, Vietnam. Goddamn. January 1st, 1958, Fidel Castro overthrows the corrupt, Genico Batista regiment. And Cuba becomes a communist state. April 25th, 1975, following the fall of Saigon, at the end of the Vietnam War, South Vietnam's capital is seized by communist forces. A few months later, in July, the nation is reunified as the Socialist Republic of Vietnam under communistic rule. October 25th, 1983, the United States invades Grenada under orders of President Ronald Reagan to secure the safety of American nationalists under the country's communist regime. Led by Prime Minister Maurice Bishop, the pro-Marxist government was overthrown in about a week. That's funny. Anyway, June 4th, 1989, after weeks of protests, the Communist Chinese government sends in its military to fire on demonstrators demonstrators calling for democracy in Beijing's Tiananmen Square. The bloody violence ends in hundreds to thousands of deaths. No official death toll was ever released. Whatever. Then you got the Berlin Wall falls, Soviet Union dissolves. I got a bunch of videos here, y'all. And I do want to disclose, my dad did go to Berlin. We were in Turkey. I lived in Turkey. We moved to Turkey in 1986. And didn't come back to the Americas till like 1990. And I remember my dad going away for a little while during those years. And he went to Berlin. And November 9th, 1989, the Berlin Wall that separated communist East Berlin from democratic West Berlin for nearly 30 years falls. The years 1989 to 1990 see the collapse of communist regime in Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Poland, Romania, Benin, Mozambique, whatever, Nicaragua, and Yemen. December 25th, 1991, with the resignation of Mikhail Gorbachev, the Soviet Union is dissolved. New Russian president.
Gorbachev. That's a dude wearing a big ass birthmark on his head.
On this one.
Yeah.
Oh, where? I don't know who that is. The new Russian president, Boris Yeltsin. Yeltsin bans the Communist Party. Communism soon ends in Afghanistan, Albania, Angola, Congo, Yugoslavia, and other nations. China, Cuba, Laos, and Vietnam remain under communist rule. North Korea remains nominally communist, although the North Korea government doesn't call itself communist. Okay, so I had to back up here because so basically this is mainstream right here. What we just read was the mainstream timeline, right? So what we just read was the mainstream timeline from the history website of what communism and the timeline of communism. But it never mentions when it entered America. Like it never got here, undercover, unbeknownst to anybody. But I do remember and understanding that the communists infiltrated the NAACP. Or maybe funded it in some type of weird way. But I need a timeline of where it appears in the Americans.
You want to connect in part two?
Well, you should have, but you said something before I ended this thing. Go ahead, because I'm hungry. There's something I got to do.
I sent you something earlier. It says check out something interesting. The year of this letter was allegedly 1871. And then after 1871, in 1896, this exact letter was discussed. It was discussed at the International Conference of the Zion Congress. The letter that I'm referring to. What's that? Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Can you hear me? Can you hear me more? It's a little bit better. He said, got it. Marlon come around and fuck him up all off mic, you're louder. When I mute my mic, you're lowest your voice. So I'm gonna just go off mic and we try to be quiet. Okay, so everybody's familiar with. They said that the Albert Pike letters that everybody claims is fake, but the letters claim that they were written in 1871. What they never tell you about is that in 1896, the Sixth International Zionist Congress Convention /meeting happened. So 1871 is when the letter was supposedly written. 1896, everything that was discussed in that letter from 1871 was discussed in the 1896 convention in Brussels. So the irony of it is, if Albert Pike in the Americas was already discussing bringing about communism and the nihilists and political Zionism and even the concept of Nazism, which is basically social, like a form of fascism, and bringing that into play. If he was already talking about that in 1871, and then in 1896, their international conference talks about the exact same thing. It's kind of hard for you to believe that his letter was actually a fake, because they actually discussed the exact same format in 1896.
I want to say 1896 or 1895. That's when Israel was here. His land was in Polk County, Texas, by a group of what they call Israelites on 144 acres.
Like we just found a connection.
I didn't hear nothing. Because I got talk low as fuck, man. What happened?
1896 was the date that I discovered in an article with Israel being here before it was over in the Middle East in 1997. 1896 or 95, Israel was in Texas. It's now called Polk County, Texas.
And what I was saying is that now we just have a connection.
But that town was owned by black people. That was
It was founded as a religious sect. They didn't give a racial.
No, I'm telling you the black town, because I did the research the first time that you mentioned it in this room.
It was a black town?
That was a black town, yes, sir.
Wow.
So could they have just named it that because of the Bible? Because they was all into the Bible?
Nobody should be surprised, because that's a part of the. If you read Marx, if you read Marx, you realize that's what they do. They go to the downtrodden and convince the people of a certain ideology, and they use that to try to lead their way into political position.
Well, that article mentioned that they didn't mention anybody being on their land. They just staked the claim for that land.
You gotta think about it. What was going on in 1890s? Western expansion. All types of shit. Motherfuckers was moving. And you also gotta think about when you said it was in Texas, right? When them niggas realized it was free out there. You get what I'm saying? There's a lot of underdeveloped land around that time. So, who lives there now?
It's a good question. 144 acres.
How much?
144.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? You got to be fucking playing with me right now.
You got it.
144 fucking acres.
Look up Israel, Texas.
That number, it is the weirdest thing. That number
happens on the right, what happened out here in Texas on the rice fields, and they were killing people and burying them where they lay, and the generational wealth accumulated with that agriculture, that farming of the rice, and how it generated so much wealth that it's crazy. When you look at the names of the people like the McFadden or Warehouse, all these people that are known around here, they had a lot to do with what was going on in these rice fields. But they only keep us focused on the cotton fields. I wonder if Polk County, Israel, Texas was farmlands also. People were already on it.
Sure it was. That's what they do. There's all places where it's already people and take over and put their flag down. That's what conquerors do. Man, it's going to be a full moon Tuesday, y'all. And the date is 3/3/2026. Anyway. Let me get back to this. I'm trying to figure out how they've been in America since, that's what I'm trying to figure out, Francis.
Well, from 92 is when the doctrine came here with the authority under God to do what they did.
Well, let's just say, because we already know 1848, Karl Marx and Engels, they published a manifesto. These ideas spread to the U.S. through German immigrants after 1848 revolutions, okay? Communism was not underground. It came with political refugees and labor organizers. 1870s to the 1900s, socialist and labor movements in America. 1870s to 1880s, socialist labor groups formed in Chicago and New York. Why is it going through?
Socialist labor groups.
Yeah.
This is how they get those workers to go against the current government.
Yeah.
Protest against certain ideologies or certain social movements and get the current authority figure out of that so we can put our coup d'etat.
Over again. What happened?
Now I'm saying they pull off coup d'etats, infiltrate with the welcoming open hands or propaganda be indentured service or what you just said, like the AIDS or something like that coming in as help. Laborers.
1886 Haymarket Fair, labor protest in Chicago. 1870s Eugene versus Debs becomes a major socialist figure. In 1901, Socialist Party of America officially forms. This is decades before the Russian Revolution. 1917 to 1920, Russian Revolution and U.S. Communist Party. What the fuck? 1917, Vladimir Lenin leads the Russian Revolution, 1919, Communist Party USA, CPUSA forms. There you go. 1919.
CP.
Yep, CP, the Communist Party USA forms in 1919.
The 100th anniversary of A New Frequency. 2019 was when people started getting sick after the introduction to the 5G or 6 whatever G frequency. That's the same thing that happened in 1919.
What frequency?
Introduction to a new introduction to a new party. A lot of people didn't even know. I just found this out that they were trying to come up with a transgender party in 2019.
They were trying to come up with a transgender party.
Exactly.
That would have failed.
It didn't gain any kind of traction, but they were trying to. Just like what happened in 1919. Almost to the T. Everything that happened in 2019 happened in 1919.
Was it the bird flu in 1919?
Spanish flu.
Spanish flu, that's it.
There was also the rollout of the AM FM frequency. The 100th anniversary of A New Frequency rollout.
Yeah, why y'all feel like we've been here before? We talked about this before.
I mentioned it a couple of times, the 100th anniversary.
Not with y'all, not per se within the past year, because I've only known you guys for a year. I haven't been on this damn app a year. I'm talking about, I've heard this before. And there's nobody else in this world that I would talk about stuff like this, except for y'all. I might try to tell my mom. She wouldn't know what the fuck I was talking about. I know her. Okay. So let's keep going. 1919 to 1920, first read Scar under Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer. This was when fear of infiltration rhetoric began. 1920s to 1930s, Communist Party USA activity. They organized labor strikes, advocated for racial equality, because they sure did infiltrate into our agendas. I hope y'all know that. Worked in industrial unions and recruited African Americans in the South. Now, this is where your NAACP question comes in. The NAACP and communism was documented. NAACP, of course, we know it's founded in 1909, founded by Black and white reformers, including E.B. Du Bois. It was not founded by communists. It was legally focused and formed or oriented, not revolutionary. However, during the 1930s and 40s, CPUSA did attempt to recruit within the Black communities. Some Black intellectuals interacted with communist circles. The FBI, under J. Edgar Hoover, investigated both the NAACP and other civil rights groups. Important distinction. There is no verified evidence that the NAACP was controlled by communists. Cold War narratives often exaggerated any association. Look at that. Man, look. They went up and talked to some damn revolutionary ass niggas. You think that they didn't pick up any of the ideology and narrative that these people was laying down? Because it sounds good. Yeah, it sounds good. Who got them people out of jail? Y'all don't know? Black people. I'm talking about the civil rights movement. Because I just read to you, I just told you that these people infiltrated the NAACP. They funded the NAACP in the background.
National Association for Advancement of Colored People.
Yeah.
Was that always that term? Could CP also stands for Communist Party back then?
No, because it was founded by black and white people. Communism didn't come in until because it was formed in 1909. Communism didn't come into play until 1930. That's how they did. They just find where people are unhappy about capitalism and go and talk to them. Get them to do things.
Create chaos in those areas, acting as they create chaos in those areas, acting as peaceful protesters.
That's right. That's right. Oh, we came to help. Yeah, this capitalism kicking y'all ass. You don't even have this and that and that. Everybody. So, and I'm not just saying that what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. But the grand scheme of things, does communism, is that a good thing or a bad thing for the people? Because from what I read earlier, it led to famine. And millions of people being executed and killed. Anyway, 1940s to 1950s, the second Red Scare. Senator Joseph McCarthy claims communist infiltration everywhere. It looks like a newspaper. We don't want it. The HUAC investigations, Hollywood blacklist, and heavy surveillance of civil rights leaders. This is when communists infiltrated everything, whether peace. Broader Americas outside the U.S. I mean, yeah, you got Mexico, Cuba, Chile, Brazil. Those movements grew openly and larger and student movements. So what actually happened? Communism did not secretly slip into America. It arrived in the 1800s. Became more organized in 1917. Was openly political. Was heavily monitored by the U.S. government. Now, did communist groups try to influence civil rights movements? Yes. They tried to recruit within black communities because they framed racial oppression as class oppression. They, let's see, why this narrative exists: Cold War propaganda, FBI COINTELPRO operations. We've been compromised for a very, very, very long time, and it's almost like you can't compete with people's individual needs and wants and stuff like that. You know? So what they did was found the leak. They found the niche. You know what I mean? They found where people felt oppressed and gave them some sense of power and protection. That's what happened. And here we are. These people slowly but surely then weasel their way up into this country. Maybe that should be when people come here, maybe it should be some type of questionnaire or something to see if they got communist ideology.
I mean, but if you already been around by a corrupt government, colonial agendas, globalist agendas, the corruption is going to continue because it's allowed by design.
But see, the thing is, I don't think this corruption is all the way at the top when it comes to communism. Because I don't really think is Israel a part of communism? Come on. Huh? Somebody look it up. I gotta take my dog outside. He gotta pee. He's a WD-40 for that doggone door.
What did you say communism magazine?
Into the Americas. 1920, I think. We back up in there.
Israel, the Middle East, Israel wasn't on the map. Magic.
It wasn't on the map. So,
That one was created in 1947 or 48 or something like that.
yeah. Hold on. Where you going? What you doing? You thirsty? You thirsty? Yeah, that's how long it's been here. So,
Well, hold on, back up now. Israel was here also in 1896.
yeah, but it ain't that. It's a different Israel. I think those are two different types of people. Hold on. No, give me a second. Just be my baby right. Yeah, because I think that town you're talking about was a black town. It didn't have nothing to do with communism, but had everything to do with religious indoctrination. Had nothing to do with anything but religious indoctrination. Those people thought that book was about you. But give me a second. I need to walk outside and I'll look it up. Shoot. Because I do find it interesting that that town is there. And it's more than one Israel in America.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Now, see. Well, it was several small rural communities in Texas in the late 1800s named Israel. But they were not cities in the modern sense. Most were tiny farming or church-centered settlements. These communities had no connection to the modern state of Israel today, established in 1948. Come on, let's go. You ready to go outside? That's right. I don't know. I
went out there and tried to see the twins last night. There was no one in the sky. No one in the sky. Come on. So it says, Israel communities in the 19th century Texas, many 1800 Texas settlements were named after biblical spaces because most Anglo-American settlers were Protestant Christians. The Bible heavily influenced naming conventions. Texas towns commonly had names like Bethlehem, Palestine, Hebron, and Salem. For example, the city of Palestine was founded in 1846, long before 1948. So yeah, Q, I just think, like, these people were just so enthralled in that book, they just named their towns after shit because this is the Holy Land. You know what I mean?
Yeah, those Salem Palestines are still here too.
Yeah. You ever been to Salem, Massachusetts?
No.
I have.
That's where the witch trials were?
Yep, that's where the witch trials were. Sure did. Had a great time. Had lots of bottled water and everything. It was nice. I learned a lot. I mean, everything I seen there I already knew because I studied The Crucible, that book. It was a play too. Studied that. I also enjoyed the movie with Ronald Ryder in it, you know. But that's some real history right there, what they did to the people in that town. But anywho, let's see. What was Israel, Texas in 1895? The small rural post office community, a church center settlement, a farming area, often short-lived or later absorbed into other countries. Counties. Many of these places did not grow into permanent incorporated towns. So yeah, ever since they've been here taking over shit, the Europeans, they've been naming shit here after the Bible. They all got every time.
Well, maybe those names that's written in the Bible, they got them from here.
Okay. Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
We're looking at the timeline from 1492 and realizing that the doctrine of discovery came here before that book did. It's almost like that book was written based off of the scenarios that were happening here. Even with the name.
Okay. So now you're asking a question. So basically, those names that's in the book that we see now, Eden, Zion, Israel, all that shit, right? You're asking, was it in that book pre-King James, right? That's what you're asking.
Well, the Negro Bible came out before King James.
I know that. That's what I'm asking. That's what you're asking. Was all of that stuff in the Geneva Bible?
Yeah, I've never read it.
Interesting. Okay. Hold on one second.
see anything. I was reading Rome, New York is known as the Copper City and played a significant role in industrial history.
Yes, it was in the Geneva Bible.
The names?
Yeah.
And that was the 16th or the 15th century?
1560. So in 1526, William Tyndale translated much of the Bible into English. 1535, Coverdale Bible. In 1539, the Great Bible, authorized in England. All of these already used English renderings of Hebrew and Greek place names. Yeah, those were before the Geneva Bible. The Geneva Bible came in 1560.
Those other Bibles, did they make it here, or were they just created in other areas?
I don't think any of these Bibles made it here. The only ones that made it here was the King James version. But I can ask. I'll figure it out.
I thought the Geneva Bible was the first one that made it here to these lands.
You're right. It was most. It is the Geneva Bible, published in 1560, Switzerland. Brought to America by pilgrims in 1620 on the Mayflower. The primary Bible of the Puritans, used in England colonies. What is the Douay Reims? A Douay Reims Bible. Published in 1582, the New Testament, but in 1609 to 1610, they did the Old Testament. They used by English Catholics, brought by Catholic settlers to places like Maryland, founded in 1634. So the King James didn't get published until 1611, and it came here.
I'm wondering if that name was Susan.
Listen to this shit. The first Bible printed in America, right? This is different from Rock, the Elliott Indian Bible, printed in 1663. The language, Algonquin. Translator, John Elliott. So John Elliott was trying to create a Bible to make it easier for the Indians to read. That's what I'm getting from that. Printed in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It was the first Bible complete. It was the first complete Bible printed in North America. It was not in English. It was for the Native Americans. Yeah. They didn't print an English Bible here until 1782. Robert Atkins, King James Bible. I'm about to be mad. Because I think that might be a different variation of my last name. Approved by the Continental Congress. There you have it. So those names is out. I wonder. Hold on 1 second. Let me look something up.
Testament is written around 1200 BC. The Egyptian inscription mentions Israel as a people in Canaan. Those are people. It's never a place of Egyptians. So in the Hebrew Bible, the word used is usually Palestina, land of the Palestinians, Palestine. Palestine comes from Greek and Latin. In the 5th century BC. So in 135 AD, the Roman Emperor renamed the province of Judah to Syria, Palestine. So, yeah. So all of this stuff, Bethlehem, Zion, all of these names appear in Hebrew manuscripts, 3rd or 2nd century BC. Yeah, so all of this stuff has been in that book. It's been Dead Sea Scrolls. So all of these names, all of these places, they existed 2,000 years before King James.
You mentioned something about Switzerland earlier. Was that where the first Bible was written on?
Let me go back.
That would explain a lot.
Must be up here. Yeah, the Geneva Bible. It was published in Geneva, Switzerland in 1560.
No way of saying.
They got plenty of them.
Cerns?
Yeah, do they have one in Switzerland?
Loaded it on that.
People like to discredit certain. It's like that shit ain't real, it don't exist. They're not.
Cern is exactly in Geneva, Switzerland.
Interesting. I wonder why.
In Switzerland, the origin of the World Wide Web.
So are we saying something is in Switzerland that we don't know about?
Seem like the high science of networking and integration of things comes out of Switzerland, especially when you look at what CERN is, despite what they're telling us, it's for a lot of sciences. It's coming out of Switzerland, a lot of philosophy.
Yo, that's deep as hell. So on my radar,
My dog perked up. He's like, oh.
I was thinking,
What's interesting in CERN work?
well, all I've been on my radar is France and Israel, but you know what? He's right. If there's a third place winner of the Vampires Ball Olympics, it's Switzerland. Yeah.
Wait a minute, but now you want to something up.
Yeah, I can't take credit for that. That's the Putin's, right? Or his administration staff, right? That's coined the term Vampires Ball. The Vampires Ball will come to an end instead. And I appreciate that.
The consumption of human flesh, I remember it was an interview. It was a statement he made. It wasn't Switzerland, with this Bible, I was reading all these stories, and they tell us it's coming from Dead Sea Scrolls. Then other stories are saying that 13 people came together and wrote it. So, which one is accurate, or what was the first printing press?
Well, wouldn't the one out of Ethiopia be the first one?
I can't validate that with everything that's going on and how technology, you can program technology to come up with content like movies or folklore, Shakespearean folklore. So is it possible that this author unknown is a technology that they've been withholding from the people?
Like an iPhone 16 or iPhone 25.
Anything that you can prompt and get content from.
I'm gonna tell you a secret. That's not even technology that they're hiding from you. That's not even the greatest technology they hide from you. That's the crazy part.
Very first one that Apollo's name is in there. They already contain Israel, Bethlehem, Zion, Jerusalem, around 400 BC. All of that stuff was already there.
But they were all black. That's what they leave out. And Putin was one of the main political leaders today shedding light on it. He pulled up like the oldest artifacts they have in Russia, and all the depictions are melanated prophets, melanated biblical figures.
Hey, see, that's what, because when we talk about bloodsuckers and all of that, so, I mean, all of that shit was already there. They put that shit in there from the beginning, right? Or that didn't come until later on?
I don't know, but I think it's more figurative of speech, just these humans acting like vampires wherever they go, whatever they say they are, you know what I mean? Like, whether it is literally eating children or if it's just bombing children, separating families for life and creating quote-unquote terrorists, it's all intimidation.
Yeah, but that's been going on and happening for the longest. Like,
right, but we watching it at the end.
Even when we were going through it, was it last week we was listening to that documentary, The Real History of Slavery, and they got talking about some of those African countries doing the blood rituals and sacrifices and shit. So I think that is like some old ancient shit they've been doing.
They do that in America though. It's not that new. That shit is.
Yeah, we strengthened back the timeline right now.
I mean, right? But if you think about it, I mean,
that's the point. Yeah, we're part of this.
You said what?
Yeah, that's the point, right? We're not. We have blood on our hands too, because we're made up of the world, right?
I'm the nose too. Because people don't know. They don't understand, especially
right, we're still getting the SQ file. We're waking up to it. You're right. The nose.
Yes. Some of us are, because I think, for me, I've known since 2008. That's when I first ran into the information.
I mean,
I'm over 43, so whoever's older, I'm sure y'all already came upon that information. But that is something that's been practiced here for a very long time.
You can guess this. See, you can almost guess
that's been going on, regardless of who name's been attached to it. Regarding to the fact of history and how you got these certain energies or deities that require certain offerings, certain sacrifices, certain deeds, certain, and that's and see, it's like these people in the higher ups, they want the world. They want the anything they want. So it's like they got to go through certain rites, rituals, to get to a certain level of certain shit. Right? And so you gotta be initiated, they gotta do sacrifices. That's how they keep their energy. It's the energy that they get that keeps the energy that they get it from going. It's like you gotta keep feeding this energy in order to get where you need to get. But you got two sides of one coin. You got the other side. It's like you can get more of that and more, but you just gotta be, a certain type of person. You gotta vibrate at a certain level. You gotta be giving. You gotta be this and that. And so the other side of the coin, they do the most evil shit. You're like, damn, they got this, they got that. You look at it as like, damn, they're doing good. That's how you looking at it. But when did they get that shit? You don't know. And that's how I go. You sacrifice to this guy, this energy, and some take children sacrifice. That's why you get a lot of children popping up, ball. That's what to go children sacrifice. More life.
Have you ever looked at what Holocaust, the definition of Holocaust?
No, I never actually looked at it. I like,
It's a burnt offering.
Say that last question again.
That's good.
The definition of a Holocaust.
Oh, it means burnt offering. Whoa.
Yeah. A sacrifice.
So the etymology, where is that from? Holocaust almost sounds German.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
So when you sacrifice a lot of people, don't you profit from what they had?
So they did it to their own people is what you're insinuating, right?
No, they did it to the people that they wanted, whatever they wanted from.
I feel like they literally did it to their own people, just like what was the biblical prophet that did that? Was it Abraham that sacrificed his own son?
Yeah, but some take blood. That's what. See, the blood sacrifice can be anything that's close to your heart. But it's like you got certain blood sacrifices that don't mean they don't give a damn if it's a damn animal. You know what I mean? Because it's blood period, some feast off blood and death. That energy that comes behind it, some entities feed off that shit. That's what they call death. Death is illusion, but that's what they actually feast off of that shit. But you got other energy feast off life. This is the universe we live in. This shit light and darkness, like really, literally, and it's like energies, transfer, and it's like you got power on this end on the negative side of things. You got power on the positive side of things. But it's still one battery. But it's like you gotta have control over all that shit. You know what I mean? We as humans, like we do that. It ain't the entities. It's like we give it energy. Anything you give power, energy to, and praise, and all of this is your God. That's what that is.
No, you can have about that. I say that all the time, especially now. You tell the storm how big God is. You never tell God how big the storm is. And never has that been more applicable than World War III. I just looked up the etymology. It's a Greek origin. The word is holocaustic. Holo means whole. Caustic means burn. I'll put it in the chat. But you're damn right. And then if we go a little deeper in regards to Holodomor, I want to figure out what that means, which is the original Holocaust, right? That created the state of Israel that we know. Basically, the Russians kicked their ass out because they, sacrificed or whatever word you want to use, they genocided their own people. Many Russians in the Russian Revolution, and it's called Holodomor. So the chickens came home to roost, and I'm just very curious what Russia's gonna do. I mean, Russia should back Iran at this point, and I think they already said they are. So this is gonna be interesting.
I'll put you on a big secret, right? If it is a war for real, it won't be how you think. Let's believe that. If it is a war that breaks out for real, they play a war like this shit, it won't be how you think. But why is that? And this might sound random and crazy for some people.
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think people think?
Nah, because what I mentioned is not going to be anything that's in someone's regular thought pattern when they think about this type of shit. But we look at documents and history and things that's been jotted down, of course, these type of times, you'll see where I'm coming from. So why do I say that? Because one thing more people thinking about is like disaster, death, and all this extra shit, right? And missiles flying, this and it kill a lot of people, right? So do you know, like, it's documented that when they have like real war for real, and it might sound random to some people, but just hear me out. Anytime they have a war for real, and it get crazy and missiles flying everywhere, do you know it's like they documented CIA's on CIA website and other websites that these missiles that they be shooting, some of them motherfuckers, when they get crazy, some of them motherfuckers be getting from air, right, by some aircraft. That's what they call it in some of these papers. Some aircraft, even with the incident last year, what happened over there when they bombed, shot a missile somewhere. Was it Iran? Somewhere. But that's what I'm saying is like, every time there's some shit going on, there's always some other shit going on. But we don't really, it's not really broadcasted or shit like that. But it's always these missiles be getting stopped in the air and they go, what the fuck? But it basically like you got interventions by other non-human, I say. They got type of technology that can freeze these damn missiles in the air. I can drop some links in the chat where they talk about this type of shit. Cold War, World War II, and all that shit like that. But it's always been like that.
I think those are indicators, which is good. That's what we need, These spiritual soldiers that answer to one master, not their superior officer, quote unquote. We need them hackers. Yeah, they angels.
I mean, what you gotta think about it though. Regardless how stupid humans have become, this planet been for God knows how long. You think they're gonna some entity that been here, right, and that's been protecting this shit that we can't see, come let puny stupid ass humans fuck this shit up? Cause if you fuck this up, basically it's like a chain effect on the whole solar system. They're not gonna let that happen. It's gonna be some type of divide and intervention before they even think they can happen. Trust me.
Hey Q, to your point, man, that is some deep ass shit because Holocaust means whole burn, right? Like burnt offering. So it means death by burning. And then Holodomor means death by famine, by starving. So they playing in our face with what they fucking did to their own people. They burned them, they starved them, It's funny. Just for what? A military, just to suck our titty for their entire existence. It's not the opinion. Israel. At least the settlers of Israel, I should say, right? That would be the politically correct. We're referring to who's over there currently right now, colonizing the Middle East. It is the settlers of Israel, the settlers of Palestine. Because the real Palestinians were melanated, the real Jews were melanated.
This is my thing. Since there's so many melanated people, is everybody a Jew? According to me,
that's deep.
But this is things I question for a reason, for some type of understanding. Does that mean every single drop a person with melanin? Some people that have melanin, are they a Jew? So people gotta be careful when they classify these things, and they don't actually know what they mean. Right? You don't get the totality meaning, understanding, or overstanding of the words. So if everybody finish your food, I'm trying to get out my teeth. I'm trying to get out my teeth.
John, I couldn't get back to the mic fast enough because I wanted to get that show was killing me.
My bad, I'm eating goddamn oats and shit. I'm just getting stuck in your teeth and shit. So I'm trying to get my bad. My bad.
Because I was going to say that when they were expelled out of Spain, the Moors, you also had Jews there, and there were black Jews there that they expelled out of Spain too. So, there you go.
But the question I be asking myself, like, what does it mean to be, and it's not like no question to be like, an asshole. No, this be a question for understanding, like, okay, so if this person's a Jew and that person's a Jew, but that means what about the other people around them? What the hell are they? And if not, what does it really mean to be classified as a Jew? Etymology, and what's the reason behind it? Everything's got a purpose, you know what I mean? Because I mean, if right now people looking at all black people as Jews, by whatever definition given, you know what I mean? Not even just like historical wise. I'm talking about way back to what the fuck this even meant. Not to classification. We in a catastrophic situation of like lost identity and false identity and shit. Like we in a crisis. People don't know who the fuck they are at this point in their life. You know what I mean? But the Jew, right? What does that mean? What does that come from?
Well, you can compare it up, but when you think about it, John, this country was invaded by people that were being expelled, captured, and transported. You know what I mean? Those Jews that were expelled, they were caught. Like once they fled into Africa, who caught them? The Africans that was already there. They gave them back to the Europeans, and the Europeans took them over to South America, the islands, and North America. So, of course, even if you did have white Jews, you had black Jews, you had Muslims. They all came over here, and then all integrated into the society. I mean, if you do your genealogy, you might find there might be a white person up in there that came from over there that was a Huguenot, somebody escaping persecution. This country is the home of the, what do they call it? The exiles. Who did they exile? How many times did they exile? Where did they exile them from, and where did the people go? So you're asking a question, but I think you already know, sir. You know the history. So if this whole country is a big melting pot of different people, unless you've done your genealogy, you know, ain't no this, and you really don't ever freaking know, honestly, unless you actually trace it back to their birthing place, and you research the history of their birthing place and get a good idea of what the hell is going on there. But that's why the world looks at it like that, because this is the home of the exiles. That's what it says on the Statue of Liberty. On the plaque that she's holding up there, that this is the home of the exile. So they all know who we are and what we're all mixed into. That's why I've been saying that people be like, the Israel is America's puppet master. I think it's not even that. I think we're one and the same. We are the hand over there. Like, we're over here, but we all together, we won. So ain't nobody using nobody. They on the same team. They rocking out with their cock out on their ass. It was like, we got this over here, and then we got the little spot over there. We make sure we got a little spot over there. And we're going to branch out. We're going to spread our influence and conquer. That's how I live.
You said a whole lot right there. To add on to that, I want to say, I heard a rabbi say the other day, or a while back, I think during COVID specifically, how the state of Israel isn't supposed to exist because just what you said, a home of exiles, that's America. And we ain't claiming to be all Jews. We are melting pot, like you said. So, they don't have a right to have a military. They don't have a right to have a country. We've seen them be irresponsible with both. And they are still nothing without us. So for us to say they are like this, no, they ain't like this. And they'll never be like this. Thank God Almighty. You'll be one buster buck if you was. And I'll say one other thing. The only reason why we feel so special is because they played in our face like we're so special, like we're their best friends. They got a backup. You know who that backup is? France. If we found out today and said, you know what, y'all alone, it's you, Israel, against Russia and Iran. Peace, bitch. Y'all been on our dicks and our titty way too long. And we're cutting it off right here. France would pick up the slack where we drop it. And if you look at the numbers, it's significant how much the military is already involved, aligned, ready for the fuck shit of white supremacy.
Wasn't France one of the countries that colonized here also with Britain and Spain?
I believe it. I don't know, but I believe it.
Yes.
That's a big fact.
France is a part of the Louisiana Purchase.
That's right. We did learn that.
Hey, so check this out. I was just, while y'all were talking, I was just kind of curious because I know that often I say for sure that casual conversations create the best space to research. So I just looked this up real quick that I wanted to share with y'all. I asked, what is the history of Jews in Australia? The main reason is because somebody mentioned earlier about being expelled from many places or just about everywhere that they go. So when you look at the history of Jews in Australia, it starts as far back as 1788 during the convict era, where the first Jews arrived with the first fleet in 1788, when Britain established a colony for New South Wales. They claimed that there was about 8 Jewish convicts in that first fleet, but then between 1788 and 1850, over 1,000 of them were transferred to Australia. So you see that you start to see this trend that this group of people who seem to be, they seem like they were already all over the place, but everywhere that they go, they seem to be the ones that end up getting expelled for whatever reason. But this is why
they get expelled, or is that just the story they want to keep on?
And it's funny that you said that. It's funny that you said that because I went back and looked up Israel, Texas, and the question that I asked was, can I get the name of the first 10 mayors of Israel, Texas? And it came back from me saying that no, because it was never incorporated. So it's not like an incorporated township. And because of that, it wasn't something where they were required to keep a list of their mayor, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? So I'm now wondering what is the story that they tell of Israel, Texas? Because if the story that they're saying for the first 1,000 people to go to Australia is that they came there as convicts, which effectively would make it so that they can claim that they're of the people. You know what I mean?
But after wouldn't they seek asylum or refuge?
Because Australia was originally set up as a penal colony. So convicted criminals were sent to Australia. So at that time, if you were going to Australia, it wasn't because you were fleeing persecution, it's because you were the criminal that they were trying to cast out of society.
So when they went to Australia, the thousands followed.
Which is why when you say, or is that just the story that they're telling us? You know what I mean? The fact that their numbers increased in such a short period of time would make you wonder if that story is even accurate.
This is why New Zealand will always be cooler than Australia. And they call them Kiwis and shit. It's concrete divide them. It's weird.
We unravel this because I'm trying to keep up with what y'all are saying, but then they're trying to research in real time some of the pieces.
Well, as long as everybody just researches what's most interesting to you, and we're gonna come out roses every time, and without spreading ourselves too thin like peanut butter that we've only got so much bandwidth. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the numbers exactly and put in the chat for U.S. military numbers versus France's military numbers that supports it.
Hey, currently, if you're still awake, can you bring Michelle back up on stage? You have kept her off the stage so she can be honest. Erica might not be awake yet. I thought I heard her earlier. Hey, Warner, is that picture real? I know they might have asked you that the other day, but is that picture real?
Everybody asked me that. I'm still asking that. But it's not AI. I can tell you that much. But you remember back in the day, you're from a certain era.
Oh, I remember.
Photoshop. Yeah, people used to do Photoshop real good. But, I mean, you look at the shadows and stuff, it's pretty damn consistent. But,
he was in this room yesterday, and Gina was in the room, and when he got up on the stage, I was trying to tell James, I was sending a message in the chat, James, your boy's in here, you better PTR up.
I think he has the attention, to be honest. You know,
I think it's one side.
Beyond this app still, but he's never interested when he's seen it already. He's seen it already.
Oh, he has seen it? He's seen it already?
Yeah, he has. He just ignores it, like he doesn't even see it. So I haven't confronted him, but I just, just observing, seeing what he.
John, we might have to get you some more oatmeal because that's the only thing that'll wake Erica back up. They're trying to get her to bring Michelle back on stage because the app kicked her off.
And let's see it.
Yeah, we should do a whole room on it though, like El Normo and Epstein, gay affair.
Nah, that shouldn't get the whole room banned. But you know it's crazy. Y'all were joking that day that y'all were in here. It was the first PTR. Y'all were joking about how all you had to do is have a topic about something about Black Nation, and it'll just pop up. And lo and behold, yesterday, that's exactly what it's doing. Dude, when that shit happened, I was like, no fucking way. This is like, he's really like looking for Black spaces. Like he's really looking through the app for that shit. I was like, that was mind blowing.
You want to know, it gets deep, bro. Listen to this. He did a documentary on Black culture. So he's made a fortune on Black culture. Yeah. Trolling before Clubhouse even existed, I believe. But that's what somebody told me about it. And then once this came up, I hit up the dude directly. I said, yo, send me that photo he said it's not, they scanned it with AI, it's not AI. He didn't send it to me. So I don't know what this shit is, but he sent this to some other white dude. And I hit up that dude, Ludwig, and he's from the Netherlands. He's a badass guy. I don't know if y'all know him already, but he's a cool dude. He's a straight shooter.
Yeah, if we're thinking of the same person,
I'm
gonna follow him.
I hit him directly and I said,
Right, like stop the meeting.
Yeah. She kept on getting forgot exactly what I said. But he did it. And I was like, holy shit, this is gonna be my PTR until further notice.
Wow.
I'm trying to evolve with y'all, you know what I'm saying? I'm sick of these updates silencing us and evolving and conquering and dividing. Crisis is motherfucking right. It's almost like he has a ping notification. Right, Wallace? Like whenever shit pops off. Right? And Pepe too, I showed James was like, yeah, he's an agent for the CIA, and so is Pepe.
Pepe's the dude who's like super racist, but he's also like homosexual.
Yeah, that's as much as absolutely. Like foaming at the mouth racist, right? Like they have to center themselves about how racist they are. They cannot, if their life depended on it, have one bill where they just, have a collective destiny.
You know what?
I was telling them earlier. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, after reading what I've been reading since I've been in exile, I have come to the conclusion that that it's been documented that this has been going on for a long time, because Q mentioned the blood and the drinking of the blood and sacrifices and stuff. Because I just did like a God one animism, see if it was there, because of course that was around before any written religion, stuff like that. So when I looked into that, it was there too, but not in the sense of when it got controlled into a system, like when it got put into a system, because it says no. Because I asked for the blood ritual always there, no. Early human spirituality, upper Paleolithic era, 40,000 years ago. You had cave art, burial rituals, totem practice, and shamanism. There was no strong evidence of structured sacrificial systems. That early animal killing for food, yes. Ritualized blood theology, that develops later. So I guess, okay, we got a starting point.
1 second, because now it brings another question to my mind, because it did a whole breakdown on the sacrifice behavior, like animal sacrifice versus human, and who all was doing it, and what it meant when they was doing it and stuff like that. But okay, that's where I was going. Hold on.
You know, it's no coincidence that we have some bright female minds on this app, and they're not on OnlyFans. You know, like that whole COVID was not just a social experimentation, right? I think it was a strategic pimping of all of our women to keep them out of government, keep them out of office, and keep the ones that they want selected in office, right? Like, we've never, and we still haven't. We don't have the numbers, I don't think, but just stop and think about all the women that finally, like, for whatever reason, started signing up on OnlyFans, doing OnlyFans. That's softcore pimping. Like, I don't know what else to call it, but and then it's basically blackmail, just like how the Epstein files was sexual blackmail. To keep you quiet, because OnlyFans is ran by Israel.
Alright, so I'm gonna just tell you right now, Q, the way where I'm at with the Adam and Eve story, because you first find it in the Bible when Cain and Abel was given a sacrifice. But I don't think that story is our story. I think we are the first people that was here. The Adam and Eve, they was created, and that's not our story. That's their story. So that's where theirs originated. That's where we get it from the Bible, right? But when I looked it up on here, it says that there's no evidence of organized ritual blood sacrifice in hunter-gatherer societies. That's 40,000 to 10,000 BC. And you also got to think about what was the Younger Dryas. That was during the last Ice Age. That was 10,500 BC. Okay, so we see animal bones from hunting burials with grave goods and shamanistic cave art, but we do not see clear evidence of institutionalized sacrificial altars.
So my question is it in the Ethiopian Bible this verse appears, or is it in a new translation?
So in the earliest 3000 BC, the first strong evidence appears when societies become settled and hierarchical. Mesopotamia, 3000 BC, animal sacrifice at temple complex. The royal tombs of Ur, 2600 BC, show evidence of human attendants buried with elites, likely ritual deaths. Temple systems controlled offerings. This is one of the earliest clear institutionalized sacrificial systems. Then you got Egypt around that same time, and then you got ancient Levant, Canaan in 1200 to 1200 BC. You got animal bone deposits at altars and evidence suggesting child sacrifice in some Canaanite Phoenician sites. This is important because Israelite religion emerges in this region.
This is definitely cult-like behavior from the outside looking in. It feels, beyond performative, it feels like something that was birthed out of the chaos. I recently saw a video of a bunch of rats. I don't know if y'all have seen this video. It's kind of trending. And they put a group of rats, and it's like basically octagon or something. And they had food and water and all that. And they started breeding. But once they reached a certain number, and they were like stuck in this like tight environment, the craziest shit happened. There was so much chaos that they couldn't find a mate or something. And they ended up focusing on breeding their entire existence until they all went extinct. it's a crazy. I gotta listen to this, like, it's because I keep bringing it up. It's crazy. And
Yeah, go find that video. Go find whatever that is. Go find it and put it in the chat because that makes me think about population control.
Mm-hmm. I keep thinking about more than they. You know how they said a couple years ago thinking about the Roman Empire. Nah, I think about this fucking video a lot.
Goes into we don't want to leave out Mesoamerica, 1000 BC onward, clear evidence of ritual human sacrifice, Maya and Aztec civilization, but that was geographically separate from the American East. So, had a recent archaeological sacrifice.
The Mayans did the blood sacrifice, or they part of it? Did they do it, or were they de-sacrificed?
They were sacrificing.
Yeah, they proud about it too. Yeah, like it's taken in their heart.
Especially when it came to the conquistadors, when those people started coming in, they was getting captured. But like I said, the blood sacrifice appears when agriculture develops, surplus wealth accumulates, priesthoods form, and political hierarchy emerges. It correlates with centralized power. It is not dominating small. Was it egalitarian hunter-gatherer groups? So that's that. So where does the Bible fit in this? Since the Hebrew Bible emerges in the late Bronze, early Iron Age, Levant, 1200 to 500 BC. By that time, temple sacrifice was already common in surrounding cultures. Animal offerings were normal in the region. Human sacrifice existed in some neighboring groups. Israelite religion reflects that environment, but with differences. It codifies animal sacrifices. It prohibits human sacrifice in law. It centralizes sacrifice in one temple. So biblically speaking, sacrifice is not invented there. It inherited from broader ancient Near Eastern world.
I just looked up, did the Mayans actually do human sacrifices? And this is real interesting. The human sacrifice aspect of primarily used to sacrifice high-ranking war captives, slaves, or prisoners. And this include decapitation, disembowelment, heart removal, and sometimes shooting with arrows. Yeah, when you go to war, you're going to kill people, so you can call it a sacrifice or whatnot. But if you're coming over here as a conquistador to fulfill your campaign, if I got to sacrifice your ass to keep my land, that's what's going to happen. But we've been given a story like they were doing the blood sacrifices like a ritual type shit. No, from what I'm reading, that tells me that they sacrificed high-ranking war captives. So y'all were already coming over there full war, or to start with.
Didn't Trump just say that it's a sacrifice? Didn't he say something like that in his speech recently?
Shit, I missed that. I need to hear that. What he was referring to.
Somebody said something about it had to be last night or something. I don't know. They was just talking about a speech Trump had made. I'll go back and at some of these text messages or something. He's so mean. Somebody sent me something recently, and it was about that. It was a speech he did.
Something about he faced criticism for his interpretation of sacrifice, notably claiming in 2016 that he made sacrifices by working hard, creating jobs, and building structures. In response to Kazir Khan's assertion that he had sacrificed nothing. In contrast, in May 2025, he honored law enforcement officers by presenting medals of sacrifice. Of this. What it pertains to or what?
It says, in this speech delivered on February 28, 2026, President Donald Trump addressed the potential for American casualties while announcing major combat operations against Iran. February 26 speech on Iran. During a video address, Trump stated that the U.S. was launching a massive operation to eliminate Iran's missile arsenal and protect Americans from what he called a wicked, radical dictatorship. Regarding the risk to U.S. troops, he said, the lives of courageous American heroes may be lost and we may have casualties. That often happens in war, but we're doing this not for now, we're doing this for the future. Yeah, that's what I found. So he didn't literally say sacrifice, but that's what he's implying. So this specific phrase was widely shared online with some social media users comparing the remarks to a scene from the movie Shrek, where the character Lord Farquaad says, "Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make." Trump framed the mission as a noble cause and urged members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their weapons or face certain death.
So which Trump was telling the truth, the one that said, I want people to stop dying, or this or that?
I don't know. I don't know. What you mean, dude?
Man, this shit is crazy, man, because
it's like he flip-flop, right?
No, because I'm not seeing no deployments. Only deployments he's made since he's been in office is domestic deployments.
I mean, so does that mean that they're here on this land? They're here on this land that he's trying to eliminate?
Yes, I mean, we got our military branches out of.
Yeah, because it says the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. So are they in America? That's my question.
He's hiring all of the Hispanics to chase down fucking Middle Eastern people and shit, right? Under the threat, or else it will be you, Latinos, you see?
No, I think that's the media saying that they're after a certain group of people when this shit is way bigger than just a certain group of people, man. And when you deploy or put out a military operation, you're not going to give that information on the target.
When you say there's got to be a clear objective, whether it's one group of people or two or three, they're going to pit them.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to give that information out. It doesn't work like that. I was in combat in Kuwait. Do y'all know what I did?
No, what was your job?
No, so we can't keep seeing what's going on with military operations when we haven't experienced. I'm seeing military operations happening very close to me. It happened in my community, in my neighborhood. This shit is way bigger than just a certain group of people that get Asians, that get black folks.
You didn't say what you did. You gonna say
I was a tanker. I drove. I shot the A1, A2, A1.
I dated the last two girlfriends I dated were veterans. One served in Gabon in the Navy, and the other was in the Air Force. So it's
his only deployments has been domestic. So when I hear stuff like that and see other things happening, it's like, what the fuck? Who was that? Or was that even him saying that shit? Because I'm saying something.
Oh, it's not. Yeah, I think it was his administration staff prices. Like most of the time, there's no fucking way he'd be able to make it this far if he was actually, just talking about himself. Yeah,
well, actually, he would be if he is actually being the commander in chief and took over the military before whatever was to happen. They decreased our military might by giving them that poison, and that was mentioned in that meeting. That was mentioned in that meeting with all those generals. You poison our country. He was pretty much saying that when you poison us like that, that's the start of war. You poison our military.
Who poisoned us?
WHO, WEF, FEMA, the globalists, everybody who's with anything dealing with putting that jacket.
Going against them and fighting them? Is that what you're saying?
From what I'm saying, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chief, do you remember during his first administration when he had that dinner with all the what he called the real generals and their wives, and they took that group picture together, and one of the reporters, well, no, he says, I call this the calm before the storm, and the reporters went crazy, and they were like, what do you mean, Mr. President, what do you mean? He said, don't worry, we'll see pretty soon. And it's like, during his first administration, he made it a point to not start any type of wars. But now that he's come in and his second administration, it's almost like as if that operation that everybody thought was about the vaccines, that Operation Warp Speed, I don't think it was about the vaccines anymore. I think the Operation Warp Speed is about what you're seeing now. Like, this dude has been on a super rapid pace. Look at all the stuff he did the Soleimani thing towards the end of his first regime. But now it's like he's hitting shit and he's doing things in less than 60 days because he knows that after 60 days, he would have to get congressional approval. Everything he's bypassing,
he's bypassing all those protocols.
Because of how fast he's doing it, because he has the ability to do it.
We found out that Congress is infiltrated and corrupt also. The things that he was trying to do, it was all a test in the beginning. But certain information out to see where it's going to leak. They've been finding those people.
Okay.
Yeah, more
look at what's happening in Minnesota too.
So you saying he's playing his own battleship right now? Like he's actually on the fighting side?
I couldn't hear you.
No, I was just saying, like, because it sounds like to me, like for example, he's playing his own game of battleship. Like he was probably paid or asked or told to do certain things, and he's not doing them, but he's doing what he wants to do. So what is his agenda? What is that? Is his agenda to actually do everything that Maker Pop was saying last night, Third Temple and all that shit, or what? Or is he the Trojan horse? Like what is his role in this whole thing?
He just don't want to go to jail for the SB file like all the others that have blackmail. The CIA got on him, and he's willing to do anything he got to do, or even if that doesn't include leaving the country, but he's trying to avoid that. But I can tell you what he said, what his MO is at all times. In the 80s, my uncle told my dad, he said, Bill, you know what Trump said the other day? I'll never forget this. And he said in an interview, and I quote, the reason why I am who I am is if anybody screws me, I screw them back twice as hard. And that was the only honest thing I've ever heard him say, and the only aggressive thing I've ever heard him say in my entire life, including up until now. And that describes Donald Trump is strong. You know, it's all about him saving face for his family and this and that. And you can't win in a collective if you're moving like a narcissist. You're going to get pick me every day, no matter what you threaten.
Anybody else got a different view?
And so is Iran supreme leader, was he found dead?
He's definitely dead. And on top of that, not only is he dead, his daughter's dead, his son.
We have a cat posted that thing from X last night.
Yeah, that was BS. After he did it, I actually posted something in the chat. Like 30 minutes later, there was like 5 different other reports from different countries. Not only is he dead, his daughter's dead, his son-in-law's dead, his grandson is dead, and his granddaughter are dead. Like they got the whole family.
Even if that's true, it doesn't mean to say that they don't have 10 other predecessors, people lined up, take that position. But that's very sad, maybe.
Yeah, that may not also mean that, but Persians, if anybody has really done a study on Persians have been around a very long time on this planet, and white boys have always had a hatred for Persians. I think that, just my opinion, it does not make me right. I think by killing the supreme leader, that America is definitely going to have a fight. What that fight look like, I have no idea. But I don't think Persians are going to sit back and just let America kill the supreme leader of Iran and not do anything. Yeah. I just, knowing the history of Persia, you're going to have to fight. And they fight to the death.
Mm-hmm. Don't mess with them boys. Do not.
It's just my opinion, man. It does not make me right. I can't sit here and say that that's going to do it.
It's too early for you to claim that you're not right. The history has already proven that you're right. History has shown that it's you. Yeah, the Persians don't play, but we already know anybody with half a brain should know that you're right.
Unless something has changed.
Unless something has changed, there's a fight coming.
But I think that's what determines on who has the biggest and latest weapon. Yeah, that's the way that's the model of how they used to carry it. But they can't carry it that way if they don't have the latest and the greatest. Thinking about what they did to Venezuela, how they got the president, we got our hands on something, and I don't see anybody touching us. So I think you think so?
Yeah. Don't get it twisted, either. I'm not saying that they're gonna win. I'm not saying that they type that will take the beating until they can't get up.
Okay, I agree with you there. I mean, who knows what to believe, and it could have been totally staged, but it's also dealing with corralling the people to react a certain way to make whatever they're trying to do take place, because they need the people. At the end of the day, they need the people to participate, to follow through on what they are trying to do. If that makes sense.
I agree with that.
Who was the thing?
Who do you think they are?
We're on the head.
John
We use these broad terms today, but they do it.
The name is John.
Good morning.
Morning, brother. What we were talking about just now is whether or not there's actually going to be more retaliation. I know when I first got on this morning, they're already throwing more bombs into Israel that the Iron Dome is not catching. And it looks like they've been trying to spread the love in terms of bombing different areas basically countries that used to support Israel and Iran are now being put in a position where they can't really support them because Iran's throwing bombs into their countries at the American facilities that are there.
Well,
So
I know they said that Netanyahu's former chief of staff was found dead in his house.
God willing, I hope so. we need to win, man. We need a W.
Who was we?
America. Where you live?
Well, he said listen, he said that Netanyahu's right-hand man got hit. So how's that a win for America? How's that a win for America? How's that a win?
You didn't hear pull-out jokes in Philadelphia growing up?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm in construction. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, I want to say this. I got a different perspective on this, right? I actually, like, if you're a woman in the goo, right? I see a lot of women in the goo. I see women on stage. This is a win for women, for women's rights, right? We're not going back 5,000 years ago, right? So if you see some of the counter protests in Iran, there's a bunch of old Persian men, right? That want to keep, a lot of the women back like it was 5,000 years ago. We're not going back, right? And I want you guys to follow the women of Iran because they're also putting up a counter movement, a counter culture to all them old Persian men, right? So this is a huge win for women's rights. If you got a daughter, if you got a niece, if you're a mother, right? This pushes women's rights forward. We're not going back. We're not going back 1,000 years ago. Women got to be guarded up all day. We're not doing that. We're going forward. And I think this is a big, hold on. This is a big win. If you're a woman, you won yesterday. You won. And I want to say this. In Dubai, there are probably 100,000 Americans in Dubai right now. Check on your family members. I know people that travel there. Just check on everybody because there's a lot of Americans in Dubai, a lot of Black Americans in Dubai. So I don't condone what Iran is doing. You know what I mean? Fuck them. So I'm saying I want my people first, but I just want to say just check on your people because there's a lot of people in Dubai.
Man, we got Iranians in America. These are our people. Israel is not our people. Man. I don't know when we're going to wake up and just cut them off. They support France. If you cut them off today, you say, fuck that 10-year contract. You ain't building shit, bitch. You ain't fucking, I know you stay 10 years, you're going to have a big enough military, you want to bullshit. You're always fucking extending these contracts.
But water. I work with a lot of Jews.
I'm with him on that. I would say Iran would be a better friend to America than Israel. I'm with Waters on that.
I disagree with Waters. I'm going to tell you why. And like you said, I'm in Philadelphia. I'm around more Jews than probably all y'all. And it's wrong. I'm literally around them.
Okay.
Hold on. This whole narrative that's Jews run this and Jews, I see all kind of Jews, right? I got Jews that pay on time. I know Jews that still owe me money. That can't scrape two nickels together, right? So this whole narrative that, the Jews, I don't see them like that. Because a lot of them are just regular people just trying to get by like everybody, right? And that's my only pushback because we have a lot of people that ain't even around Jews, right? They go by their talking points on social media. I'm literally physically around them. More than probably anybody on stage.
Let's define that because he brings up a good point. I don't agree with him, but I'm still with Waters. When I talk about the Jews, let's define it. I'm talking about the common, ordinary Jew that's running around, got a job, maybe employing some people, paying taxes, doing the stuff you and I do. We're Let's define it. We're talking about the ones that have power and control, meaning like, say, when they want to come over here, they don't have to consult the President of the United States and go straight to Congress and speak to both houses. Them kind of Jews. The kind of Jews that supplies the military information that'll make the military move, them kind of Jews. Right? So that's what I'm making reference to, the Jews with power, and not just the common ordinary little Jew running around here don't have a pot to piss in and want to throw it out his window. That's what I mean.
That's fair, Eugene, that's fair.
I'm just specifically pointing out Israelis. I'm not even going to say it to you because I know how sensitive it is. You know what I'm saying, Omar? I know how sensitive. We all know how sensitive they are. They're almost too sensitive because they want to deflect from the truth. I'm going to just say this and I'm going to land my plane. There's a fucking chess player, arguably the best chess player, right? Up until now, he's really a better chess player. But back in the day, Bobby Fischer was known as like the Michael Jordan of chess, right? And before he died, I saw this video, I don't know if y'all saw this story, he's kind of offended. They asked him, it was a Jewish reporter who was asking him, you know, what he thinks about Israel, this and that. It's like, you know, he's like, you hear like a lot of, well, there's good Jews and there's bad Jews. He's like, well, how come all the good Jews are quiet and they don't tell the bad Jews to stop being bad? And that's a really fucking good point.
I agree with that too. There are some though. There are some specific groups are calling them out. You know what I come to find out, guys, is that a lot of white American men. This is my experience. I'm only speaking from what I experienced, especially yesterday, my very last haircut. I had two white guys in. One of the guys is a regular customer of mine. He is a supervisor for the state of Florida and some type of auditing computer type division. I've been cutting his hair for a long time. So he had one of his homeboys coming up to visit him. So he brought his homeboy over to get his hair cut. So, you know, I got the news going on and it's talking about Trump and, you know, blah, 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 the war. And both of those guys sat there and said, I have a fucking problem with this goddamn Israel. Man, and the white boys are not accepting and liking the fact of how Israel has influenced America on its political stand, on the war, and everything else. A lot of white boys do not like Israel. Look at Tucker Carlson. A lot of white folks are coming out and they are realizing that Israel is their fucking problem. I wish I could take that conversation that I was having with them yesterday, and I saw their dislike and disdain for Israel, and they're not afraid to talk about it. The white boys ain't afraid to tell you straight up, man, Israel's not fucking problem. Just wanted to.
You know, it's just a simple thing. Like the rabbi said during COVID, from his own mouth, from his own Hebrew, Orthodox, whatever you want to call it, fucking mouth. He said, Israel has no right to exist. Nowhere in the Torah does it say we as a people should create a nation. We are a group of people in exile. We are across the world, we're spread out across the world. We have no right to own a piece of land in the Middle East and name it Israel and put a Star of David on a flag and to ask for America to support it militarily. Just the fact that if we go away tomorrow, France is prepared to take our place. That should tell you everything you need to fucking know about the white supremacy agenda that's at play and what's at stake with this final scene of one
needs to.
Let me just say this, because we've been talking all morning together, right? And me and you and the cute, we had this conversation. Remember what I said earlier? These were the people that it's almost like, remember I said that this country is the home of the exiles, who are the people that's been exiled for being there everywhere, and how we're all mixed in together with these people. Yeah, even though we don't want to be a part of it, like inheriting most of everybody's blood in America is intertwined into Jewish blood and Jewish heritage. And that's probably why there's that connection over there. They feel like they have to have that hand over there because that's where they're from, their origin. You know what I mean? Like Israelites were in Canaan, they want their shit back. They want their lick back. And I'm not saying what's right is right and wrong is wrong.
Yeah, specifically what you say, like who's got blood ties to Israel? Like you're part Palestinian, right? I'm not part. That'd be kind of what I was, but.
No, but we participate in the system where the battery that pushes the system.
But the system is white supremacy is not Israel. It's not a nation state of like.
Israel is a nation state. We gotta stop it.
It's not.
Come on, don't do that. It really is. Come on, don't do that.
Hold on, just like Steve said. What did you say when we were talking about Palestine? What was you talking about?
Her mind. Listen.
What were they saying? They're saying what Palestine? They're saying what Palestine? And y'all was killing Gaza, making us watch it, like intimidation tactics, right?
Yeah, but October 7th, did you see that massacre on October 7th? You enjoyed that, Joe, right? Hold on, bro.
You just said an important thing.
I'm going to you.
Okay, you go ahead. So take this. October 7th, 9/11, these are dates, the Holocaust, right? They force it down your fucking throat so you forget history. Okay? That's what's happening. They're trying to say this date is more important than any other fucking date you ever learned about. More important. That Holocaust is more important than the Holodomor, which led up to the Holocaust. Don't even look up Holodomor. It's just the Holocaust. That's all they fucking care about is brainwashing you better than the KGB reference.
Alright, cool. I mean, listen, man, this is like, Israel is a nation state. And I think it's dangerous when we get on these stages and say, it's not a nation state when it legally is. They have a constitution.
A nation state.
You ever heard of the 6-Day War, Eugene? They had a 6-day war where they crushed the Arabs, right? They took the land, right? And it's hold on. Historically, right? Historically, Eugene, the one who conquers the land, right, is their land. That's what being a human being does, right? If I go to a piece of land and I claim it mine and I defeat those people, right? That's my land now, right? But I will say this, look, Israel's a nation state, right? I think they had their era of self-determination. Can we agree on that, They chose that, they have historical ties to the land, and we have to admit, they have the right to return. I mean, this is basic stuff. If they create a nation state, they're allowed to say, look, if you're coming from Germany, coming from wherever, you're allowed to stay here and set up shop.
Go ahead, Q. What you got to say? Q, it's your time off the mic, man.
A nation state is an independent political entity state inhabited by a relatively homogeneous group of nations who share a common culture, language, history, or ethnicity. It blends the political concept of a defined territory and government with the cultural concept of a shared national identity.
Okay, cool. You gave us a definition. Cool.
Good. Now, you still say Israel is a nation.
Yes, it is a nation state. Yes, it is. Absolutely.
What did somebody pull up, Jay? What was the president in 47 said that they got mad and damn, somebody help me out.
You okay? You'll think you're Joe Biden and the knuckle baby.
No, the president of the United States, Roosevelt. Was it Roosevelt?
Jesus, I'm president. Okay.
Relax.
And from my side, I know why occupation is not a legal state.
Right, there you go, Waters. And I'm gonna prove it. See, I don't know what's going on with y'all, but you get your ass beat up when you come in here and y'all think y'all know everything. I always tell people this: you get beat up in the playground. You gotta be careful coming in this room, being really gung ho on false evidence. I don't know what y'all reading, what y'all got going on, but I'm gonna play something for you. Hold on real quick.
You went quiet, but I mean, Omar is right. Israel today would be considered a nation state in international law and political science because it holds defined territory, permanent population, government, and capacity to enter relations with other states. So, what is really the argument here?
You're going off of American news outlets.
No, she's going off right. She's going off of Biden. We know you looked it up. We just heard you look it up, baby. Don't get into this because you're gonna get beat up now. You're gonna get. I'm telling you right now.
So what is the argument here that it's not?
Right. So when go to right, go to. I tell you what. Since you wanna jump into this, we're gonna let you get some new stuff. Relax. Maybe I need to tone the voice down.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I tell you what. You can ask the question, but mic up real quick, then. President, what was the president doing in 1947? What was his name? Somebody tell me real quick. Roosevelt. What did Roosevelt?
I think it was
during World War II, who taught?
1947.
You just don't prove my point. You're experts on Israel policy.
Oh, you're Nazi? Well, we know you're discussing Israel.
Yeah, I think some of us are.
Harry S. Truman was the president in 1947.
This is why we have to New Zealand more than Australia.
Yeah, but we gotta be careful because if we say Israel is not a nation, why you gonna keep that same energy for Japan, right? Japan was an imperial power. They conquered all those islands. What is modern day Japan?
Everybody relax for a second. Everybody relax. Here we go.
Jewish people against it because they want the whole Palestine. As I said, they want to drag all Arabs into the Tigris and Euphrates River. Among the Jews, the Zionists particularly, who were against anything that was to be done if they couldn't have the whole of Palestine and everything handed to them on a silver plate so they wouldn't have to do anything. It couldn't be done. We had to take it in small doses. You can't move 5 or 6 million people out of a country and fill it up with 5 or 6 million more and expect both sets of them to be pleased. We had all sorts of objections to everything that was done. Something had to be done. We went ahead and done it, and had it done, and now it's working out. Eventually, I think we'll have them all satisfied. But it's going to take a great deal of time yet to get the job done.
Now, based on what Harold Truman says, you tell me how in the hell they're not an occupying state. Based on that, America, Britain, and a whole bunch of other towns. You know where they wanted to put Israel at first, Michelle?
Madagascar.
You know where they wanted to go to Ghana with. So how in the hell, I'm not talking, I'm gonna get crazy here. How in the fuck you gonna tell me Israel is gonna take that next
One of the things that Truman is wrong about.
That's how you get deal with it. Don't know a goddamn thing. Right down here. What's the next thing, man? Listen.
Eugene, have you eaten breakfast?
No, I'm everything. Tell me how.
Okay, I'm listening. In 1947,
somebody might mute up. Please, mute up, please. Your mic.
I need it.
No, I'm talking about Lee. Shoot, go ahead, Q.
I was going to tell you that was me. My bad.
Q gave us a definition. Are you saying Israel is not a nation state, Eugene? He gave us a definition. Does Israel have defined borders?
You know what, man? Let me go get my
definition of occupied state. That fits them better. This occupied state definition actually fits them.
Hey, Q, let me ask you a question. Is Singapore an occupied state? Is it a settler colonial state, Singapore?
I'm not sure.
Because I'm asking the question. Hold on. Because we
state. It depends on the geographic reference. Within its recognized 1948-1949 boundaries, no. In the West Bank and East Jerusalem, most of the international community says yes. Gaza legally complex and contested. So it just really depends on who's looking at it.
On the framework. I agree.
Okay, so check this out. You guys wouldn't have never said that if they put it in Ghana. If they would have been successful put it in Ghana, you wouldn't have been hollering about they right now you wouldn't have that fucking conversation.
But okay, because I don't care about black people. I don't care about black people.
Claiming to be God's people, you wouldn't be having this conversation.
And so this is what I'm confused about everything, Eugene. Israel was already here first. It was in America first, huh?
Oh, come on, man. What's going on here?
Look it up, dude. You can't look it up. Instead of disagreeing with every fucking thing.
What's going on?
Well, because Israel was just the people over there before it was actually the settlement in the United States, but and then when I go back to this nation state thing, it says politically Israel defines itself as the nation state of the Jewish people. In 2018, Israel passed the basic law as the nation state of the Jewish people, which formalized that identity constitutionally. That makes it not just a state, but explicitly an ethnic national state.
You know what the Bible says about that, Michelle? I know that the Bible says in Revelation, I know thy works in that tribulation. I know them who say they are Jews and are not, but they are the synagogues of Satan. They define themselves as what they are. They are considering themselves that not everybody else agrees with them. The president of the United States said they were mad, both of them. The Arabs and the Jews, man, he had to make a choice. He had the Congress back in there. We decided to put you where you at. We decided to kill them all off. The president said, we couldn't do that. Like, we're going to be able to kill 5 million people, Palestinians. Hey, mutual, goddamn Mike Lee. Shit, man, mutual, what? Mutual Mike.
Okay, can I speak up to you?
Yes, you will, but stop speaking when I'm talking to somebody because your mic is horrible and America down the hole of death. They have always been doing it. Stop fucking taking up with him. God don't even like him. And he's gonna deal with him. Point blank, and I'm not gonna back down on that opinion. These people are evil. I'm not talking about every goddamn one of them. Stop taking up for them. Because if you are taking up for them, I'm gonna be your worst fucking enemy. I promise you that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play this and then I'm gonna give it to you, Lee. Hold on, I got something for you. Hold on one damn second. I found this yesterday. Y'all be patient with me. I haven't had my coffee this morning either, so I might be a little rough around the car. So it's good to listen to this.
Good question. I said the name of Martin Luther King. Or if I said the name of Malcolm X. What about if I said the name Louis Farrakhan? You ever heard of a gentleman by the name of Louis Farrakhan? He was a famous religious leader, huge advocate in the black community for his opposing views on porn, his opposing views on hip-hop, and the degradation that it was going to have on the black community and black civilizations. But you probably never heard about him. Let me show you a snip clip. Give you a little taste of why. Here's what I'd like to do. As someone who arranged lots of matches, let me help you with that. See, look, don't bring Potop along. Bring the ADL, Mr. Foxman. Bring the presidents of the 12 Jewish organizations. Sit down in front of the world with us and our scholars, and we'll debate you, and I know you won't win. That's why you don't want to come on the show with me. Let me say this. I make a statement of fact. You can deal with it or leave it alone. But if you want a showdown, I'll call for it. You respond. Bring Mr. Foxman. Bring the 12 scholars of the Jewish presidents. Bring those who say we are anti-Semitic and arrange a national and international showdown. See where the truth is. Yeah, we can be one, but all liars and deceivers got to be shown up and put down. And he's one of them. And when you say he's one of them, you're speaking up. He, Potop, he, Abraham Foxman, he, the ADL, all of those that are condemning the nation. Come on out and let's have a show. You might be asking yourself, well, I've heard a little bit about the ADL. You know, that's that organization that's trying to take away our First Amendment rights and pass anti-Semitism laws here in America. But why was Louis Farrakhan in the 90s and early 2000s basically going to war with the ADL? Well, let me ask. Because he wrote a book called The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews. And in that book, he documented religious scriptures, he documented history, he documented historians from Jewish scriptures, and the truth was coming out, and they could not have that. Here's a book by our historical research department called The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews. This is something you don't know anything about, your own history. That's what's so terribly sad, that you know all about the Holocaust, but you don't know yours. So we documented, you ready? The Jewish involvement in the slave trade. Not from our scholars, but from their historians, their scholars, and their rabbis. There's over 2,000 footnotes in this book that you can go and get the book that we quoted from. So I sent this book to the President of the United States. I sent it to Ron Emanuel, who was his chief of staff. Yes, I did. I sent it to Bill Bernanke of the Federal Reserve. Yes, I did. I sent it to all the white folks in power. Yes, I did. See, look, I don't know about you, but when you meet God, and you know God for yourself, your testicles may look like raisins before you meet God. After you meet God, you're going to have a wheelbarrow to carry. If you're the most, this was the head of the Nation of Islam. So he was going into black communities, he was getting the kids out of the gangs, off the streets, into religious organizations. He was changing their life. He was changing the hearts and minds of the youth by going to the hearts and minds of the parents and helping them raise better children and keep teaching them that the music that they were
sitting down and making their house bitch. That's what they did to Louis Farrakhan. They said, you know what? We're gonna look over you. We're gonna watch you just like a good little boy. You're gonna do what we tell you, how we tell you, and when we tell you. And if we so choose to give you our blessing, well, then we'll let you back into the fold. You're gonna do what we tell you. But all Louis Farrakhan said, I say to earth cuts to that. Rabbi Shalom and a few rabbis I met in their home. They said, Farrakhan, you must denounce the book. I said, fine. If it's false, I don't want to have nothing to do with it. I said, but everyone that we quoted is a Jewish scholar, a Jewish rabbi, or a Jewish historian. So I'll denounce it, but you have to denounce everyone quoted as liars. They told me, in our friendship, we have to watch you over a protracted time. Imagine. And I was supposed to be like a little because I'm in their house. I said, yes, sir. When we got finished with them that day, the war was on. Because I told them, I don't mind being your friend, that's why I'm here. But if being your friend means I gotta deny the truth, there's a friendship I don't need, and yours is a friendship I don't want. So you all know that when you got a black man that's not gonna bow to you, then that's trouble because you've been waiting for the Messiah. And you know that he comes to end your civilization. So when you hear a black man talking like Farrakhan is talking, you hear the end coming. And if you can stop him, if you can shut his mouth, if you can kill him. They've done such a fantastic job at pitting us against each other. Whites versus blacks, Christians versus Muslims, gays versus straight. They divide and they conquer. And eventually we have to come together and say enough's enough. But we have to call a spade a spade. I can't say, hey, God's chosen people are destroying the black community. It doesn't come off the same when I say it. I can say that they're destroying the white community, but it's the black community that needs to rise up. You guys need to read the writing on the walls. You need to see these teachings. You need to help teach your people at the same time. I'll help teach the white people. We'll do the same for Christians and Muslims. And every day, the Goyim are going to rise up. They're going to wake up. They're going to get pissed. And when they get pissed, he push a fucking peaceful man to the point where he has no choice but to get violent. That is the fucking man that he should fear. He should fear the fuck out of it. When it's Christians and Muslims, white and blacks, they come the fuck together and we get the fuck out. God bless you.
There you have it. And that's why I say what I say. See, you get beat the fuck up coming in the playground and you think that you know something. I set this room up for a specific reason. Brother, you are. Oh, Lee, I'm going to let you speak. You know what you're giving me right now, Lee? I believe you got to be true. If you're not doing it, because I figured it out. You had to be because you're too disrespectful and you're too anxious to talk when we told you to realize in your mind. Every time we're saying something about the truth, you're coming off your mind. This is how you get yourself away. The recording is not through you. No, you ain't thought a damn thing. It's part of your fucking nature. Be quiet. Stop lying. You're a liar. You're a liar. You already knew what you were doing. But go ahead and speak since you're so anxious to talk. Go ahead, bro. You got the mic. Now you don't want to talk? This shit crazy. Let me get off this phone. Let me go back. Y'all got it. Go ahead. Whoever wants the mic. Okay, well, shit, ain't that? He's willing to learn, darling. He we on the everybody. I'm hearing y'all sound like y'all could hear you see smiling while you're playing that video. It's Farrakhan, you don't know what we're doing.
Truman was a farmer. That's why, just for that reason alone, I call him my favorite. If I could even
stay at it. I don't even think I had a favorite figure, to be honest with you. But yeah, he definitely made the most sense and was the most grounded, besides dropping the motherfucking A-bomb. Japan. But they got out of pocket, and you gotta react. I don't know if it was set up though. They never did that shit again. Tell you that much. But shout out to you, Ron. I hope they get it. I hope they get it done this time.
So nobody is saying anything? And is anybody here? Hey, Nadia. So was somebody talking? Yes, no?
No one was talking, but I thought maybe they were waiting to speak or play something.
Oh, okay. Well, I probably ran them all off. They got mad. The dude, it was a couple of dudes on. Here. They probably got mad at me because I beat them up in the playground and I raised my voice and I decimals. They want me to be, if I'm nice to them, Nadia, and I'm talking, they'll talk over you. They'll talk and then you won't be able to get a word. If you're not loud and you're not aggressive with them, they'll talk over you. They'll talk when you're talking. They won't let you get a word in. So you got to be aggressive and loud. And then when you do that, if you're too aggressive and too loud, they leave or they get mad or they call you. Oh, you don't have to do that. You don't have to. Oh, your gene is mad. And that's the only way that you're gonna be able to let me talk. Not if I get crazy with them.
Yeah, that wasn't mean. It's true.
started off. And a lot of people feel like, yes, based on the definition of what's out there, Israel is a nation state. Israel is not an occupying state, it's a nation state. Israel does not share any damn thing with the Palestinian people. They're not the original people on that land. They were put there by the President of the United States to occupy a portion of that land. They are not native from that point of place. They come from the Caucasus Mountain Mountains. Pilan and Patmos. That's where they come from. If they were gonna go anywhere, put them back in the mountains over there in Europe. If you're gonna put caves, don't come on their nation state. The nation, well, oh yeah, based on the definition and what they're doing now, yes, you could call it a nation state based on what they say they consider. But is that the reality? No, you're occupying a territory and you're taking over. President Aaron Truman say them damn folks got mad at him because they wanted him. Harris said they wanted him to get rid of 5 million damn people at one time. Truman said, man, how the fuck we gonna do that? We gotta do this thing piece by piece. But they're a nation state. They speak the same language. They share the same. That's a goddamn lie. They want to ethnically clean them people, man. But anyway, that's how I started, Nadia. I'm driving and I got a little excited. Because if you don't check this shit, man, this shit just runs loose, Nadia, and it becomes dangerous. But they come here all running up before they thinking that you gonna come through here and push this rhetoric. Everything true. This is how you get beat up. And I'm sorry if I raise my voice. Sometimes I got to. And I can be wrong sometimes. I can be wrong a lot of times. But anyway, that's how it started. And then you got this lead boy. Hey, Germany. In Germany, I see you down there. You wanted to say something, Germany. This is your time. You can get at me. I ain't gonna talk crazy to you unless you say something stupid. So if you want to talk, come on the mic. If not, Nadia, you can have it. You can talk, Nadia. I'll listen to you. Oh, by the way, you're a very beautiful woman too, Nadia. Thank you for supporting the room and being a part of the 40 Acres and the New Response family. Great job.
That's why it's time for us to come back to the Most High God Lord, my brother. At the end of the day, we talk on these apps. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? At the same time, but good to bring out, information about what's going on in the world. But at the end of the day, the time that we're living in right now is more important than any other time that we ever lived our life in. You know what I'm saying? It's time for us to come back to our Father. You know what I'm saying? Stop hiding behind all these different religions and philosophies. You know what I'm saying? Because it's clear the Bible says we God's chosen people. You know what I'm saying? The Bible says that the real Jews will be hated by all nations. You know what I'm saying? That's our people. All the nations, everybody hate us. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But for some reason, our people don't want to see that. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, brother Eugene
come in here. Sometimes I'm like, I keep it too real. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, you're not perfect. I'm not perfect. Ain't nobody perfect like we know, like the scripture said. You know what I'm saying? But like overall, I want you to know personally that I respect you as a man, as a brother. You know what I'm saying? Because you are for the people. And that makes me feel good. I'm not just saying it. So yeah, we gotta come back to our God. Cause I ain't trying to end up, waking up, lifting my eyes up in hell somewhere. You know what I mean? So, so that's where, where I stand here. And whenever like y'all hear me talk about, our sisters, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't hate my sister. I love my sister. You know what I'm saying? I know we need the so-called black woman. We all went to slavery together. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like the Bible say that it was the woman that transgressed. Yeah, she did. She the one that ate on the forbidden tree out. You know what I'm saying? And through her, sin and death was brought into the world. But here's the thing. It was written, all of that was, it was already, the Most High already spoke about that. He talked about the reason that he said all that would happen. It was already written. That was all written to usher in Christ's coming kingdom here on earth, which is the kingdom of heaven. So it was all written. This was already down to happen. It's not like it's something that the so-called black woman had control of. You know what I'm saying?